This story begins at night. A huge moon disk towers over the mountain peaks, and its light is enough to clearly see all the objects around. Its glow even dispels the darkness among the trees growing at the very foot of the mountain ridge. Suddenly, a group of people in cloaks appears. They move lightning fast and make such incredible jumps that it seems as if they are hovering in the air. A stranger wrapped in a dark cloak rushes between the trees. Whoever he is, it is clear that he is trying to hide from pursuers. The fugitive's face is hidden behind a terrifying monster mask with huge fangs. He rushes no slower than the pursuers, and it seems he has a chance to escape. But one of the warriors, holding a bare blade in his hand, makes an incredible somersault and attacks him right in mid-jump. At that moment, the fugitive looks back, and the blow hits the grotesque red mask. Split in half, it falls and reveals the face of the one who wore it. Even its parts lying on the ground inspire horror with their terrifying grimace and sharp, curved horns. The knocked-down fugitive falls near the foot of a tree, carefully covering his face with his hands. The warriors pursuing him approach closer, and he, no longer hiding, raises his distorted face to them. One of the warriors addresses him, calling him condemned to death. The fugitive grins in response, but the other does not quiet down and continues to speak. He calls his name. Hun Kuei Red, strange, not like the others, or the infamous Sin Suj, meaning connoisseur of beautiful bodies. For kidnapping beautiful people, both young and old, men and women, and for murder due to negligent treatment of them, Murim decides. The criminal faces the death penalty, and he is given the opportunity to say the last word. Sin Suj does not intend to repent. He asks his judges what is wrong with the simple desire to possess beauty. His thirst for the beautiful did not subside until death itself, and even the cold blade at his throat did not make him regret. The sweep of the blade in the criminal's head separates from the body. After Hun's death, as if mocking his dream, people who valued beauty above all were called Sin Sujo. Above the city of Jinan in Shandong province, which lies at the foot of the mountains and is bathed in the greenery of trees, the sun shines brightly. On the street, people enthusiastically discuss the latest news, the main one being the execution of the lover of beauty. Someone from the crowd asks if the townspeople have heard what those who escaped his clutches told. They say that after the kidnapping, he did not even touch them with a finger. Today there is only one topic. It is talked about not only on the streets, but also under the roof of almost every house in the city. The man in the tavern does not stop talking about Sin Sujil. He says that after the kidnapping, the criminal did nothing, only looked at the captives. His interlocutor, listening carefully to the story, says that it is some kind of strange entertainment. The friends quietly agree. He really was strange, and in any case, it is good that he is no longer in this world. Pouring strong drinks, they began to talk about something else. It turned out that the youngest daughter of the Chegel family is looking for a husband, but she has two high demands. She needs an unheard-of handsome man, and also one who can skillfully wield a sword, and everyone doubts whether she will find such a one. One of the men says that maybe there is some boy supporter of Sin Sujil in the city. His interlocutor laughs. If he also wields a sword well, then perhaps he should be called Blade Sin Sujil. They chuckle and ask for more drinks. Suddenly, a boy runs up to them, holding two of their ordered bottles in his hands. He apologizes his hands are busy, so he offers them to take the order themselves. The men agree. The boy sincerely bows in thanks, wishes them to enjoy their food, and hurriedly goes to serve other visitors. Orders pour down on him from all sides, but he manages to fulfill them all without any delay. The spectators are delighted with the youth. He still looks like a mere boy, but he is not lacking in talent. He manages not only to bring food, but also to escort guests to separate rooms if they ask for it. Night falls, the moon appears in the sky. Visitors slowly disperse, and the tavern closes. A man's hand carefully drops a coin into the pot. The servant who so skillfully delivered the food presses the vessel with money to himself, rejoicing that so many have been collected. He hastily hides the pot next to two others like it, but already full of coins. The youth named Dako Musin is satisfied and is going to continue in the same spirit to fulfill his dream as soon as possible. He wants to open his own tavern and imagines, in the smallest details, how it will look. But for now, there is not enough money. The young man sits at the table under which his savings are hidden. After a tense and long day, finally being alone, he does not know what to do. The boy's hand feels the wooden handle and grips it tightly. He strikes lightning fast, and the fact that what is in his hands is a broom does not bother him at all. The young man smiles. He is completely satisfied with his skill and strength. Dako Musin continues training, making lunge after lunge. The broom in his hands flashes with incredible speed. Suddenly, the improvised weapon slips from his hands and hits him right in the forehead. Grasping his head with his hands, he sinks to the floor to regain consciousness. His eyes fill with tears from the pain. Suddenly, a conversation overheard today by visitors comes to mind. The men were talking about the youngest daughter of the Chegel family. He understood that the lady likes swordsmen, but he did not know what the blade of Sin Sujil means. The boy decided, if the girl likes martial arts masters, he will do everything to become one of them. Dako Musin looks sadly out the window, dreaming of the unattainable and beautiful Lady So-en. Night has long taken its toll. A bright moon illuminates the Chegel family estate. In the yard, despite the night, a solitary female figure emerges. A movement behind makes her stop and listen, but she sees no one and thinks she imagined it. A warrior, who is moving across the roofs and alarmed the girl, descends to the ground and approaches a man waiting for him. He falls to his knees and in a quiet voice says he has completed the master's task, then raises his eyes and asks will there be more orders. After a brief silence, the man releases him. The warrior rushed to carry out the order and immediately disappeared. Bowing his head, the man says only one word: forgive. So-en, having not found the source of the noise that frightened her, continues her walk. In the night sky, the moon disk shines brightly. In a room behind an oval table sits a group of men. One of them addresses the leader and asks, why has he gathered them here? The second says that the Hwanbo clan grows stronger every day and something must be done about it. He suggests following the same strategy, a beneficial marriage. One more man expressed his opinion. He says that the son of the Namgun clan has a good reputation and the younger daughter of the head is just the right age. The conversation at the table continues. Someone clarifies if they are talking about that descendant of the Namgun family who was nicknamed Spirit Blade. Other men decide that he would be a good match and ask what the head of the family thinks about it. He replies that he has heard them. The man whom everyone addressed as the head stands thoughtfully by the window. He agrees with the elders. A marriage of convenience with an influential family is the best choice. But Chi-jel Chan-yu, the current head of the Chegel family, doubts whether he can do that with So-en. The girl he decided to talk to after the meeting, with tears in her eyes, says that her mother's last wish was one thing, that the daughter herself chooses her husband. The servant reports the head of the Haemon family has arrived. The master orders to let him in. The men sit at the table and talk. Chi-jel Chan-yu says that the Haemon family is considered the best at gathering information, and he is interested in everything they know about the Hwanbo clan, and the guest replies that thanks to the new son-in-law, they were able to strengthen their positions. He already guesses why he was called, and directly asks Chi-jel Chan-yu about it. The head did not deny it and openly confirmed. He is here because of the marriage of Lady So-en. He orders the guest to spread rumors about it, and so that they reach everyone in Shandong. The tavern is busy again, but Dako Musin manages to fulfill all the orders. Mak Chu-san, the owner, and at the same time the cook of the tavern Oval, calls the boy, take the food to table 8. The young man responds and asks to prepare one more dunpo with pork and 2 servings of hot noodles for the next visitors. Dako Musin warmly welcomes the guests, and to the repeated request to bring another bottle, he replies that their shot bar is famous for its alcohol. So-en sits at the table and looks at him, marveling at his energy and cheerfulness. She becomes curious whether he is always like this. Meanwhile, the boy tirelessly delivers the orders. The young girl continues to watch his movements with slight envy. She thinks that she also wants a simple, ordinary life. She becomes sad. She sinks into her own thoughts. The girl recalls a conversation with her father. She understands him, but she is troubled by the thought. Although the potential fiancé is from a well-known family, she has never seen his face. Life in the shop bar flows as usual. Visitors continue to demand some dish or ask for drinks. Dako Musin paused for a moment and sadly thought that lately So-en is always sad. Clutching the tray in his hands, he firmly decides, if he becomes the blade of Sin Sujiol, she will never have to be sad again. He imagines holding her tightly in his arms and leaning in to kiss her. His sweet dreams are interrupted by visitors demanding their orders be fulfilled. Mak Chu-san angrily calls out to the boy, asking, don't you want me to deliver the food myself? He continues to curse, wondering why the servant stands as if rooted to the spot and even smiles. The young man apologizes and continues working. Night falls and people hurry to get home faster. Dako Musin says they worked well today. The owner agrees but warns him to smile after work tomorrow, not during it. The boy straightens his tired shoulders and sighs heavily, complaining that he worked all day again without a break. In response, he hears that he worked well. Returning home, Dako Musin hears a merchant loudly calling passersby to buy books, assuring them that these are not just sword techniques or breathing techniques, but genuine editions certified by the Chegel clan, and offers them for only 50 silver coins. The man enthusiastically explains that Mangumsha, one of the most famous masters of the past, created this technique, Sword Pikasum, and adds that the buyer will also receive the breathing technique, Unkitnap, as a gift. The boy became interested and approached closer to examine the offered goods. He sees books that contain exactly the knowledge he so desperately needs. The face of So-en appears before his eyes, and he decides to become the blade of Sin Sujal. The boy approaches the merchant and says that he talks as if these are genuine originals, not just copies, but adds, if the man gives him a couple of books, he will keep silent. The angry man throws a couple of editions right in front of him in fury. Dako Musin decides that one should not look a gift horse in the mouth, so he takes them without hesitation. In the evening, he sits down to read. He studies the book and thinks, although these are only copies, they are certified by the Chegel clan, so the content must be genuine. He immerses himself in reading, and he is most fascinated by the technique, Sword Pekasum. Putting the book aside, Dako Musin thoughtfully reflects on what he has read. He strains to understand how to move, how to hold the sword, and how to strike. He tries to memorize what he has read. In his mind, he reproduces every sword movement. He imagines a fight. But unfortunately, he does not understand much. The words are familiar, but he does not know what they mean. Dako Musin decides that he will definitely ask the masters who come to the tavern about all the unclear words tomorrow. He pushes Sword Pekasum aside and opens the second book on Kidnap. For some time he studies it carefully, then exclaims joyfully, "It turns out all those unclear words from the previous book are acupuncture points." Although it is night outside and a hard day awaits tomorrow, the boy shines with joy because in this book he found answers to all his questions. Dako Musin lies down to sleep. Falling asleep, he repeats the name So-en and asks her to wait. In his dreams, he sees books, and even in sleep, he continues to study the sword fighting technique. The boy believes that soon his dream will come true, and he will achieve the set goal to become the blade son of Sun Jil. In his dream, he again flips through the pages of the book on Kidnap, immersed in the study of acupuncture points. The young man sleeps, spreading his arms like wings, and something begins to happen from one of them. His hand involuntarily clenches into a fist, veins on his arm bulge. Unclear changes become increasingly noticeable. The veins expand more and more. The entire body of the sleeping young man is enveloped in a strange glow. The transformation continues. Dako Musin, having no idea that something strange is happening to him, continues to sleep carefully. While his body changes, he dreams strange dreams that are almost impossible to distinguish from reality. The boy's hand tightly grips the sword hilt, and he skillfully performs lightning-fast movements. The young man shines with excitement and says that he finally managed to cut through with one move. He raises the weapon again and rejoices wildly. He has almost become the blade son of Sun Jil. Suddenly, the boy finds himself on a training field among many straw scarecrows, and he becomes sad. He realizes that this is only a dream. But then he still dares and takes a step forward. Dako Musin raises his blade and takes a fighting stance. He thinks that he doesn't care whether it's a dream or reality, and decisively swings the sword. Without effort, he cuts off the hand of the scarecrow standing before him. He himself did not expect such agility from himself. The young man is ready for anything, just to become the blade Sun Sujil and get closer to Lady So-en. Morning comes, Dako Musin wakes up. He feels quite energetic. And he is glad that he slept so well. He feels as if he was born again. But an unexpected thought stops him. The young man cannot understand why he feels so good if he read all night and only slept for about 2 hours. But he hesitated only briefly. Hearing someone calling him, he turns around and instantly finds himself in the embrace of 2 rascals who, with joyful cries, rushed at him. The boy smiles and notices that the boys are energetic and full of strength from early morning. Before him, smiling, stand the brothers, the elder Yan Miso, the younger Yan Horan. The woman who approached them called the boys. With joyful cries, they rushed to their mother. The young man politely greeted her and asked how they had slept. Sol Yukwa replied, "Wonderful," and inquired if it was time for the boy to go to the tavern, advising him to hurry and get himself ready while she took care of the boys. Dako Musin was quite surprised. How could they have gotten up so early, since they probably returned quite late yesterday? The woman agreed with him and complained pitifully that she had a lot to do, so this morning she took time to go to the market. She wants to buy clothes for the children. The boy admitted that he envied her salary, to which Sol Yukwa smiled and said that he also earned well, and she knew the boy was saving up for his own tavern. The woman added if he needed money he could always turn to her, and that she always had coins set aside for him. The young man looked at her gratefully, but did not manage to reply, and Sol Yukwa said that it was time for him to run because he would be late for work. He manages to arrive at the tavern on time, but the day does not start as usual, and he opens his eyes in surprise, trying to understand what happened. Dako Musin stands confused at the doorstep of the tavern. Sad boys are sitting at the table, and an incredibly gloomy atmosphere prevails in the hall. He asks what happened. One of them replies that everything has been going downhill since early morning. The owner called the young man. "You are just in time, we need to discuss something." Dako Musin asks tensely what happened, and the man explains that the owner of the establishment where the boys worked ran away during the night. A distressed young man sits at the table. Mak Chu-san says that the scoundrel not only ran away, but also took all the valuables of the visitors. Now all the boys are left without work. The owner of the shop bar was silent for a moment and added that he had thought it over and made a decision. He asks the young man if they should hire the boys for work and if he can train them. Dako Musin turns around and looks at the spectacle that appeared before him. Sad boys sit silently at the tables. They do not know what to do next. The young man shouts that it is not the time to whine and orders them to quickly get to work. The shop bar will open soon. The owner smiled, glanced at the servant who was bustling about, and thought that Dako Musin was truly very fine, and it was no wonder he had chosen him. The young man quietly rejoices at this luck. Now he will finally have time for practice. At night he returns from work. Dako Musin cannot understand why the boys, who had always worked as waiters, caused him so much trouble. He plans to carve out time for training tomorrow. He He's surprised that after such a busy workday he is not tired at all. Usually, he went home feeling as if he were filled with lead, but now he feels as light as a feather. This pleases him. After all, now he has more strength for training. He remembers that he forgot to buy a wooden sword. A sudden scream behind him made him stop. Dako Musen turns around with interest and looks intently, trying to see what is happening. Over the street, a scream rang out again. Someone was desperately calling for help. The young man feels that a woman unknown to him is in trouble. Deciding that it does not concern him, he turned away and walked on. His foot almost steps on some strange object. He picks it up, looks closely, and realizes that it is a hairpin. Several men are trying to calm down the girl, who is calling for help. One of the attackers reproaches another that he cannot even make a woman be silent, and his friend advises, do it yourself. The crying girl, not losing hope, continues to loudly plead for help. The attacker is not polite with her and shouts at her rudely. Dako Musen rushes headlong to help. He sees how some giant grabbed the frightened Sol Yukfa by the arm. A few days ago, the best cabaret in the city of Jinan. In the middle of the spacious room stands a table, covered with various dishes and pitchers of drinks, around which men are sitting, and in front, Sol Yukwa is dancing, accompanied by two other girls. The dancer overheard a men's conversation. They said that the rumor among the people is not without reason. Whoever has not seen the girls from Hanwaru should not even claim to have known the taste of entertainment, and all of them unanimously insisted that she was the best of all. Two men at a distant table are whispering quietly. One is disappointed they have no money and cannot even invite her to their table, and his interlocutor replies that this has never stopped them. The friend doubts whether he can think clearly at all. But his friend replies, if she is the best in Hanwaru, won't she go with the elders when they ask her? The men come to an agreement. They are confident that she will have no excuses to refuse the martial arts masters. Dako Musen rushes to the rescue of the woman caught in the clutches of villains. The men are dissatisfied, but do not take the young man seriously. The boy burns with determination and demands to release Sol Yukwa. He charges at one of the attackers, who, cursing, recoils from his victim. The men shower him with insults, and one of them coldly remarks that he is not the first sanctimonious fool to die before their eyes. Dako Musen stands between the men and the woman, shielding her with his body. He is resolute. The boy, turning back to Sol Yukov, anxiously asks if she is all right. The woman, too nervous to say a word, recognizes the boy and utters his name. He tells her that he will take on the attackers himself, and she must run away. Sol Yukva objects. She says he cannot handle it alone. She suggests they escape together, but he refuses. The young man insists, if they run together, they will be caught immediately. It is better if she calls someone for help while he distracts them, and one of the men grumbles discontentedly about how the youth have no manners at all. Dako Musen hands the woman a hairpin that he had found earlier. Giving her the ornament, he says that if something happens to her, how will he then be able to look Horan and Miso in the eyes? The young man recalls how happy the boys were when they chose this hairpin together. He asks if she understood him well and says that no more words are needed. The woman, with tears in her eyes, looks at her protector and hesitantly whispers his name. She cannot bring herself to run away and leave him alone against two bandits. Realizing she has no choice, she nevertheless turns and runs at full speed. But the men do not want to let go of their victim and decide to split up. One aims to catch the fugitive, while the other is to deal with the boy. The giant, showering the boy with insults, immediately launches an attack, confident that he will handle him easily. The boy, although frightened, is not going to retreat. He is determined. And when it seemed that the man's huge fist would knock him down, he easily dodges the blow. The attacker is stunned by his agility, but quickly recovers. He tells the young man that all he can do is dodge. Dako Musen himself was amazed by his own cunning and could not believe what was happening. The man lunges at him again, and the boy realizes he is completely serious. It seems to him that he will just kill him now. Watching the opponent approach, the young man is surprised to see his sluggish movements, and at the same time, he easily dodges his blows. The man's fist crashes into the wall, leaving an impressive dent. Dako Musen is stunned that his opponent's fists can cause such devastating damage. He's even afraid to imagine what will happen if he misses even one blow. Suddenly, a stunning thought flashes in his mind. He suddenly realized the blows are not slow, he just has an incredibly fast reaction. The boy immediately felt much more confident. He again managed to easily avoid another blow. His opponent had already begun to lose his temper. Meanwhile, his friend, turning around, saw that he could not deal with the boy. He is boiling with anger and does not understand. He is annoyed that his friend cannot calm the young man. The man returns decisively resolved to personally deal with that boy because the friend turned out to be quite clumsy. He grabs a knife and lunges at Dako Musen, wanting to finish him off right there. But the boy sees his attempt and easily dodges again. He realizes with surprise that they are too slow for him, so he has nothing to fear. Then he decides to attack himself. His fist hits the armed enemy right in the jaw. The blow is so strong that he instantly falls to the ground. Inspired by the victory, the boy prepares to deal with the second bandit as well. The impressed man, seeing his fallen friend, cannot believe his eyes. He is sure that the youth was hiding his strength and asks which faction he belongs to. The friend asks him to be quiet. He is sure it was a coincidence and says he just relaxed, to which the man quite rightly wonders, did he really have to relax that much to get hit like that? Dako Musin looks at his fist with disbelief. He himself can hardly believe that he managed to knock down a fairly strong man. The boy does not know what is happening to him and is surprised by his abilities. His opponents are back on their feet and preparing to attack. Together they threaten to kill the youth. One of them says, if you meet the Lord of the Afterlife, tell him that this boy was sent to him by the great masters of the Black Dragon sect. The enraged man, promising the young man a quick death, prepared to attack. Dako Musin was even surprised that his opponents were not just local bandits, but true masters. Black Dragon is one of the Black Blades gangs operating in Jinan. Although they call themselves Warriors of Murim, in reality they are no different from ordinary thieves and murderers. The giant, swinging his huge fists, lunges at the young man as if he wants to kill him. But Dako Musin easily avoids the attack and delivers an even more powerful, crushing blow in response, knocking the scoundrel to the ground. The young man is not going to retreat. He knows well that no matter how bad the reputation of those who attacked him is, they cannot handle him. His speed is simply impressive. With such slow strikes, the enemies will not be able to do anything against him. The bandits clearly decided to deal with him and do not stop attacking the boy. The giant tries to hit him again, confident that his strength decides everything. But Dako Musin only steps back a little, and the man misses again. The boy decides to attack in response. He delivers a devastating blow and says, let's see how tough you are here. The armed bandit grits his teeth in anger. He did not expect the boy to handle the giant, who far exceeded him in strength, so easily. He lunges at the boy, shouting that it's time to spill his guts out. Dako Musin feverishly thinks about what to do. He is just as slow as they are. He has nowhere to retreat. He understands. The only option left is to defend himself. He manages to grab the attacker's hand, the very one holding the knife. And he, without any pity, putting all his strength into the blow, punches the bandit right in the face. The man flies back several steps and falls to the ground. His companion, stunned by Dako Musin's strength, drops to one knee before him. The defeated opponent tries to get up, but he does so poorly. Unable to stand, he groans and collapses to the ground. The big guy, acknowledging their crushing defeat, cannot believe what is happening. He says this is complete nonsense, and it can't be so. Throwing his companion, who still hasn't come to, over his shoulder, he walks away, but turning back, he throws a threat at the boy, saying he can't defeat them all. The young man watches them leave, not intending to respond to the threats. He only quietly whispers, goodbye, and adds that it's too many words for those who leave with their tails between their legs. The boy is glad that he taught the bandits a lesson, but surprised by how much he himself has changed. He stares at his hands, trying to understand what has happened. Sol Yukwa rushes to him with all her might. She has brought help. They return to the cabaret, lively discussing the attackers along the way. The woman recalled that the day before they had come to them. Pikmin, an employee of Hanwaru, sat the boy on a chair and examines him to make sure he is not injured. She is fiercely angry at those who tried to harm her friend and hurls insults at them. But then she shyly falls silent, deciding that she has spoken too much. Dako Musin sadly thinks that she does not see him as a man at all. Pikmin, not believing her eyes, notices with surprise the young man has no wounds at all. Sol Yukwa anxiously asks if it is true. The girl confirms and adds that there are not even bruises, as if he had not fought at all. The woman, who had to endure too much this evening, sighs with relief. She tells the boy that she cannot imagine what she would do if something happened to him. She asks if he understands that those were terrible people. The young man, without getting up from the chair, decides to confess how everything really was. He says that when he heard the scream, it seemed to him as if he was meddling in something not his business. He just wanted to pass by and even got a little scared. The woman looks at him, her eyes wide open with surprise. He adds that then he saw her hairpin. He didn't even know if it was her or not, but he just couldn't run away. He immediately thought about her children. Sol Yukwa bowed her head and sincerely thanked her rescuer. Hakmin sighed and said that the atmosphere here is very interesting. Then she suggested that there was something between them, but both firmly denied it, and the woman added that he likes a completely different person, while the boy asked them to stop such conversations. Meanwhile, night finally took full hold, and the city plunged into deep silence. Dako Musin holds a training sword in his hands, for which he paid 20 silver coins, and admires its shape with enthusiasm. He begs the wooden weapon to help him until he becomes the best blade of Sin Sudziel in the world. Having placed a chair in front of him, the boy decides to start with the first chapter and learn the technique Wings of the White Crow. He does everything as in the textbook, and then makes a wide swing. Dako Musin freezes for a moment in confusion and tries again to understand what is happening. Everything about him seems strange, both his behavior and his feelings. He feels that something inside him has changed radically. The boy performs the same technique again, which he just tried. And again he ponders. Today he is training with a wooden sword for the first time, and the sensations are somewhat strange. He swings again. He has the feeling as if he has been swinging a sword all his life. This feeling captivates him, and he continues to practice. Dako Musin is delighted. He enjoys what he is doing. He is confident he will become the best. The young man trains intently, not noticing at all that someone is watching him. An old man became a witness to his training. Squatting down, he silently watches the boy. An elderly man with thick gray eyebrows that hid his eyes sits on a wooden bridge, legs tucked in and holding a jug close to himself. He slowly raises the bottle to his lips and takes a few sips. Nohoj Mensen, elder of the Kebin group, tore himself away from the vessel and, sighing, remarked disappointedly that nothing interesting had happened again today. Suddenly some sounds caught the old man's attention and pulled him out of his thoughts. He became curious who could be shouting at such a late hour, and he began to look for the source of the noise. Nohoj Mensen, climbing onto the bridge railing, saw below a young man training with a sword. The spectacle that appeared before him clearly interested him. One of his eyebrows rose, and an eye opened, shining with an ominous yellow light. Having observed the boy for some time, the old man decided that, judging by everything, he had only recently taken up the sword. Nohoj Mensen closely watches every movement of Dako Musin, while he, as if noticing nothing around, stubbornly continues training. He spins the sword incredibly fast, trying to master the technique read in the book. The young man continues the exercises, and Nohoj Mensen notices that with each swing his strike becomes better. The old man is clearly impressed by the young boy's talent and continues to watch with interest, because he wonders. The boy repeated the move only a few times and certainly did not polish it for long, and he cannot understand how this is possible. Dako Musin continues practicing, fully immersed in the process. The sword in his hands spins at an incredible speed. But one unsuccessful move, and the blade slips from his hands and flies aside. Nohoj Mensen is unpleasantly stunned by his miss and loses interest in his exercises. The old man sighs deeply. He thought so. Most likely the boy was taught by a former soldier who retired due to injury. Dako Musin is tormented by the mistake made after all. Everything had been going wonderfully before. Nohoj Mensen turns away. He believes that tonight the young man can only dream of mastering the sword. Among Kebin's students, he thinks there are plenty like him. He is no longer interested in that boy and returns to his old place. He grumbles discontentedly that while waiting for some Han Ilsen, all his bones started aching, but at least the spectacle was not bad. Expecting nothing more interesting, he uncorks the bottle again. At that moment a man appeared, respectfully addressed the old man and said that the boys must be sent on a search. Nohoj Mensen asked in surprise, "Why, has something interesting appeared for them?" They say that Han Ilsen pulled out the main manuscript of the Devil's Swordsman. This was told by a vagabond who came from Zhangyuan. In this valuable book there is a treasure map that only the Chegel clan can decipher, so he will definitely set out for Jinan. Rumor has it that the Haemun clan has taken an interest in this paper. The old man thoughtfully says that people from this clan, once they hear about money, will not sit idly by. A flying coin rings sharply against the floor. Some passerby threw them money. The men warmly thanked him and sincerely wished him long life. Nohoj Mensen tells his interlocutor that although they are poor, it is not worth fixating on money. The old man explains that Kebin are the best information gatherers in all of Zhangyuan, and their clan does not chase wealth, only justice matters to them, and his interlocutor immediately agrees to go to Jinan. The old man, complaining that he has already walked enough today, decides that it is time to rest. Dako Musin still bitterly suffers from his failure. He looks closely at his hand and says that he forgot the most important thing. He sees that fight again. Bandits attacked Sol Yuwa, and one of the scoundrels slightly cut his palm. The boy thinks that after all, he should not have hidden this wound from Min. He looks at his hand, carefully examining the wound he received. The cut that crossed his palm has already slightly healed and no longer resembles a fresh wound. He tries to understand what is happening, and suddenly an unexpected thought appears in his head. The young man decides that this is one of those strange changes in his body that he has only recently begun to notice. The dazzling light makes the boy involuntarily raise his hand to shield his eyes. He looks with surprise toward the mountains and suddenly realizes that the sun has already risen. He is stunned that the training lasted so long and time flew unnoticed. The young man decides that it is time to finish the exercises and needs to refresh himself, and before work he thinks he should at least wrap the wound with a bandage. Han Ilsen, a man with black mustaches in a long flowing cloak, rushes to Jinan at incredible speed. At dawn he is already standing on the mountain peak, gazing at the city spread out at the foot. The man is clearly here for the first time. Everything here interests him. He carefully clutches the scroll in his hands. It is clear that he values it greatly. Dako Musin does not stop. He uses every free minute for training because he wants to achieve his goal as soon as possible. Today in his room, the young man is diligently mastering the technique of swordsmanship. Soon he lowers the sword, and its tip quietly touches the floor. He sits on the bed and complains that he trained very little, and his strength is already exhausted. The whole night was spent practicing, but he only mastered the basics, and what troubles him most is how to master the inner power. His hand reaches for the book, in which the technique he needs is described. He sits in the lotus position, crossing his legs and placing his hands in front of him. The young man tries to follow what he has read. He strives to feel the energy of qi and learn to use it to let go of all the old and let in the new. He does everything as in the book. First he exhales, releasing the burden of the past, and then inhales, letting in the new. In confusion, the boy froze. He does not understand what he is doing. He was surprised that they meant exactly breathing. A disappointed shout from Dako Musin came from the house. He understands nothing and prefers to train a little more with the sword before work. Overseer Khan Ilson is already in the city. He leisurely wanders the market, listening to the merchants' conversations. But his calm is clearly feigned. The man keenly watches everything happening around him. A crowd has gathered near the jeweler's stall, mesmerized by the jewelry laid out on it. People bustle around, each hurrying with their own affairs and barely paying attention to others. But some poorly dressed man still noticed Khan Ilson. He was intrigued by what exactly this clearly noble man in a sakkin, the national Korean headdress, was looking at, and without hiding, he says it out loud. Without turning, the man asks, "Is it about him?" The beggar replied that only thieves, strolling through the market, look askance at everyone and buy nothing, and asked, "Isn't he right?" Khan Ilson gave him a sharp look and replied that a tongue without bones is paid for with life. Looking closely at the man and noticing 2 knots on his belt, he said that he was right, then asked if he had ever seen a thief give alms, to which the beggar laughed and replied that never in the world, neither in heaven nor on earth, have there been thieves who donate to the poor. Khan Ilson throws a coin directly into the man's palm. He catches it. He showers thanks and asks the Lord to be careful on the road. Khan Ilson, laughing, calls him a chatterbox. The man, pleased with himself, turns away and walks on. He suspects that the 2 knots on the beggar's belt are the sign of Kebin. He almost failed, so their clan has already taken measures. He has a scroll hidden under his belt. He wants to quickly check if the scroll is genuine and get out of the city as soon as possible. Khan Ilson decided to no longer waste time on false feelings and empty games finally. He had a chance to seize the power of the devil's swordsman who destroyed the old school. While he was turning his plans over in his head, his legs carried him to the tavern by themselves. A man in a black cloak and headwear appears at the entrance of the establishment. Dako Musin gladly welcomes the visitor and offers to show him around. Khan Ilson asks the boy if this is really the inn Oval. The boy nods and says yes, everything is correct, and adds that their establishment is considered the best in the city. The man abruptly interrupts him, unwilling to continue the conversation, and throws him a coin. He assures that he did not sleep all night and asks to be given the best room. Dako Musin smiles and invites the guest to come upstairs. Khan Ilson thinks Oval really looks the best in the city. He was not deceived. Although it is already late, the hall is crowded, all the tables are occupied. The man continues to ponder that perhaps Cabin would not have hidden in such a place. His thoughts are interrupted by the voice of a young man who offers him to enter the room provided to him. The boy says that there is a wonderful view from here. It is already late now, but he still advises him to take a look. If he needs anything, he should ring the bell 3 times. And Ilson asks, do not disturb him. If he does not ask for anything himself, he wants to sleep in silence. Dako Musin politely replied that he would convey his request to the other staff and wished him a good rest. The man is pleasantly surprised. He likes the boy's politeness and manners. But when the young man returned to leave, Han Ilson froze, stunned, looking at his posture. Watching the boy leave, he tries to understand how this could have happened. For a moment, the boy's bare back appears before his eyes, and he realizes before him is not just a person, but the heavenly repository of martial arts. He stood still, unable to move, stunned by his own discovery. The man stands with his hat in his hands, intensely tries to gather his thoughts. An unexpected noise distracts him, and looking down through the railing, he asks to behave more quietly and forbids the staff from cleaning the hall now. The servant, surprised by the request of the lodger, addresses Dako Musin, but he says he can finish cleaning later during lunch. The boy protests. Then there will be even more people, and order must be restored before lunch. Han Ilson does not take his eyes off the young man, thinking that maybe he just imagined it. Dako Musin persistently explains to the cleaner that the guest asked not to make noise. But the boy stubbornly insists. He says it is better to wash the floor now, while they have few guests. The young man waved it off. He says it is not a problem. The wood from which the floorboards are made has a very sharp smell. The owner paid a pretty sum for them, and when water gets on the boards, they emit an aroma that drowns out the smell of food. Han Ilson, not taking his eyes off the young man and listening carefully to the conversation, decides that he was not mistaken. It is definitely him, but that cannot be. Meanwhile, Dako Musin incessantly repeats, when the food smells delicious, the floorboards must not be wetted, and the cleaner scratches his head in confusion and says he did not know about that. Han Ilson does not take his eyes off the young man. He cannot believe his eyes. Before him is a young man who carries within him the power of perfect balance. The stunned man froze. Looking down at the boys talking, he still cannot believe what is happening. He was stunned. A simple-in worker turned out to be such an unusual person. The heavenly repository of martial arts, a body descended from the heavens to reach all extremes of martial mastery, carrying within it the power of perfect balance. In the entire history of martial arts, only 3 have been able to comprehend this power. He is still looking at the boy, unable to overcome his doubts. He thinks if he is wrong, then how to explain why this body has achieved such a perfect balance. Meanwhile, Dako-musen, as always, cheerfully and tirelessly delivers the ordered dishes. The visitors of the tavern are happy there are more workers here now. The young man turns around, hurrying to greet the next visitor, but freezes as if struck by lightning. Ms. So-en stands before him. The smiling girl greets him. She looks at him and notices that he, as always, is cheerful, and it is simply pleasant to see. Dako-musen replies that he gets lost when he hears such words from her and asks what the girl would like. She politely asks to bring her longjing tea. The young man could not take his eyes off the beauty, then offered her to go upstairs because the light is better there. Looking at So-en, the young man feels that longjing is a tea that soothes the soul, and he does not know how to help her and just smiles. The boy, dissatisfied with himself, leads the girl to her table. All this time, Kan Il-sun is closely watching him. The man, addressing the servant below, asks to bring him some tea. So-en is sitting at a table by the window, eagerly waiting for her order to be brought. Kan Il-sun looks at her and thinks how charming she is. He was going over options in his mind and finally understood. It must be So-en, the very girl from the noble Chegel family. The man recalls that after his wife's death, the father raised her, protecting her like the apple of his eye. But he has some doubts and does not understand after all. He is sure that people from the Chegel lineage unmistakably recognize commoners. Dako-musen hurries to the girl and says that he brought her favorite sweets. The girl thanks the kind boy, and Kan Il-sun, looking at them, thinks, has no one recognized his power? Something is wrong here. The boy, with a radiant smile, extends a tray of sweets to the girl at the table. The man continues to examine him, trying to understand whether he was mistaken or not. Meanwhile, Dako-musen smiles, trying to please and charm Lady So-en. Kan Il-sun decides to go to his room to rest properly. He thinks that it is quite possible he is just a talented guy. Probably he was just too tired after the trip. The man decides to return and think carefully about what to do next. So-en, looking closely at the boy, asks what is on his left cheek. The boy, completely unprepared to hear that from her, confusedly repeats her words. She reaches out to his face. Their eyes meet and they freeze for a moment. She wipes a spot from his cheek and smiles, saying that it is sesame. A long day has finally come to an end. Night falls. The scoundrels whom Dako-musen fought yesterday kneel with their heads bowed. A huge and strong man looms over them, his face in shadow, and only one eye burns with a sinister red flame. Addressing the bandits who submissively cowered before him, he says that if they are not lying, then there is someone in the city who managed to defeat his men. The friends desperately justify themselves. They say he knew who they were but just ignored it, and now they ask to punish him. One of the bandits adds that if nothing is done, people will look at the black dragon with mockery, and he begs the older brother to help them. But when they turn to thoughtfully taps his fingers on the armrest of the chair he is sitting on. After a short pause, he agrees. People must not be allowed to look down on them. The friends, encouraged, anticipate a swift reckoning with the boy. The red-eyed giant rose from the chair, waved his hand, and said he would start with those responsible. His giant fist crashes down on one of the bandits. The blow is so strong that he flies to the wall like a feather. The second scoundrel falls to the floor and bows low before the angry master, begins to beg for mercy, and admits he was wrong. The man places his foot on the bandit's head and presses it even harder to the floor. He says that those who have tarnished the name of the Black Dragon cannot be forgiven, even if it is one of them. The starry night sky spread a dome over the mountains, and at their foot quietly rests the city of Jinan. Dako-musen continues training. He is busy with work during the day, so he can only practice at night. He carefully sharpens every movement. The young man skillfully wields the sword, and concentrating on perfecting every movement, diligently masters the technique laid out in the book. Firmly gripping the wooden sword in his hand, he makes strike after strike, but his thoughts are occupied with memories of the day. So-en removed a sesame seed from his cheek, and he became very embarrassed, muttering something confused about sesame cookies and even tried to run away, but she, smiling, asked him not to be shy. Life has all sorts of things. His own mistake ignites rage within him, and his movements accelerate. He spins the sword so fast that you can't keep up with his movements. He does not even suspect that someone is watching his training. Two scoundrels, thoroughly beaten after punishment, quietly whisper. One says that now it is clear why the boy beat them. He practices martial arts, and the other agrees. A giant hand descends on the bandit's head and squeezes it hard, and he tells the man that some kid beat him and even tries to justify himself. He apologizes, and the red-eyed giant says that now his conscience will not hurt so much when he kills the boy because the boy studies combat techniques. Dako-musen sits down, crosses his legs, and closes his eyes, trying to focus on martial arts and clear his mind. But he does this poorly. He keeps thinking only about what happened during the day and how the girl's hand touched his cheek. Suddenly he felt that he was no longer alone. Someone was standing behind him. He suddenly turns around and asks, "Who's there?" But instead of an answer, a giant sword falls on him, and the young man barely manages to jump back. He is stunned. The one who attacked him has amazing strength. With one blow, he shattered a boulder into pieces. The man realizes that the boy is indeed clever, as his people said, but he is so confident in his victory that it even amuses him. Hikundu, the head of the Black Dragon, thinks that if he easily caught that boy and called him a rat, it would be completely uninteresting. Dako Musin has already come to his senses, a little, and carefully glanced at the person who attacked him. The young man did not tolerate the insult, and sharply replied that if he is a rat, then the man is the same scum as those who follow him closely. The giant clearly did not expect such boldness from the boy. He explodes with rage, and shouts that it was not enough for the young man to humiliate his people, he also insults him. Not wanting to continue the conversation any longer, and showering the enemy with curses, he rushed into battle. Dako Musin realizes that the man is really fast. The giant swung and brought the sword down right on the boy's head, but he manages to dodge. Enraged, Hikundu says that maybe he is just a rat who is afraid of the sword of some scum, and adds that enough talking, it's time for the boy to meet his blade. Dako Musin stands bewildered. He does not know what to do. After all, if he takes his wooden sword, it will simply crumble to dust. Meanwhile, Hikundu continues to mock him, saying with a sneer that he is afraid of his sword. He attacks the boy again and angrily tells him to stop twitching. But the youth skillfully dodges the blow once more. The head of the Black Dragon falls into a rage. He is eager to deal with the boy. And Dako Musin even mocks him, telling the giant that he is swinging his sword so desperately as if his life depends on it. Hikundu lost his temper. He is outraged by the boy's behavior and his own helplessness. The man fiercely swings his sword, and the boy, skillfully dodging, comments on his strikes. The leader of the Black Dragons stopped to catch his breath. He lunges at the boy again, shouting that if he catches him, he will not let go. Two scoundrels stand aside, watching the fight, and happily say that the youth is already dead, since no one has ever come out alive from the elder brother. Dako Musin, clutching the sword in his hands, froze in place. He is all tense. Torn thoughts flicker in his head. Just a little more, just a bit more. The sword crashes down on the ground with incredible force. The man fiercely swings the sword again. His opponent retreats. Hikundu rages with anger. He wants to deal with that guy as soon as possible. Dako Musin froze in confusion. He does not know what to do. If he tries to block the strike, the head of the Black Dragons will sweep him away along with the sword. No, that is not a way out. He racks his brain over how to defend himself. The man's attacks are too fast and chaotic. In such a whirl, it is very difficult to counterattack, and he desperately wants the power that helped him last time to appear again. Hikundu bursts into attack again. His eyes blaze with fury, and his movements are lightning fast. Dako Musin feels there is nowhere left to retreat, but he does not know what to do. The enemy's sword whistled over the youth's head, and at the very last moment, he managed to jump back, again avoiding what seemed like inevitable death. Another swing of the blade, and again failure. The man boils with anger. He does not understand why he cannot defeat his opponent. He attacks again and again, but the boy moves so swiftly that at some point it seems as if he is splitting into two. Hikundu makes another attempt. He is sure he is only a millimeter away from hitting. Just a little more, and the enemy will be defeated. He threatens menacingly. He will chop again and again until he destroys the young man. Dako Musin no longer tries to dodge. He decisively rushes towards the man. And although he only has a wooden sword in his hands, he manages to resist his formidable opponent. The bandits watch the course of the battle in fascination. Heated by the fight, their leader seems formidable and invincible. Dako Musin once again barely avoids a devastating blow. The head of the Black Dragons turns to his henchmen and asks them what they are doing and why they stand like statues. The friends, looking at him fearfully, say that he himself ordered them not to interfere. Hikundu shouts at them, demanding that they immobilize that boy, otherwise he will be the first to cut them to pieces. The assistants rush to help him. Now the boy is surrounded. Dako Musin is puzzled. He understands that he can no longer dodge. The man, savoring the upcoming victory, shouts at the boy not to stare around. Hikundu is confident that the opponent is finished. The young man grabbed his sword with both hands, froze, and prepared to strike. He stands and waits, silently praying for it all to end quickly. The man leaps, swings his sword, and brings the blow down on the boy standing before him. But Dako Musin suddenly realizes that he has slowed down. The young man watches the enemy's clumsy movements closely and chooses how to counterattack. He decides that of all the techniques, he will choose the one with the fewest movements. Dako Musin settles on the technique, Light of the White Raven. The young man fearlessly rushes forward, not at all bothered that the enemy is several times taller and stronger. He strikes the man in the chest. The man drops his weapon, and surprised shouts rise from his henchmen nearby. The boy raises his hand with the wooden sword, preparing for another strike. Hikundu, leader of the Black Dragon's clan, is ignominiously thrown to the ground. His comrades stand as if struck by thunderthief, cannot believe their eyes. The man lies with his arms spread wide. Dako Musin stands half-turned, trying to keep all the opponents in sight. The bandits hesitate, shuffling in place. The boy throws the sword over his shoulder and turns to them. He asks them, "Do you want to continue the fight?" Hikundu, unable to get up, lies on the ground, helplessly spreading his arms. Glare flashing fiercely, Dako Musin turns to the bandits standing nearby. The bewildered men cannot believe that their formidable older brother, as they call him, lost. The guy again turns to the bandits, stunned by what happened. He is interested in whether they want to continue the fight. But one of the men categorically refuses, admitting that they lost. The young man advises them to take their leader and run away. Dako Musin stands, throwing his sword over his shoulder and intently watching what is happening. Bandits grumbling and cursing try to lift Hikundu. One of them, not sparing words, loudly complains that their leader is too heavy, while another looks around timidly fearing he might hear it. The boy who was watching them says, if they cross his path again, they will have no teeth left. Finally, he lifted the fallen giant onto his shoulders, and the bandits retreat, apologizing and thanking the young man, calling him a kid, because this time they were lucky to leave unharmed. Dako Musin stood rooted to the spot, watching them go as the men walked away. He cannot believe that it is all over, and that he has remained alive and unscathed. A wooden sword strikes the ground with a dull thud. The young man's knees buckle, and he drops to his knees, beginning to laugh wildly. Still laughing, he says he was sure of defeat. The boy complains that he cannot even move, he has no strength left at all. Suddenly, he remembers how the bandits called him a kid as they said goodbye. Sitting on the ground, Dako Musin asks himself, is he a true warrior? After some thought, he decides that feats have become a usual thing for him, and therefore he has already become a Murim warrior. He recalls that conversation in the tavern, from which he learned. A Murim warrior is one who survives even when looking death in the eye. He still cannot get rid of the thought that he took it as a joke back then, but Lady So-En lives in such a world. He again remembers the girl and asks himself, why does she look so distant, and why does she have such a sad face? His hand clenches into a fist. He thinks about wanting to become stronger. The boy strives to become so strong that he can protect her. He decides that at any cost, he will become the best sword of Sin Sujil. Looking at the sword lying nearby, he sighs and says that sooner or later, he will still be able to stand up. Morning comes to the city, and a new busy day begins. Dako Musin asks Sol Yuwa, what should he do to become stronger? The young woman looks at him with obvious surprise. She asks where he got such talks, from she thought he just invited her for tea. The young man decides to open his soul to her and tell everything that happened to him. Sol Yuwa laughs and says that this is so like him to skimp on money for education and learn everything himself. She bursts out laughing, and the boy already regrets that he decided to tell her everything. The woman says that she generally understood everything. Then she offers him to listen to a story about her husband. The boy agrees to listen to her story. Sol Yuwa talks about her husband. No one knows whether he is alive or dead, but throughout Shandong, you won't find anyone who hasn't heard of Yan from Hebei with the spear. He is very famous. Suddenly, the woman falls silent mid-sentence, nervously clenching her fingers. She thinks and doesn't know where to start. At the table sits the boy, absent-mindedly looking into the distance. Friends standing before him said they never imagined there could be a martial arts school in such a remote place. They laughed and said that hardly anything would be taught here. Usually everyone goes to Enho. The man sitting at the table replies that they need to get in line at Enho. If they are late again, they will have to wait a very long time, and he agrees they are right. No one would want to train in such a place. Suddenly, he hears someone addressing him with a question. Is this the CHH Dong school? The boy smiles and greets the one who approached. He wants to start with an introduction and talk about the specialists who teach here, but he is interrupted mid-sentence. Dako Musin says he didn't come to apply. The boy looks at him with confusion. His face becomes angry, and he says that in that case he should leave. But the boy replies that he came to meet the teacher Chenjdu. The ruffian's tone immediately changes, and he obsequiously asks where he knows the master teacher from. Dako Musin replies that they are strangers. The boy clarifies, perhaps they have an appointment. The young man decisively rejects his assumption. Then the boy asks, why did he come at all then? Dako Musin recalls yesterday's conversation with Sol Yuwa. She said that her husband always said in battle, the one who trains more wins. The woman recalled that he constantly pointed out other warriors' mistakes, and because of this, they often attacked him. But she added as soon as he started training. The woman did not finish the sentence, fell silent, and after sipping tea from her cup, continued he felt his skills grow. The boy asked how to draw a person into a fight who does not want it. The woman laughed and said she had asked her husband the same question. And then she added, now repeat after me. But a sharp rough shout tore him from his memories and forced Dako Musin to return to reality, and the boy opposite asked once again, why is he looking for Chenjdu? At first, the young man faltered, as if he did not know what to answer. Then he decisively declared that he came here to see the techniques of this man. On the training ground of the senior fighters of the Qingdang school stand armed men. The senior mentor of Qingdang gives them the command: there will be no breaks, they must train diligently. Suddenly someone calls out to the man, and he is forced to break away from his work. The boy who is gasping stands before him. The mentor asks what brought him here at such an hour. The boy, barely uttering words through his breathlessness, replies that the matter is serious. He quietly whispers into the man's ear, and the man listens. Suddenly his face contorts with rage. He is clearly outraged. The man thinks indignantly, what the hell made some impudent fellow dare to challenge him? Dako Musin stands carefully, leaning on his sword. He is completely calm and ready for any turn of events. The students quietly whisper. They say some boy came to the school and dared to fight the mentor. One cannot even believe it. Another adds that he seems not even 20 years old. They do not believe that such a youth would dare to provoke the elders. They decide he is crazy and want to go see for themselves how much. Two other boys also want to go see the brave one, but hesitate whether the mentor will get angry. Students crowded near the entrance to the school's inner courtyard. They are delighted with him, amazed at how he dodges all the mentor's attacks. The man strikes with a sword, but the young man, barely leaning aside, evades the blow. The blade flashed right under his nose, causing him no harm. The fight continues. The speed of the enemies is simply astonishing. Dako Musin manages to hit the opponent. He is pleased with himself and convinced the game is worth the candle. The face of the man, accustomed to victories, turns crimson with rage. The enraged mentor, raising his sword, rushed forward. The young man mentally encourages himself. He understands, if he misses the blow, it will be very bad for him. The man is already very close, and it seems he is about to deal with the insolent one who dared to challenge him. But when he was already completely confident of victory, the young man sharply jumps aside. He performs an incredible somersault, and the mentor is stunned by his agility and dexterity. He swings the sword again, thinking that the boy's skills are only at the level of a senior student or a junior mentor, but something still unsettles him. The man is surprised that his blade has not touched the youth even once. Dako Musin attacks the enemy, aiming the sword straight at his chest. The man manages to parry the blow at the last moment. The mentor is stunned. In swordsmanship, the opponent is no different, but his strike is so powerful that the mentor's hands tremble. Dako Musin does not relent in the attack. His opponent is forced to defend. Finally, the man thinks he has found a breach in the enemy's defense. He is glad that the enemy has exposed his center. He fiercely lunges forward, but the youth retreats incredibly quickly. The mentor cannot believe his eyes. He is stunned by his incredible reaction. Dako Musin thinks it was quite dangerous. He barely managed to avoid the blow. The fight continues. The youth skillfully dodges the attacks. The mentor's blade is directed at him again, and it seems this time he will no longer be able to dodge. But the young man does not even intend to dodge the blow. He himself throws himself into the attack. The man cannot believe that it happened. The young man does not stop and delivers a powerful strike. The defeated senior mentor of Qingdang falls to the ground. The students are stunned. They do not understand how this could have happened. Dako Musin, tightly gripping the sword in his hand, stands before the fallen enemy. The guys around were whispering excitedly, could not believe that some young man defeated their mentor. Some were already planning to go to Enhan school tomorrow, and others were incredibly curious where the stranger got such strength. Dako Musin does not know whether to rejoice or grieve. He won, but what next? The young man with the sword in his hands stands over the man on his knees, and behind him the students have gathered. The defeated man is beside himself with rage and humiliation. Dako Musin still has not decided what to do and increasingly leans toward the thought, probably it is time to run away. Suddenly he heard someone address him and call him a young master. He turns around in surprise, unsure if he heard correctly. In front of him, bent under a heavy burden, stands the boy who met him at the school entrance. The boy looks at him with surprise, not understanding why he is carrying a sign somewhere. The students whisper among themselves and do not understand why he challenged the school. One says that he seemed to be going to take everything they have, and if not everything, at least the plaque. They decide that he is some kind of strange. The boy with the sign complains. If the people upstairs find out about this, there will be a big uproar. Leaning forward, he extends his burden to the surprised Dako Musin. The boy is puzzled. Could it be that there really is such a tradition at school to take the sign as a symbol of victory? Throwing the sword over his shoulder, he takes the plaque and says that he is probably leaving. Turning around, the boy heads for the exit. The stunned students watch him go. The shocked man, who is informed about what happened, asks in disbelief, what does it mean tore it off and left? Slamming his fist on the table, he gives the order catch up and beat him until not even an empty spot remains of him. At the Kanchal Martial Arts School, a man approaches the teacher with a bow and says there is a problem. A boy who defeated the senior mentor wants to compete with him. He adds that, according to rumors, the boy is still very young. The teacher replies that he has already grown enough to know martial arts. The head mentor of the Kanchal Martial Arts School decides that although he has long retired, he will still manage to put this arrogant boy in his place. The head mentor of the Anun School also burns with the desire to fight. Their colleague from the Komen School believes that as soon as the rumors about his victory spread, the reward for him will become even greater. The head mentor of the Toan School carefully examines Dako Musin, who says he came to see his skills. The man instantly rushed in to attack. His speed is simply impressive. He strikes but immediately receives an even more powerful counterattack. Dako Musin strikes his sword directly into the enemy's chest. The young man rushes into a fight with the head mentor of the Kanchal Martial Arts School and easily knocks the weapon out of the man's hands. In the city, all conversations are about the recent events. People discuss the warrior who defeated the CH Hondan mentor and took the school's signboard, and are confident that now he will go for the same trophy at the Kanchal school. One of the men says that the mentor of this educational institution is already old, but his skills should be first class, and his interlocutor replies that this worries him even more. The boy has already been to 5 places, and a reward has been put on his head. The head of the CH Condon trading house is furious. He asks why the boy has not been found yet and orders everyone to go searching. The teachers he orders to do this protest. They say their job is to teach, not to conduct searches. The man says that because of that boy the training sessions were disrupted, and along with them their salaries, but his interlocutors respond. He defeated the strongest mentor, how will they catch him now? One of the teachers says he has had enough and leaves. Teaching someone who has retired and lost his combat skills is unlikely to be needed by anyone, so the head of the trading house tries to stop him, saying he spent a lot of silver on him. A person runs into the room and shouts that they have problems. He anxiously reports that people are calling not to buy their goods and not to order anything from them. The man says that rumors have spread. A hunt has been declared for the mysterious warrior, and the people are outraged. They are cowardly, taking revenge on an opponent who fights them honestly. On the street, their competitor shouted for people to buy his goods, saying he does not know who this secret master is, but such people are not found nowadays. On the streets, people were curious about the boy's nickname, but no one knew it. A week passed. 4 hands raise glasses with strong drinks. The man makes a toast and adds that today he is in the tavern to spend every last penny. His friend urges him, try everything you have dreamed of for so long. Usually, he cannot afford such things. His friend downs the contents of the shot glass in one gulp. The man continues his speech. He says that because of the travels of the young hero, who defeats martial arts schools, officials hire anyone to protect themselves, so his wallet began to fatten. Various dishes are spread out on the table. The man continues to say that people from the trading house will do anything for money, so they had to compromise. He also adds that their services have become more expensive. The man raises his shot glass and proposes a toast to the young hero who brought him prosperity, and the people at the table gladly agree. He asks to bring more drinks and some expensive dish. Hands rise from almost all the tables, and the visitors loudly demand drinks and food. The servant hurries to carry out their orders. Mak Chusan tells Dako Musin that they still need to work a bit today, but he objects, reminding him that the master promised to let him off earlier today. The master laughs and replies that he cannot let him go while there are so many people in the tavern, and adds that the boy will get good tips today, so he should not complain but go and deliver the orders. Dako Musin decisively agrees. Work comes first. Grabbing several plates, he hurried to bring them to the visitors. Somewhere far from the city, on the very shore, among the thickets right on the ground, sits a young man and dreams about Lady So-en. Above the Chegel family estate, the moon disk shone brightly. The head of the Chijel household, Chan Yu, addressing Munchu, says that wherever you look all conversations are only about him, and asks how he plans to deal with it. The man from the lowest class, bowing his head low, replies that no matter how hard they try, unfortunately, nothing can be done now. Chijel Chan Yu persistently asks if he still has at least something from those 100,000 he gave him, and Munchu sighs it's difficult to do so. He reports that he has done everything possible, and the feet of his people have already touched the distant lands of Sachin. The Lord sighs bitterly. He knows everything, but he is gnawed by the question of how to find a suitable husband for So-en in such a situation. Several suitors have already come to their house, but the whole affair failed because of her refusal. Munchu sees that as soon as he starts talking to Chijel Chan Yu about his daughter, he immediately becomes uneasy. The Lord angrily says that he will break the legs of that insolent boy and cut him to pieces. He is sure that it is precisely his fame that will let him down. Dako Musin sits on the floor in his room and examines trophies, signs of martial arts schools. Neither to step nor to lie down to sleep, he thinks. The boy sits at an improvised table on the riverbank together with Beekmin, Sol Yukwa, and her 2 rascals. In front of him a plate with fried meat. At Beekmin's sight of the food, his mouth watered. She asks the boy if she can try it, and Dako Musin replies that he did not expect their visit, but there is plenty of meat, take as much as you want. The boys asked if they could also have some treats, and the young man answered that of course they need to eat well. Sol Yukwa, laughing, says that the little ones ate a lot, as promised. The rascals happily agree with her. The woman, with anxiety in her voice, asks the boy if he needs to go to work today. Dako Musin replies that he told the master he was feeling unwell. He worked nonstop all last week, and now his whole body aches, so today he is eating and regaining strength. Looking at the plate in front of them, the woman notices that even for 5 people there is too much food here. The young man explains that the master complained. Too much meat arrived, so he sold some to the workers cheaply. Peekmean, giggling, says that he probably bought the meat with a certain purpose. Salyuwa asks the girl, "Do you really not like meat?" In response, she hears that free food is the best. The woman, addressing Dako Musin, asks with interest and excitement how that matter they talked about earlier is going, and if her advice helped. The boy replied that a newcomer like him cannot use it, he would just get beaten up, and added that he has already trained several times. So En says that not much time has passed since he started training. Peekmean turns to him with interest. She did not know he practiced martial arts. The girl asks in surprise if he really went to school, and the boy explains that he just bought a book and trains by himself at night. Peekmean, laughing, says that he is stingy with them, and the boy jokingly tells her to give him the bowl and chopsticks. Suddenly her eyes widened in surprise. Turning back to the boy, she asks why the hieroglyph Quan is written on the firewood. The boy hurriedly replies that last night, when he was coming home from work, he was given those useless boards, so he chopped them into firewood. Dako Musin thinks anxiously, could the girl have guessed? Peekmean asks if they have heard about the young master who comes to martial arts schools, and after winning takes the signs with their names. So En says that recently guests at their establishment have been talking about exactly this. He has already collected many, and some signs, it seems, he just threw out on the street. The boy says that they made excellent firewood for their meat, and he himself is pleased that they did not suspect anything. Dako Musin sits on his bed in his room, surrounded by signs. He feels like his stomach is about to burst, and only 6 plaques went to firewood. He agonizes, did he overdo it? Rumors have spread everywhere, and now it is only a matter of time before they find him. He is convinced that he must not reveal himself. Dako Musin feels that higher-class warriors are hunting him, and he lacks the strength to resist them. The young man recalls his fight with the main mentor Kanchkal, the one who far surpassed him, though he himself had already retired from affairs, and even now the young man's body trembles at the very thought of the power of his hands. Dako Musin believes he is lucky, no one can remember his face, but he still needs to be careful because rumors are already spreading. He feels that tomorrow awaits his last battle, and then everything will end. This time he will go to the place with the best reputation in Jinan, where each of the mentors possesses the best skills. He will go to the Enho Martial Arts School. The boy sighs he will definitely have problems if he brings more boards. The sun rises from behind the mountains, and on the cliff stands a man who dreamed of So-En on the shore. Looking at the city stretched below, he rejoices he has finally reached the place he needed, the territory of the Chegel family. Walking down one of the city streets, he suddenly hears someone calling him. Turning around, he sees 2 men. They demand that he give them all his money, otherwise he will see the sun for the last time. The boy grabs his sword. After using a combat technique, he hides the weapon and says he is insanely tired, and adds that if they come at him again, he will truly cut them. The frightened bandits, who have lost all their fighting spirit, fearfully ask him for forgiveness. A man approaches the boy, calls him master, and says that the name of this sword technique fully corresponds to it. He turns to him and asks with interest who he is. He asks if he knew that he would come here and waited for him since early morning. The man replies that he has no need for such efforts, he is just a merchant, and waited for him to get acquainted, while the son of the Namgun house looks at him gloomily. The young guy asks again who is he and what business does he have with some merchant. The man, bowing before him, asks for forgiveness for his tactlessness. He says he is connected to the Enho school. Raising his eyes to the interlocutor, he adds that his name is Munsu. The tavern is packed today full of visitors. Dako Musin brings the guests exactly the dishes they ordered. The owner says that after a day of rest, he feels like flying. The guy asks Mak Chu-san, have you ever been one of those who crawl? Mak Chu-san waved it off and replied that he is not talking about that. Mak Chu-san asks Dako Musin and the other guys to clean the upper floors and then go home. The guy at the foot of the stairs nods in agreement. He climbs the stairs. The young man is lost in his thoughts. He thinks that only the Enho school remains, but everyone he had encountered before were retired warriors. Dako Musin imagines the school he will have to go to and feels their real fighters will be waiting for him, who will easily handle not only the instructors, but also full-fledged warriors. He understands that they are first-class fighters, but he does not intend to retreat. The boy goes upstairs and suddenly comes across visitors. He politely greets the guests who have just entered. The son of the Namgun house and the merchant stand in the tavern doorway. Earlier, Munsu introduced himself to the boy as the official representative of the Enho school and said that upon hearing about the visit of the young master, he decided to meet him. The boy asked why he was waiting for him. Munsu stated that he is a merchant and came here to make a deal. The man says he wants to make a proposal that will not harm him. Namgun, unwilling to listen, firmly refuses. Then Munsu said this is a chance to become even more famous. The boy became interested. They enter the shop bar. The man says this is the best place in town. The local chef prepares first-class dishes. Dako Musin invites them to come in. Munsu insists that they be shown a place quiet enough for a business conversation. The young man leads them to the upper floor. The guests demand that the best dishes be brought to them. Munsu likes Dako Musin's agility. Namgun asks what he wanted to talk to him about. The man asks with interest if you have heard about the young hero expert in martial arts. The interlocutor asks in shock could he be more famous than him. Munsu replies that the boy is known only in the district. He goes to local schools, challenges the masters, and by winning, takes the plaques with their names. He added that throughout the district, only his school remains intact, but not for long soon he will get to it too. The boy asks with curiosity, does Munsu want him to challenge the young hero? The man replies that he will pay generously and is confident. If the victory is for Namgun's son, he will be able to absorb all the glory of the defeated youth. The young master thoughtfully considers the offer. He says that he seems to hear the servant, a very diligent boy already running up the stairs, and asks why he was made so tense. Munsu replies that the young lord is incredibly kind, and his fighting skills are simply impressive. It is nothing other than a gift from above. Dako Musin manages to hear part of their conversation. He realizes that the young man is Namgun. From surprise, he almost drops the tray. He also begins to guess who the young master's interlocutor is. Dako Musin enters the room, apologizes, and says he will bring food now instead of the one he spilled, but Munsu says it's all trivial. The boy, smiling, bows to the man as a sign of gratitude. Dako Musin suddenly realizes the same warrior called the Spiritual Blade is currently in the room. This nickname was given to the young master for destroying the Hikba military unit. They say his swift sword cuts not only the body, but also the enemy's soul, which means he can control chi energy. While the youth explains to the guests that he will bring dishes as they are ready, a pressing thought weighs on his mind. With his current strength, he won't be able to handle Namgun. Dako Musin is upset. He blames himself for training so little and asks himself, will he really have to give up? He is called from below, told that the food is ready and he can pick it up. The men continue their conversation. Munsu says he heard that the young master harbors special feelings for the daughter of the Chegel family. Namgun awkwardly replies that he came to ask for her hand. One of the servants impatiently asks Dako Musin, who is standing on the stairs, are there still guests upstairs? The youth asks to deliver the ready dishes to the visitors instead of him. He approaches the host and says he must go home. The host suggests waiting a bit and going together. The youth replies that he cannot wait, he has an urgent matter. To the man's question what happened, he answered, this is a matter of life and death. Dako Musin turns around and walks towards the exit. He says he must leave right now. The young man is incredibly determined. As the sun sets, the Enho Martial Arts School announced that student admissions are closed for today. A crowd of boys who had been waiting all day for their turn begins to get upset. A little later, they started to disperse. Some grumbled that they should have come earlier, others arranged to meet here again tomorrow, and some looked with disbelief why such trouble just to enroll in the school. A group of boys complains that they are very hungry and decides to go into a tavern. They are still talking among themselves, and someone says that a young martial arts master is appearing right now. One of the boys replies that no matter how cool this young man is, he cannot defeat the head of the Enho school. One of the friends supports his opinion, while another doubts it. Some of them decide to bet. Some bet on the head of the school, others on his opponent, and they choose a bottle of good wine as the prize. The disputants continue to tease each other. Their friends are happy. Whoever wins, they will drink for free. A young man confidently walks down the street. His brave figure and self-confidence are impressive. Evening is falling, and the market square is almost empty. Customer enters one of the stalls. The girl greets him with a friendly smile. Dako Musin, a little embarrassed, asks if she has martial arts clothing in his size, and admitting that he doesn't know much about it, asks her to recommend something. The girl, pondering how old the boy might be, agrees she decides he is about 17, maybe 16. While the young man complains that the clothes are a bit expensive for him, she continues to look at him. The girl thinks he is too young, but his muscles are not bad. Finally, she finds the right item, and the boy agrees to buy it. He counts how much he will have to pay for the clothes, and the amount clearly seems too large to him. Dako Musin asks in surprise why it is so expensive, since the suit offered to him is almost no different from what he is wearing, and the girl calmly explains. Combat clothing is not made from just anything, that's why the price is high. The boy asks if she has something cheaper, say, without pockets or without reinforced seams, maybe not so bright, and that would suit him perfectly. Smiling politely, the girl gently replies that she does not trade in such things. Having paid the required amount, the boy left, and the saleswoman called after him that if he needs to mend the suit he can come to her, but the young man is sure he will not come here again. Dako Musin is upset. The clothes cost more than he expected, and he thinks that maybe he needs to look for a side job. On the street, he sees a man and calls him by name. In one, the manager of Hanwaru, beams with joy upon meeting and complains that they haven't seen each other for so long. He asks the young man what he is doing here, and Dako Musin asks him not to say that they met here. The sisters Yuwa and Min will go crazy. N1 doubts his words and says that women are unlikely to be interested in that, and the boy, embarrassed, replies that it's not just about him. He amusingly imagines how they will get angry because he spends money in Hanworo instead of giving it to them. The man agrees to keep silent, but his curiosity gnaws at him. What is that boy doing here? He probably didn't come here to see him. The boy replies that one should not judge hastily. They haven't seen each other for a long time, so he wanted to meet. But the man doesn't believe him and asks him to say directly what he really wants. Dako Musin is surprised and asks how he guessed, and N1 replies that no one will be particularly upset because they haven't seen him for a long time. A little shyly, the young man asks to borrow a weapon. The man asks distrustfully, does he really need that wooden sword with which the hostess dances? But the indignant young man sharply says that he meant a real one. N1 asks in surprise what he is going to do with him. Dako Musin explains that he has decided to become an outstanding fighter, but he has no weapons. Suddenly he decides that it is better to leave, but the man stops him. N1 extends the sword to him and, barely smiling, says that one of the visitors left it as payment for the wine, can take it. The young man is worried. What if the owner of the weapon returns to redeem it? The man replies that the redemption period has long passed. Now it is their sword, and they have a dozen of these lying around in their storeroom. But first he wants to ask the boy something and will not tolerate any lies. N1 asks the young man, what are you going to do with this real sword? Dako Musin says that he will defend himself. The man asks if it is true that he only needs a weapon for self-defense, and the young man confirms, yes, exactly. N1 extends his sword to him and says he may go. The boy sincerely thanks him. The man is sure that he is not one of those who hurt people without reason, and he adds that the main thing is not to forget about it himself. He warns, drawing the sword from the sheath, Dako Musin must be ready, another may do the same, and the man asks to heed his words. The boy tightly presses the sword and the bundle with the costume to himself. A smile blooms on his face. He is glad that he is almost ready at last. The young man thinks that if he comes in ordinary clothes, then the head of the Enho school and the one who arrived today, Namgun, will definitely recognize him. Dako Musin is sure that he must not fight the young master. Much more important is not to let him meet Lady So-en. Thinking about this, Dako Musin continues walking down the street, carefully holding the weapon and the bundle with clothes in his hands. The boy near the school, without raising his head, replies to the visiting attendant that the registration is closed for today, he should come tomorrow, but the visitor says he came for a different purpose. Finally raising his head, the surprised young man sees before him a person in a combat suit, with a sword and a red mask hiding his face. He says that he came to meet the head of the school. Behind the stranger in the mask, a crowd began to gather, whispering in surprise. He was immediately recognized after all. This is the young martial arts master everyone in the city was talking about. Two boys in the crowd whisper. One doubts he does not recall that he ever wore such a mask. Meanwhile, Dako Musin says that he had to take several precautions because some schools hired experienced masters to find him. An excited commotion arose around. People rejoiced to see him. The boy with whom he was talking asked him to wait a little. He urgently needs to inform the head of the educational institution about the arrival of the young master. Dako Musin thinks that Namgun is waiting for him here. The spiritual blade asks Munsu if he really wants him to face the young master immediately after the fight with the head, calling it cowardice. Munsu replies that it is just a test whether his opponent is good enough to fight him. Meanwhile, Dako Musin recalls an overheard conversation and realizes with horror, after he wins the fight, Namgun himself will face him. The boy is convinced, at any cost, the duel with him must be avoided. Meanwhile, the young man who reported his arrival returned and invited him to come in. Dako Musin agrees to follow him. He walks through the gates of the Enho Martial Arts School. The gathered people greet him and rejoice that they will witness the fight between the head and the young master. But two warriors block their way. They say that strangers are not allowed into the school. If they are not students, they should leave. The crowd begins to protest. Everyone wants to see the fight up close. Dako Musin, hearing the words of the guards, immediately understood. If strangers are not allowed in, then they were expecting him and everything was already arranged. The young man accompanying the boy, bowing, reports to the master that he has completed his task. Munsu smiled, introduced himself. I am the owner of this school, and sincerely rejoiced at the meeting with the young man. Dako Musin feels that his true intentions are as clear as day. The boy replies that due to certain circumstances, he cannot reveal his name. The man noted that from the voice it is clear the rumors about his young age are not exaggerated at all, but the boy firmly believes that he should not answer such questions. Munsu continues coaxingly that as the owner of the school he knows how to keep secrets, and asks if the boy really does not want to give his name. Such rudeness, in his opinion, does not suit his reputation. Dako Musin feels that he wants to provoke him and knows it is enough to cause a scandal and Namgun will come on stage. He replies that he sees no reason to trust school owners. He already has sad experience he won, and the masters after that sent assassins to him. The honor of a fighter means nothing to them. It adds that the owners are not martial arts masters at all, but just merchants who want to earn as much as possible, so this does not surprise him at all. These words infuriate Munsu. He so wants to call Namgun and expose that boy right now. The young master agreed to help him, but warned that he would not allow anything that could spoil his reputation. Listening to the conversation between Dako Musin and Munsu, Namgun feels that he does not like the owner of the school. Meanwhile, the young man says that his interlocutor knows perfectly well why he came here, and the other only agrees it is known to everyone. He came to challenge the head of the school. Munsu regrets that he will have to wait a little while the students prepare the arena for the fight, and in his thoughts he gloatingly rejoices, because he believes that the young man does not know about the spiritual blade. He gladly imagines how he will later regret coming here. In the training hall of the Enho school, students who eagerly wanted to watch the fight gathered. The spectators call Dako Musin a brazen fellow and are outraged that he dared to challenge the head of the school. They say that he is deeply mistaken if he thinks that their head Jiang Hoi is as weak as all the others. They are sure that his victories have come to an end. Standing in the middle of the hall, the young man thinks that people from the street simply adore him, while these only do nothing but slander him. Suddenly he hears someone's words, "Sorry for the delay, there were important matters," and he turns around. Dako Musin sees an incredibly large and strong man in front of him. He has to look up at him from below. He thinks that his opponent is truly a huge man. Of course, he was told, but he did not imagine it to be this much. Indeed, this person's height is over 2 meters. The man standing before him introduced himself. He decisively declared that he is the head of the Enho school, and his name is Jiang Hun. Dako Musin replies that he is glad to meet him. He is a newcomer to Murim. He was jokingly given the nickname Young Master. It was recent, and he apologizes in advance for the rudeness, but cannot reveal his real name. His words cheered up the man. He says he wishes someone would joke like that about him. The young man tried to justify himself. He said he meant something completely different, but his interlocutor only said that it was just a joke. Dako Musin thinks that he is a very strange guy. Chan Hun shocks the young man with one sentence. If such a master decided to honor him, a nameless warrior with his attention, then he might even give him a head start. And without wasting time on further talks, the man suddenly launched an attack. The young man barely manages to dodge his sword. Chan Hun continues to attack, but Dako Musin, reacting lightning fast, dodges his strikes. He manages to remember the words they told him. In Murami, newcomers are given a head start. His opponent cannot believe that he is consciously giving him a chance, and thus humiliating himself. Chan Hun again rushes to attack the young man standing before him. Dako Musin deftly dodges the blows of the enraged man. He is retreating step by step under such powerful pressure. Chan Hun says he has a battle sword, and he heard that he usually uses a wooden one. The young man replies that he also heard something about it, so he prepared. The man chuckles and thanks his opponent for being so afraid of him that he even took a battle sword. Dako Musin feels that Jiang Hun will fight for real. He thinks that everything has gone smoothly so far, and that is why he even relaxed. The young man decides to gather all his strength into a fist and no longer allow himself to weaken his vigilance. The man, with an evil gleam in his eyes, attacks Dako Musin again. He decides that he has dodged enough. The time to fight has come. Chan Hun rushes straight at him, fiercely swinging his sword. Dako Musin froze like a stone, standing still and preparing to repel the attack. But here he sets off, deciding to show the enemy his talents. The spectators are pleased that the head of the school is pressuring the boy. The crowd rejoices, just as they hoped. The power is on Chang Hun's side, and the young man who dared to challenge him is good for nothing. Dako Musin swiftly parries the enemy's sword strike. The man is forced to admit the rumors about the boy are true. The young man gratefully thanks him for such a confession. An incredibly spectacular fight continues. The opponents impress with unheard-of strength and agility. The man says directly that, unlike the boy, he does not hide his age and asks how old he is, guessing that he is probably under 20. Dako Musin replies that it's about that. He does not intend to speak openly. Chan Hun is impressed. At such a young age, he already skillfully controls chi energy, but the young man himself says that he barely feels it so far. The man laughed and replied that it turns out he fights only with muscles. It is clear he has trained a lot, which is unusual for such young boys, and for that he respects him. Chan Ho suggests pausing the conversation and returning to the fight again. He attacks the boy standing before him again. But the boy is ready for battle and parries every enemy strike. Chan Ho strikes blow after blow. It is clear that he is serious. But Dako Musin does not retreat before the opponent. The young man feels as if, for the first time, he senses the blades trembling as they slide against each other. He understands that the real fight is just beginning. Chan Ho says that weak fighters are not worthy to fight him. Dako Musin sincerely thanks the man for learning something new in fighting technique. The head of the school, breathing heavily, replies that there is no need to thank him and adds that it seems his strength is at its limit. Chan Ho, realizing that he cannot defeat the opponent, decides to surrender. The rivals stand face to face. The crowd erupts with joyful cries. Dako Musin thinks that he has achieved his goal. He has defeated everyone he challenged. He took it up after hearing that Lady So En loves swordsmen. He slept little, dedicating all his time to training. Thanks to his skills, he was able to avoid several dangers. He lived almost without rest, but it was worth it. The young man thinks that nothing was in vain. He is happy and understands why Murim masters train until the end of their lives. The crowd rages around, voices are heard saying, no one expected anything else from him. They do not really want to admit it, but even the head of the school is no match for him. Suddenly Dako Musin realizes that nothing is over yet. The owner of the martial arts school, Munsu, approaches him. The crowd continues to enthusiastically greet the winner. People are interested in his future goals. He is considered a hero, and they invite him to drink together at the bar. Dako Musin stands still. He thinks that he just defeated their leader, and they are praising him. He recalls that the philosophy of Murim says, the truth belongs to the stronger gets everything. The young man still stands motionless. He understands that the strongest is also responsible for everything. That's Murim. Munsu says that he is a hero, and although he would not want to admit it, even the head of the school is inferior to him in skill. The Enho school is not like the others here. They know how to admit defeat, and the spectators support his speech. Dako Musin, looking at him, does not believe that everything can be so simple. He is sure something is wrong here, and he sees Namgun walking towards him, carrying a sign with the name of the school. The young master approaches, and his gaze does not bode well for the boy. Namgun can no longer endure these shouts. It's time to see this master hero for himself, but so far there is nothing special in him, just an ordinary fighter. He continues to think that a deal is a deal. As soon as the young man takes the plaque from him, he will finish him off. With one blow, he will lay him down. Dako Musin addresses Munsu and asks him to spare a few minutes. The man signals Namgun to wait. He anxiously asks the boy, what happened? Is something wrong? The young man addresses everyone present and calls on those who, like him, follow the Murim path to listen carefully. There is a truth he must tell them. The audience is delighted. The young master has counted them all as part of Murim. Munsu squints suspiciously, not understanding what the boy is planning. Namgun is puzzled. What does the young man want to achieve with this? Dako Musin says he has been to many schools, but has never met such a master. The reputation of the Enho school did not disappoint. He was impressed by the zeal of the students who stayed in class until evening. He continues speaking, admitting that it is hard for him to find a comparison, but this place is like a dragon's lair or a tiger's cave. The listeners cannot believe their ears. Could it be that he really praised their school? Munsu sincerely thanks him for such an unexpected compliment, and with a slight smile realizes that Namgun will have to wait. Dako Musin rejoices his tactic worked. He says that now he will tell them what they already know themselves. The time has come to restore justice in Jinan. He says he means those who suck the blood and sweat from those who want to learn martial arts. He can no longer watch merchants getting fat on others' labor, so he challenged the heads of schools, taking away plaques from those who cannot teach, thereby depriving them of chances to profit. He thought to himself, actually, he just needed experience in duels. People, listening attentively, are simply delighted. They believe he is unlike other Murim. He has different values. Dako Musin adds that is why today and here, he no longer fights. People are surprised. Why is he saying all this? They do not understand why he will no longer fight then. Why did he challenge the head? Suddenly someone realizes, and he says he understands what it is about. They ask him again, does he really understand everything? He replies that he is amazed they themselves do not understand it. The boy enthusiastically explains what the young man means. He removed the top of those schools where no one and nothing can be taught, and that means that in Enho they really teach. Dako Musin continued his speech, and his words sounded confident. On behalf of all Murim, he, a young master hero, declared their school a place where martial arts are truly taught. Their educational institution is the best in Jinan. No, even the best in the entire province. Listening to the enthusiastic cries of the crowd, Munsu realizes that this young man arranged everything so that now he can do nothing to him. Dako Musin, looking at his embarrassment, thinks that the man got what he deserved. Munsu is boiling with rage, but he can do nothing. His plan has failed. The upset man stands and listens as the spectators look admiringly at the young man. Namgun approached him and said that it seems everything went off plan. He throws a question at Munsu's face. Does he remember the terms of their agreement? The man slightly bows and says that he remembers everything and will try to figure it out as soon as possible. The school owner goes mad with rage and mentally floods Dako Musin with insults. He watches as the crowd greets the boy and realizes, if Namgun comes out, now no one will like it. Munsu thinks he needs to be smarter, but so far nothing sensible comes to mind. He thanks the boy for such an inspiring speech and says that they accept his words and agree with him. His visit is a huge honor for them. The man lightly bows to the young man, and the latter says that it is time for him to go, but he will return later. These words catch Mansu by surprise. He freezes as if struck by lightning, not understanding why he is going to return. The training hall emptied. Only one person is still here. Namgun counts the coins and believes that this money is quite enough, considering daily expenses. He is confident there will be no problems with them until he returns home. He thinks he can afford a new training set and even a new sword. Namgun recalls the fight and the tactics of the young master. The young man was sure that he could have dodged many blows, but he deliberately blocked them. He thought that this is how one gains experience for a real fight, where beauty is irrelevant. The young man is convinced that that guy is weak in the art of fighting, and he is still far from him. Anyway, the deal is done, and now he can take care of his own business. He decides that it is already late, so it is better to stay here until tomorrow, and he also needs to buy something for a date with the young lady from the Chegel family. Suddenly he hears someone asking him to stop. The young man turns back. Mansu runs towards him at full speed, begging for a minute of his attention. Namgun asks the man what else he wants from him. He is dissatisfied, thinking that the man probably wants to return the money. But the man says he needs help. He asks for a little more help for his school. Mansu recalls how, upon hearing from the young hero that he would return, he immediately asked what he meant by that. The youth did not rush to answer. First, he placed his palm on the sword's hilt, and only then explained what he wanted to say. He places great hopes on their school. Talented people study here, and he wants to continue communicating with them. Mansu had to listen with a smile to the exclamations of the enthusiastic students that echoed from all sides. They were glad that the martial arts master valued their skills so highly, and they wanted to train even more to reach his level. Despite Mansu's attempts to dissuade him from such an honor, the young man resolutely assured he would definitely return in a month. Now the man stands before Namgun, and he embarrassedly does not understand what kind of help is being talked about. The school owner asks him, did he not hear that the boy promised to return? At the request and plea for help, Namgun only frowns displeased. He says he warned he came here on his own business. He was already about to leave, but Munsun offers him 5,000. The man is ready for anything. He does not know why their school was needed by that boy, but he is sure, if in a month he has no one to put up for a fight against him, it can be closed. He burns with determination. He will deal with this problem at any cost. The man asks Namgun to stay until the young hero, the martial arts expert, returns, and for this he will give him 5,000 yangs. Dako Musin examines the mask, rejoicing that no one recognized him. He spent all his money on the costume, but is sure it was worth it. He stands on the street, worrying that the young master might disappear for now. The young man wonders, did his plan work? He recalled his thoughts in the training hall. There, realizing that Namgun skillfully controls chi energy and is no match for him, he decided to use someone who had already tripped him up. He thought, since Mansu brought Namgun today, why not call him again? Dako Musin is sure. He must make sure that he never visits Lady So-en, and he doesn't care by what means this is achieved. He walks down the street and, passing by an alley, remembers that old evening. In his memory, the fight with Hyakundu, the head of the Black Dragons, comes alive in the smallest details. The young man feels that something in him changed forever after that day. He cannot help but wonder if it was because of this that his fighting skills improved so much that he even defeated the head of the Enho school in a duel. He pulls on the mask and thinks, if Mansu acts as he suspects, their new meeting is inevitable. So he will have to fight Namgun, he concludes. Dako Musin realizes that he has only 1 month to master chi control. Mak Chu-san told the boy that he worked well on the morning shift today, so he can clean up later, but for now, he should just come down for lunch, and he told the other servant, Dzik, to deal with what was left. He agreed and asked Dako Musin why he sleeps during every break and what he does at night. He asks if the boy really won't have lunch again today, but he doesn't hurry to answer. He is already lying down, covering his face with his hand. Then he reluctantly says that he doesn't feel like eating today either. The friend anxiously notes that he hasn't had this for several days, and he is sure he isn't sick. Dako Musin complains that he simply can't sleep well at home. The tavern owner joins the conversation and reminds him that he offered to give him a room so he wouldn't have to sleep in his shack anymore. But the young man refuses his offer and thanks him for the concern. Mak Chu-san replies that he can do as he pleases. Dzik says he will leave food for him and the boy can take it home. Then he asks the tavern owner if he can spend the night here. The man grumbles in response that it will be seen later. Dako Musin thinks that there is almost no time left. He is very worried that Namgun and Master Mansu might come here again. Then he will have to seat them in a dark corner. He cannot allow the young master to meet So-en. Shaking off anxious thoughts, he decides that he still must sleep, and suddenly hears someone's words. Someone asks if he is working today. Turning around, the stunned boy sees the younger daughter of the Chegel family in front of him. Noticing his confusion, the girl laughs and asks what exactly surprises him so much. Not knowing what to answer, the boy only says that she just came too close, and so N is upset that she disturbed his rest. She apologizes and says she will leave now. Dako Musin realizes that he said something wrong. He jumps out of his improvised bed and shouts that this is not what he meant at all. The girl looks at him slyly and asks, was he resting or not? The boy awkwardly laughs and replies that he has already rested, after which he offers to escort her upstairs. Dzik, seeing the boy fussing, is surprised he didn't even want to eat. The young man says he will just escort the lady to her place, and his friend replies that he can do it himself. Dako Musin insists that everything is fine, he will do it himself, but Dzik is not calmed and says the boy just lay down to rest. The friend, worried about him, tries to persuade him to sleep a little more, but the young man stubbornly asks him to be quiet. Finally, Dzik understands that it is better not to interfere, steps back and throws to the boy, "Don't forget to take the food." Soen, looking after him, anxiously asks if everything is all right. The young man laughs and says that everything is fine. He asks what drink she wants today. The girl asks to bring her longjing tea. The young man looks at her anxiously, thinking that today she is somehow different. Upset, Soen sits at the table, waiting for her order, and tries to understand where the rumors about her are spreading from. She's tormented by rumors that she likes strong sword masters, but come on if that were all, and handsome ones at that. Someone wants people to think that she cares more about appearance than anything else. The girl decides that someone is deliberately spreading malicious rumors about her, and that it is done by someone who is attacking her family. She has heard that increasingly strange men are trying to propose to her. So En realizes that unknown people are doing this intentionally to destroy her chances of a happy marriage. At that moment, her tea is brought, and carelessly taking a sip, she feels it is too hot. Her reaction is quite natural for a person who has sipped boiling water. She feels very embarrassed and anxiously looks around, hoping that no one noticed. The girl suddenly sees Dako Musin. The boy stands in front of the table, holding a dish in his hands. He looks at the girl in shock. Then he extends a plate to her and says that he brought something for tea, so En thanks him. He places the dish in front of her, and the girl blushes with embarrassment. She feels very uncomfortable that he saw everything. Looking at Dako Musin, she wondered why of all the people nearby was it him at this moment. The girl tries to calm down. She believes that now is not the time to worry about such things. She needs to think more about the present and check if something strange is happening. She dives into memories of the day when she was walking around the estate yard. That evening, someone definitely came to their house. Following with her gaze the young man walking away, she could not get rid of the thought that he was someone from her father's people. She had been against the marriage with the Namgun family that her father arranged to oppose the Hwanbo family. Could all this have happened just to insist on this marriage, she thinks. She remembers her father. What if he is behind all of this? So En thinks that it is impossible, yet it makes her ponder. However, she decides it is not worth doubting him without evidence. The moon shines brightly over the Chegel estate. Chegel Jangyu looks at the one standing before him. Could this be the very man Tancha about whom so many rumors circulate? The head of the house studies carefully the one to whom he addressed the question. In front of him is a man in a long coat and a national headdress. Chijel Chanyu asks, is the famous man really in front of him? He stands, waiting for an answer to his question, not taking his curious gaze off the man standing before him. Man Tancha replies that he arrived later than he wanted. He warns one must be careful. The man mentions a place closest to the Chegel family's house. It is the best establishment in the city, but when he was walking down the street today, he noticed that some beggar was following him again. He thinks he has seen him 3 times on the way to Jinan, and recalls how one of the beggars almost grabbed him. The beggar asks for a coin and promises to leave immediately, but the man he addresses is terribly worried about his new clothes, bought to propose to Lady Soen. He still gives the beggar, who has 2 knots tied on his belt, 5 coins. The beggar thanks him. The man in the coat, who is watching them, understands that these are people from the Kebin group. He thinks they probably suspected that he has the documents. He continues to closely watch everything happening around. He notices a beggar sitting on the ground and thinks that he has seen many mendicants in this city. Seeing the noticeable knots on their belts, the man instantly understands that the Kebin clan people have already spread throughout Jinan. He believes that he must be more careful. Chijel Chengyu does not take his eyes off the man standing before him. He turns over in his mind what he heard. Supposedly he is an honest person, but still he needs to be cautious. The man in the cloak bows to the head of the house and says in a quiet voice, I am Han Ilson, but people call me Man Tancha. Chijel Chengyu wonders how to believe this from what he heard. Man Tancha is not the kind of person who would climb over walls into someone else's home. The man apologizes and says that circumstances forced him to act this way. The master of the house asks what he wants from him. His interlocutor replies that he is here to translate an ancient document of the Chegel family. Chijel Chengyu is surprised. Could it be that he jumped over the fence near his house for such a trifle? If he needed a translation, he could have simply entered through the door. For him, this is an insult to their family. Han Ilson asks him to calm down. Addressing the head of the house, he ironically asks, does he really think that if this document were ordinary, he would have turned to him? Khan Ilsun promises that his document will lead them straight to the matter of P and Kim. Stunned, Chijel Chanyu asks again if his interlocutor means the devil's sword. The man confirms he is talking about the person who destroyed all the old groups one by one, the one who was called the devil's sword. Now he is known as P and Kim. The head of the house anxiously asks, where did he get this document? But Khan Ilsun says he cannot say. Chijel Chanyu wants to look at the scroll, but the man replies that he cannot do so until he gives him a clear answer. The head of the Chegel house asks him not to worry. No matter how interested he is in the devil's sword, he will not pay attention to techniques he cannot even learn. Khan Ilsun apologizes he unintentionally offended their family. Chijel Chanyu replies that there is no need for that. The fact that they are born without abilities in martial arts is the curse of their lineage. His interlocutor asks in surprise, does the head of the house not want to acquire this knowledge? Chijel Chanyu replies that he is also a warrior, so if he says he does not have such a desire, he would be lying, especially if the devil's sword ends up in his hands. Solving the rest of the problems will be easier than easy. Khan Ilsun asks then why all this. The man answers that wishing to acquire this knowledge is one thing, but trying to take it away is quite another. He insists the main thing is to be a human. He is not a bandit, admits his desire, but he does not intend to take anything from him. Chijel Chanyu said simply and confidently, take care of your own and do not encroach on others. The heavens gave him the Chegel family, he is happy that he has it, and he simply has no time to think about what belongs to others. Khan Ilsun was stunned by his frankness. He sincerely apologizes for his rudeness, but the head of the house briefly interrupts him saying, you have apologized enough, after which he asks to leave the document with him. And he promises in the name of the Chegel family that no one will find out about this. Khan Ilsun thought he knew, coming here was the right decision. He says he heard that the man is worried about the fiancé of his youngest daughter. The head of the house asks where he got such information. Khan Ilsun replies that although this, of course, will not repay him for his kindness, he can solve his problem and swears to take care of his concerns. He helped create dozens of families, and although he is not a professional matchmaker, finding a worthy match for a girl is an easy task for him. Chijel Chanyu says that his daughter still does not want to get married. He says he does not want to force her, and then sighing he adds that, of course, he would like that. Man, looking at the attentive interlocutor, insists the groom must be smart and handsome, and also one of the Murim masters, very strong in martial arts. Khan Ilsun says that finding such a guy is actually a real quest, and the loving father adds that everything must look as natural as possible, so the man must ensure that neither the daughter nor her husband suspects anything. He tells Khan Ilsun that they need to be deceived. The man believes that his interlocutor is not only an honest person, but also completely stupid when it comes to his daughter. At night, two drunken men stagger down the street. One complains that he drank so much he didn't even notice. The other persuades him and asks him to go home. They continue walking, complaining that they have had to endure this for a month. Where else can you find such hardworking beggars like them? It's a shame. One of the men bitterly says that the shame is that they are not the only ones like this in the neighborhood. If this continues, the students will stop respecting them, and on this note, they decide to part ways in different directions. In front of a hut standing in a small clearing embraced by trees, a group of people kneels. Their leader is asked if he has found Man Taunch. The man asks the deputy master if he is sure he was not misled. He searched the entire city, but found no trace of a person with that name. Hidden behind a curtain, the deputy master says they found no one only because of their laziness and orders him to take more people with him. The guide says they have already mobilized everyone they could see, have gathered all the information, down to the color of the underwear worn by the owner of the Enho school, the wealthiest person in the area. The deputy master throws off the cover hiding him, says he was at the market today and saw a bunch of beggars there, advises to use them, and orders the search to continue day and night without stopping. The leader objected, saying that if they stop begging, they will simply die of hunger. He thought the man was simply mistaken. The deputy's eyes lit up with an unfriendly gleam. He sternly asks the man on his knees, how dare he think that he is wrong. Nakhoj Mensen, elder of the Kebin group, casts an unfriendly look at the people before him. The frightened leader, with a trembling voice, asks him to calm down. The old man, burning with rage, is pleased by his humiliated request. Nakhoj Mensen strictly says that he should not worry about dying of hunger. If the man does not find the person they need, he will break his legs and make him beg for forgiveness until the end of his days. He orders them to immediately find Man Tancha. The man in the Chegel family house warmly welcomes Han Ilsun. He says he cannot believe he met such a famous man here. He introduced himself, saying that he is the head of the Haemun family. Chijel Chanyu and Man Tancha stand opposite him. Between the men is a round table with shot glasses and a jug on it. The head of the Chegel house begins to speak, but the guest instantly interrupts him. Han Ilsun wants to find out how far the Haemun family has advanced in their business. The man replies somewhat surprised that he does not quite understand what is meant, but Chijel Chanyu assures that Man Tancha already knows everything. The head of the Haemon family admits he did not become so famous for no reason. Men gathered around the table and were actively discussing the marriage of Lady So-en. Everywhere they whispered about the young hero, a master of martial arts, and these rumors intertwined with old gossip about the lady from the Chegel family. Man Tancha anxiously asks their opinion. How much longer can this situation drag on? The head of the Haemon family replies that the talks about the hero are gradually dying down, so he believes that next month they will be able to resume executing the plan. They placed people all over the central market, and when the time comes, they will start acting. Man Tancha listens to them intently. He asks could they wait a little with their plans and send personnel to Hebei province. The interlocutors look at him with obvious incomprehension. The head of the Haemon family replies that they cannot do that. They have spent too much money placing their people here, but Chijel Chanyu orders to do as Man Tancha said and promises to cover all expenses. Man asks with offense, does he no longer believe in the Haemon family? The head of the Chegel house looks at him confused. Man Tancha asks them to calm down, says that he meant nothing of the sort, and simply suggests slightly revising their actions. As he heard, more than 2 months have passed since the plan was launched, but during all this time, not a single step forward. The head of the Haemon family insists that the spiritual blade Namgun is in Jinan, but Chijel Chanyu denies that he has any dealings with the Enho school. The heads of the houses do not calm down. They argue over Namgun, and Man Tancha asks them to calm down and drink, because they are all in the same boat and quarrels are of no use to them. Haemon asks what they are going to do. Man Tancha says that rumors alone are not enough. No matter how widely they spread, a couple of suitors have still appeared. The head of the Haemon family asks with interest what follows from this. The man believes that people do not come because they have no way to verify whether the rumors are true. His interlocutors are puzzled. That's how it should be, because rumors are based on nothing. Man Tancha says that no matter how much a merchant talks about the beauty of his flowers, no one will believe him until he displays them in the window. His words unsettle them. He believes that they need to send a young lady to the Muram Leg in Hebei. That will be the beginning. Dawn is approaching. Above the Black Dragon faction's house, the sky is turning pink. The giant Hayek Undu stands with his head lowered, and layers fly at him. Impressive dents remain on the wall behind. His minions beg to stop the execution, because if it continues, he might die. The man with the layers in his hand replies that he terribly wants to beat them too, but he vents on Hayek Undu. However, if they want to take his place, he does not mind. He indignantly asks how they dared to humiliate the Black Dragon during his absence. He believes they need to be taught a good lesson. His eyes blaze with anger. He says that this time they will understand what will happen to those who caused such shame. He throws one of the balls. It rushes forward swiftly, carrying incredible destructive power. In Dako Musen's room, a suit is neatly folded on the bed, and nearby a sword is leaned against it. On the table stands an extinguished candle, and an open book lies there. On the river under the bridge, sitting on a stone, Dako Musen meditates. Above the mountains, the sun disk rises. The boy is intensely focused on accumulating energy. It dawns on him, he searched too far, and what he needs is in the whole world. What he has been searching for so long is chi. The young man stands on a stone, eyes closed. He revels in the knowledge revealed to him. All this does not come easily to him. Sweat streams down his face. At some point, he decides this is enough. He feels something he has never felt before. The energy of chi has concentrated in his abdomen. Dako Musen is confident. Now he can fight back against the spirit blade Namgun. He thinks he should try this chi, but unfortunately, it's already time for work. The young man reflects. Recently, his body seemed to have become lighter, and today he feels it again. The first buyers slowly appear in the market square. Walking down the street, the boy feels hungry. He thinks that last night he trained chi from the first hour until dawn. Dako Musen is curious about what the tavern owner has prepared today. Suddenly he freezes, realizing he senses some danger. The boy notices that the energy that alerted him has gathered in one place. He sees a man lying on the ground and rushes to him, calling, Master Chinsi. Lifting his head slightly, the young man asks what happened and how he feels, and the man recognizes the boy. Dako Musen heard that among low-ranking fighters, this man is considered one of the most talented, and he does not understand who could have done this to him. Suddenly he heard someone's voice teasingly ask, who is he? Could he be the friend of that weakling? Ch Hansi begs Dako Musen to run. A terrifying stranger approaches, and in a voice that instills fear, says, if you don't want to be hurt, obey and disappear. A strong and tall man walking towards them said that he is in a terrible mood today. The boy says he doesn't know who he is at all, but their tavern is very popular. If he behaves like that in broad daylight, people will start pointing fingers at him. The man, finding him amusing, asks with interest, who is he? Dako Musen calls himself a tavern worker. This amused his interlocutor. He says the world is very strange. Some miserable servant dares to interfere in his affairs. Ch Hansi whispers urgently, run immediately. Before you is the supreme leader of the Black Dragon faction, Hosei. This name impresses Dako Musen, but he definitely does not intend to run away. Hosei is a southern barbarian. He is so fierce and cruel that even his subordinates tremble with fear. The supreme leader of the faction cannot believe that Hansi still has the strength to speak. Dako Musen pleadingly asks the wounded man not to move, otherwise he might get worse. Seeing that the young man is heading towards Hosei, Chungsi again asks him to step back. The boy stands opposite the leader of the Black Dragon's faction. He says if he wants to beat Mr. Chungsi, he will first have to get through him. The man indignantly asks how he dares to treat a guest so rudely and strikes. To his surprise, the young man was ready to fend off the attack. Hosei did not expect his opponent to know martial arts. He guesses this is the same young man who opposed the Black Dragons. Dako Musen boldly looks the enemy in the eye. He is ready to accept the fight. In the tavern, servants hurriedly deliver the ordered dishes. Two men who were brought noodles chat. One complains that lately his friend barely comes out for dinner. Could his security bureau be so busy? The other sighs and says that the days are crazy because the Golden Dragon Bureau is still closed and all the work has fallen on them. They continue the conversation and anxiously say that the daughter of the leader of this bureau disappeared during a trip 15 days ago. Whoever finds her will be paid a solid reward. They wonder how bold must one be to kidnap the daughter of the head of the security bureau, and they think that the kidnappers probably want to get a ransom. The men unanimously decide that such scoundrels must be punished, and although it is still early morning outside, they ask for more drinks to be brought. One of them says that he is so angry it would be strange not to drink 2 bottles, and his friend responds calmly, "But that's not your problem, why worry so much?" Hansi is interested in the opportunity to earn some money and gain the trust of the Golden Dragon. He thinks that if he succeeds, he will be able to marry this girl. Unintentionally, he pushes a person who is walking towards him. He sincerely apologizes, saying that he was just too lost in thought. Hansi is sincere, he did not mean to push the man at all. But the burly strongman, who turned out to be the supreme leader of the Black Dragon faction Hosei, glared angrily. The crowd begins to gather around Dako Musen and the man. Hosei says that the young man was just lucky he noticed and blocked his lazy strike. The boy replied that his movements are so obvious that it would be strange not to notice them. The supreme leader immediately strikes again and says he will check if the boy can block it. But the young man manages to cover himself. The strike does not cause him any harm. Hosei cannot believe that he deflected his deadly dark palm attack. He thinks that this guy does not deserve to waste his life here as a waiter. Dako Musen feels if he tries to deflect such a strike again, his hand will simply break. The man offered him to join their faction and become his disciple. The young man replies that being a waiter is 100 times better, even dying 1,000 times better than joining the Black Dragons, who only know how to bully the weaker ones. Hosei, hearing his answer, became very angry. The leader of the Black Dragons faction bursts into wild laughter. People are forced to cover their ears. His power is so unusual. Looking at the young man with eyes burning red light, the man asks the boy if he understood him correctly. So instead of staying in their faction, he prefers to work as a waiter. 2 golden balls suddenly appear in his palm. People look at the giant with horror and distrust. Before them stood the angry wild beast core, master, the most dangerous warrior of the faction. He swings and, addressing the young man, tells him to watch carefully what will happen next and think about the consequences of his words. Throwing balls that swiftly rush towards the tavern walls, he promises to destroy their establishment. Dako Musen, rushing to him, shouts decisively for him to immediately stop the outrage. The young man raises his fist ready to strike the opponent. Hosei, in an incredible way, found himself behind him. He hits Dako Musen from behind. Falling to the ground, the young man thinks, why doesn't slow motion activate at such moments? The faction leader commands, lie down and look at the consequences. The fallen boy looks from the ground at what is happening. He is forced to watch as the cores of the wild beast tear apart the tavern. Despite the pain, he tries to get up. Holding a shining orb in his hand, the leader of the Black Dragons faction says that he warned him. Dako Musen stands, leaning on his sword. Hosei asks with a sneer, could it be that he has not given up yet, even though his legs can no longer hold him? The young man raises his weapon and promises the enemy that now everything will be different. The walls of the building tremble and crumble under the precise strikes of Hosei. The shattered signboard of the establishment lies on the floor. The leader of the Black Dragons faction, skillfully controlling the cannonballs, is wrecking the tavern. The crowd is stunned by what is happening. Someone hesitantly asks maybe someone should be called. Someone complains that Oval will now close. The owner is outraged by the lawlessness, but the person next to him advises not to get involved with the Black Dragon. Suddenly he is called, and he turns around to see who needs him at this moment. The servant Dzik approaches him. The man is relieved and glad that he is okay, and immediately asks about the others. Did everyone survive? The boy replies that neither the guests nor the staff were harmed. Chu-san exhales with satisfaction. Everything went without casualties. Dizik asks what is going on here, and hears in response. The leader of the Black Dragon faction decided to cause a commotion here. Suddenly, the owner realizes that Dako Musin is fighting Ho Chua one-on-one. The young man decisively raises his sword, ready to confront the enraged giant. They stand face to face in the middle of the square, surrounded by a crowd of people. Dako Musin promises his opponent that now everything will be different. The faction leader does not believe the boy dared to challenge him. But even more, he is impressed by the fact that the enemy holds a sword sharpened by chi. He is stunned that the youth managed to repel his previous attack and wonders how a simple waiter can oppose him. Dako Musin rushed to attack Ho Chua, but he deftly dodged. He mocks the boy, laughing that he has revealed himself and is already ready to throw a core. The opponents stand ready both to attack each other and to repel any attack. The faction leader tells the boy that he is not the only one here who can use chi. The youth replies that maybe that is so, but he does not need to boast about it at all. Ho Chua's face turns into a dragon's maw. He growls that he will have to cripple the boy to bring him to his senses. Dako Musin easily deflects all the cores thrown at him with his sword. The spheres fly along different trajectories, some even ending up behind the youth's back. He has to try very hard to survive. But despite everything, he still manages that seemingly impossible task. The opponent does not stop attacking, but Dako Musin is not scared at all. The faction leader taunts the boy, "Keep defending, let's see how long you last." The youth, ignoring it, deflects the shots of the cores flying continuously towards him with his sword, thrown by the strong hand of Ho Chua. He skillfully wields the weapon, and the layers seem to have no chance of hitting the target. Dako Musin continues to fight fearlessly, but now he decides to attack the Black Dragon's faction leader. He wounds the man in the arm. The man did not even expect such activity from his opponent. The youth prepares to strike again, while his opponent is still unconscious. Ho Chua does not understand where did this boy come from, and why, having such skills, did he allow himself to be beaten. The faction leader addresses the youth. "Do you know who stands before you?" He says that after this, the faction will not leave him in peace, and asks, is the boy not afraid of blood revenge? The tavern walls are heavily damaged. The cores caused significant harm to the building. Chu-san and Dizik were stunned. The youth really managed to survive. Dako Musin advises Ho Chua to disappear with contempt in his voice. The leader of the Black Dragon's faction kneels, clutching a wound with his hand, and the young man advises him to disappear. The man burns with anger but cannot object and therefore agrees. He leaves, and Dako Musin, with a sword in his hands, watches him go. Ho Chua thinks about how to make the boy regret letting him live. He swears to himself, by the end of the day, neither the boy nor the tavern will survive. Friends anxiously ask how Dako Musin feels. They are furious. The faction leader almost killed the boy and destroyed the building. People from the crowd support them. Someone says that everything here is falling apart, and two boys stand aside silently watching what is happening. Then they quietly whisper. One of them wonders how a simple waiter could have sharpened the chi sword, and his interlocutor objects. He heard about schools that teach the blade freezing method. Maybe that's how he can do it. They continue to discuss the incident lively. One of them says he heard about the beast-like Ho Chua supposedly. He is a famous warrior, and his friend replies that it's unlikely that this guy was the famous faction leader. Dako Musin watches the boys and is glad that they decided it was just a skill he learned at school. Chu-san and the rest of the waiters surround the boy and eagerly ask what happened. While they were at the market, they worry whether he is injured. The young man replies, everything is fine. He is intact, only a bruise on his hand. They examine the ransacked tavern. Dako Musin flares up with rage, which instantly turns into embarrassment as soon as he hears himself called a scoundrel. The Black Dragon faction cannot believe that Ho Chua was beaten. In the hall on the dais sits a man, with servants on either side, and before him on his knees stands a person. The chief leader of the Black Dragon faction, Gwempin, coldly addressed the man on his knees, ordered him to stop joking and call Ho Chua here. He wants to object, but Gwempin sharply interrupts him and says, if you're going to tell jokes, do it properly. In Jinan, there are only a few people who can match their brother in strength. The person tries again to say something, but the chief leader of the faction does not allow it, insisting that he would sooner believe that one of the best disciples dared to boldly contradict him. The spectators in the hall loudly support him. They confirm that Ho Chua is very hard to defeat, and if this person decided to joke, let him do it more realistically. Gwempin decisively orders to stop the chatter, says that even as a joke it is not worth saying that he was defeated by some righteous ones, and adds that only a few days remain until their return to the Black Dragon faction. The people in the hall are confident that those who dared to start a fight and break into their estate will receive a deserved punishment. The chief leader of the faction thinks that because of this group, they will no longer have to live quietly. Ho Chua appears in the hall. He warmly greets Gwempin. The chief leader, stunned by the appearance of the entering man, asks what happened. Ho Chua stands in the middle of the hall, completely exhausted and wounded. The man accused of lying asks if everyone still thinks he is joking. The crowd is outraged. Everyone asks who dared to do this, and someone whispers that once again the best students from the righteous group are behind it. Some man suggests, "Let's run away from here." A shout ordering everyone to be silent echoes over the hall. Silence prevailed, and no one dared to open their mouth. All gathered as if enchanted look at Ho Chua, who stands in the center. He asks the chief leader of the faction to give him 10 people. If he does, he will take only half of his salary for this month. Guampen asks him, does he really want to involve money in this matter? The man fervently repeated that it was not about money, but about loyalty. They insulted his brother. What kind of person would he be if he just let them go? And how dare they touch the first leader of the Black Dragon? He orders to immediately gather everyone who is free. Guampen threatens to show how terrifying the wrath of the Black Dragon can be. Ho Chua did not expect such a reaction. The sunset flooded the sky with crimson colors. Guampen tells Ho Chua there are enough gathered people they can set out. Before them stretched a sea of ranks of warriors, lined up in formation. Ho Chua thanked the man and promised to take care of everything and repay the insult, and the man only slightly waved his hand. Don't thank me, of course. I always fulfill the request of the younger brother. Guampen addresses the people standing before him. He gives them a parting speech before the battle and calls to unleash bloody revenge on the heads of those who dared to attack the Black Dragon faction. The crowd responds to him with enthusiastic cries. Sudden noise draws everyone's attention. Guampen wonders what happened. The man through whom the commotion started shouts only one word, enemy. Guampen says that it is impossible. He does not understand, is there anyone in the entire Shandong province strong enough to dare to attack them? But what happened next shocks everyone. An unknown enemy is destroying their estate. Before their eyes appears a man with a sword in his hands. Dako Musin, not expecting the tavern owner to call him a scoundrel, looks at him with surprise. Makchu-san continues scolding the boy, asking, how can you be crying now? Because of the establishment it can always be restored, but your life is one, and you almost died. The boy froze at his words. He did not expect to hear that from him at all. The tavern owner says that he only recently started learning martial arts, but his progress is simply impressive. Friends now say that they finally understand why the boy always dozes off during breaks. He does not get enough sleep at night, but now they know it is worth it. One of the waiters even admitted that he thought. As if Dako Musin is a Muram master or something like that. The waiters are vigorously discussing that adventure everyone is sure. If not for Musin, they would have had to look for work again. Dzik says that later he will need to buy something, and another servant thoughtfully wonders whether he should take up martial arts at night. Dako Musin shines with joy. Everything is safe. The tavern owner understands. For now, they will not be able to do business. Makchu-san and Dako Musin stand, inspecting the damage and thinking about what to do next. The young man is sure that the repair will cost them a pretty penny. The owner believes, with money, he will be able to come up with something. Before Namgun, a man bows deeply, hands him a letter, and informs him that it was brought by a man in black combat clothes. The young master, looking at the servant, anxiously asks if that man said anything else. Namgun opens the letter, and the servant says that it is a message from the young master hero. The boy with the sword, who caused damage to the holdings of the Black Dragon faction, stands before a crowd of warriors. Guampen asks Ho Chua if he knows who this is, perhaps one of those who attacked him, but the man says he has never seen him before. The chief leader flared up with rage at such a contemptuous attitude toward his faction. He calls his warriors, let them kill this insolent boy. A crowd of men attacks the youth armed with a sword. The boy says this is a trap. Namgun bravely stands before the warriors rushing at him and thinks, everyone is still talking about that young master hero nonsense, nothing more. The men, encouraged by the shouts of their leader, rush to deal with the boy. Namgun recalls lines from the received message. A humble warrior named Young Master Hero asks to be taught his skill and promises he will not forget this favor until the end of his days. The letter said he would wait for him at the mansion on the outskirts of the city. Namgun is sure that if they attacked him here, then they are all in cahoots. He easily deals with numerous opponents. The henchmen of the chief leader of the Black Dragon faction shower him with insults and ask how he dared to come here. The young man promises to kill them all. His sword flashes incredibly fast, inflicting irreparable damage on the attacking men. Namgun tirelessly swings his blade, striking numerous adversaries. They sneak up from behind to surround him, but he decisively thwarts all attempts of the enemies to sneak up on him. The opponents, gathering strength, attack the young master again. Namgun is not going to retreat. He fearlessly continues the fight. There are very few men left ready to fight him. Guampen is confused. He cannot understand how this guy seemingly appeared out of nowhere and killed all his men. He wants Ho's younger brother to personally deal with him. Looking at the brave young man, the chief leader of the faction thinks that most likely he is a newcomer from some group of righteous ones. He urges Ho Chua, ordering him to quickly deal with the insolent one. The first leader of the faction hurries to carry out the order. sighing and complaining in his thoughts that today everything is somehow going strangely. Namgun responds to him with a contemptuous look. The young master raises his sword, preparing to continue the battle. The warriors enthusiastically greet the appearance of Hosihua, loudly encouraging him and asking to teach the youngster a lesson. But the man is not daydreaming. He understands that the opponent is beyond his abilities. Namgun, as if playing, easily deflects the projectiles with his sword that he himself threw. Suddenly a thought flashes in Hosihua's mind, and the man shouts that he remembered. Finally it dawns on him. The boy standing before him is the spiritual blade Namgun. The young man in the red mask, watching the battle from afar, asks isn't it time for him to leave. The man, screaming in pain, holds his wounded arm. The second warrior, no less battered, asks for help. Namgun mercilessly swings his sword. The man standing before him freezes helplessly. Dako Musin cannot believe it. Namgun is really that strong. The boy, pressing the red mask to himself, watches how the events unfold. He realizes he cannot defeat this young master. He still has a long way to grow. He pulls on the mask and decides it's time to set off. Dako Musin heard that all the stolen goods are hidden in the warehouse by those scoundrels. Voices of men clearly nearby reach him. First someone urges to hurry, then on the contrary, they ask to be quiet. Peeking from behind the corner, he sees two men struggling with a lock. One reproaches his friend who called himself a specialist, but is taking so long. The bandits who once fought with Dako Musin in the alley argue. The giant wants to get away as quickly as possible, and his friend begs him to be quiet. Suddenly a man in a red mask appears before them and kindly offers them help. He decisively approaches them, and the men ask confusedly, where did he come from? Dako Musin replies coldly that they don't need to know that, and asks is this where they keep everything they stole. The giant, showering him with curses, lunges forward. He believes that before him is a thief who came here for the riches of their faction. Taking a fighting stance, the boy said that they also wanted to steal everything and run far away. It was thanks to them that he easily found this place. Dako Musin effortlessly repels the thug's attack. The young man strikes the opponent. The stunned giant can hardly catch his breath. He collapses to the ground right before the eyes of his stunned friend. His friend is unpleasantly shocked and enraged. He swears, because if it weren't for this person, he would have already taken his share and fled without a trace. He lunges at Dako Musin, but the latter easily dodges the blow. The man tries to wound the young man with a blade, but the latter manages to draw his sword and parries the strike. The bandit is stunned. He considered himself a decent warrior. But Dako Musin doesn't give him long to think and delivers the decisive blow. Both scoundrels lie at the feet of the boy, who towers over them. He recalls this has happened before and laughs. Out of the corner of his eye, he notices a rope lying near the wall. He decided that if they were left like that, they would escape, and who knows what would happen next, so the young man ties up the bandits. With one sword strike, he breaks the lock that the men could not open. Dako Musin froze in place, like a stone, not believing his eyes. In front of him is a room filled with valuable items. The young man wondered how much all these treasures could be worth. He examines a golden statuette and bitterly thinks that all this was stolen from people by the Black Dragon. The boy is filled with outrage over the faction's actions. He puts the statuette into a bag with many similar figurines. Dako Musin notices that many items have names on them, and a spark of hope runs through him. Maybe he can return them to their owners, so he decides to take a few things and get out of here. While choosing items, he thinks that he also needs to take some for repairing the establishment. Hosihua repeatedly throws cannonballs at the enemy. The main leader of the Black Dragon faction watches the course of the battle from above with a cold gaze. The man wonders if the rumors about the spiritual blade are true and thinks about what made him join their faction. Looking at the destruction devouring everything around, he realizes revenge against the righteous ones is impossible. They could simply be destroyed. The man does not want to give up just like that. A sudden thought arises in his mind. If he takes that girl and runs away, maybe, then they can stand on their feet again. Dako Musin hears a plea for help. He sees before him a captive with hands shackled in chains. She begs to be saved. Namgun easily deflects the cannonballs, continuously flying toward him. But the senior leader of the Black Dragon faction does not stop attacking. The bullets deflected by the young master hit the men standing around, which angers Hosihua even more. A crowd of warriors rushes at Namgun, but the boy easily, as if playing, repels their attack. Hosihua stubbornly continues to throw cannonballs, hoping that he will still manage to hit the opponent. The man thinks with horror, if this continues, this monster will destroy them. His hand squeezes two cannonballs that he is preparing to throw. He tries to concentrate, but he is not doing well. Hosihua makes an incredibly powerful throw. Namgun tensely prepares to repel his attack. Dako Musin, having freed the girl's hands, listens to her sincere thanks. The former captive sits on the floor and rubs her wrists. The boy looks at her and cannot believe his eyes. Are there really such beautiful girls in Jinan? But in his mind, he adds that she, of course, is not as good as Lady So-en. The girl apologizes for causing him trouble, but asks him for one thing. She calls herself the daughter of Philbok from the Golden Dragon Security Bureau. Her name is Soin. The girl begs the boy to help her get out of here. Dako Musin is impressed. She is the daughter of the famous wise gold seeker Kan Philbok. The Security Bureau, Golden Dragon, is famous not only in Shandong province, it is talked about throughout the northern region, beyond the Yangtze River, and it is the most prestigious organization of its kind in the entire area. And its owner is no less famous. Unlike other merchants who care only about human money, he devotes all his efforts to fulfilling the true duty of the Security Bureau. Despite his wealth, the man behaves wisely and humbly, so everyone calls him the wise gold seeker. When she saw that the young man froze, the girl became worried and asked if everything was all right. Coming to his senses, Dako Musin assures that everything is fine and asks how she ended up here. Soin says that they were attacked while she was traveling through the Central Lands. When she came to, she was already here and does not know what happened to the people who accompanied her. She continued to say that while she was here, people from the Black Dragon often visited, and she heard that they tried to contact her family and demand a ransom. Dako Musin thinks that the Black Dragon is worse than animals. He says that he understands what happened to the lady. The young man promises that he will try to get her out of here. He is about to lay out the plan of their escape to her. Suddenly, he remembers those circumstances that he had completely forgotten. Dako Musin feels that while the battle rages, it will be almost impossible for him to slip away from here with the girl. The young man thinks that Namgun believes that he himself set up an ambush for him. If he meets him now, the young master will be furious. He decides this meeting must be avoided at all costs. The girl asks with a trembling voice what he is thinking about. She is unpleasantly surprised when the boy says that he cannot help her. Soin asks wasn't he the one who broke into the mansion, and why does he refuse to help her? He answers her simply, the reason is that he is a thief. Namgun continues to bravely fight numerous opponents. He looks at the fog spreading around him. The attack has subsided. The warriors are confused, where has their elder brother Ho Chua gone? Guampen cannot believe what has happened. The warriors panic, realizing that they cannot cope with the young master. They decide to flee, just like the senior leader of the faction. Guampen shouts after them, but he is unable to stop them. The man finds himself face to face with Namgun. Only one thought beats in his head: save me. Soin simply cannot believe it. The young man refuses to help her. The girl ponders, going over his words in her mind. She closely examines his clothes and the bag standing next to him. Soin concludes that the boy did not lie to her. He is dressed exactly like a thief. She is unpleasantly shocked. How could it happen that out of all people, she was saved by some thief? She does not even know what to answer him. Finally, hesitating, she says that everything is fine. Dako Musin skeptically asks if he heard correctly. The girl boldly replied, "Under the sky, all are equal, therefore, there can be no discrimination based on profession." She decides that it does not matter that the boy is a thief. He is her savior, and that changes nothing. Soin tells the young man that if he helps her get out of here, he will never have to steal or envy someone else's wealth again. She will tell her father to give him so much money that he will never run out, and Dako Musin thinks the girl is very persistent. The young man's words that even if she pays, he still cannot accomplish the impossible deeply upset the young girl. Dako Musin says that only the one who attacked this place and allowed him to slip into the warehouse could have done that. The girl anxiously asks who he means. She thinks the boy means his accomplice, but he denies it. It is not about a partner, he just used that person. Soin asks who is he talking about. Having defeated all the enemies, Namgun hears a cry for help. The young master suspiciously wonders why some woman is crying out in such a place. He thinks it might be a trap. Several men block his way. Guampen is puzzled. He has a new problem, and he cannot understand how the captive escaped from the warehouse. He knows that if the girl returns home, the revival of the Black Dragon can be forgotten. They will simply be destroyed. The chief leader of the faction, looking at the wary young man, thinks that he must not be allowed to learn about Soin. Namgun thinks that the young master hero should have already come here, and wonders how many more people he will have to defeat before he finally shows up. Suddenly, two men attack the boy from behind. He easily deals with them, but he believes they have crossed the line. He thinks that these guys are the kind who only start to understand something when they are completely smashed. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to the fleeing Guampen. Namgun decides that the man is rushing to search for the young master. He follows him. The boy hears a cry for help again and harsh swearing. He sees the man grabbing Soin by the arm. Namgun is frozen by the beauty of the young lady. Suddenly, it occurs to him that maybe the young master hero did not set any traps at all. Guampen yells at the captive woman and humiliates her. The boy no longer wants to listen to this. He steps out of the shadows and stands across the man's path. The chief leader of the faction asks, does this boy know who he is? But with one stroke of the sword, he forces him to fall silent. Namgun asks the girl how does she feel. She sincerely thanks her savior and with interest asks who he is. The young man introduces himself. He gives his name and says that he is usually called the Spiritual Blade. They continue the conversation, and the girl feels, judging by his strength, he is clearly not an ordinary person. The boy admiringly marvels at her beauty and is pleased that she has heard of him. Soin introduces herself. She says she heard that their bureau has supposedly long been connected with Namgun's family. He does not believe that her father is the owner of the Golden Dragon, but the girl calmly confirms, yes, it is true. She promises to tell him everything in more detail as soon as they get out of here, and asks will he help her. Namgun promises he will get her out of here. She notices that something is troubling him and anxiously asks, what is wrong? As it turned out, the boy noticed the tied-up bandits and could not understand what they were doing here. Soin says they were guarding her, but as soon as a chance appeared, she escaped. The boy is impressed by her strength and suggests she follow him. Turning around, the girl slyly winks and raises her index finger. Dako Musin secretly hides from strangers' eyes, not forgetting to hide the sack of gold. The girl's behavior impresses him. He asks himself, did she really need to prove that she is the daughter of the head of the security bureau? And he also wonders why she had to point out that he owed her. He thinks that she is very naive. She believed him from the first word that he was a thief. Dako Muon regrets the missed reward, but believes that first of all one must think about their own life. He stretched with pleasure, thinking that the day had turned out incredibly long, and now, when he has money for tavern repairs, he must give it to Mr. Mak Chu-san. The city streets are crowded, people everywhere. People hurry about their business. The surprised man asks his interlocutor, are you serious? The boy says the Black Dragon mansion is completely destroyed, and all this happened in one night. The man abruptly cuts off the conversation and hastily leaves. When the boy asks where he is rushing to, he replies, he needs to retrieve 5 silk rolls that were stolen from him by people from that faction. The boy shouts after him that he is not the only one so smart. The breathless man tears his way through the crowd, but he is ordered to get in line. People push and try to squeeze ahead of others to be first. The man with a small bag in his hands shines with joy and mumbles that with such money he can build a whole store. People in line ask where did he get so many coins. The man says it's simple Black Dawn stole them from him. But they object that it was stolen here by Black Dragon. The man is clearly embarrassed. Angry guys say they have never seen him here. He admits his guilt, throws the bag, and rushes away. The guy says he has already lived here for 20 years, and he dares to lie to him. Some man who came out of the warehouse says it is almost empty there. The guy explodes with rage because he got nothing. People decide that it cannot be that all the loot is kept only here. They decide to search the entire estate. At the market, a merchant calls out, buy cheap candies. Another vendor invites to try chicken shashlik. Another man calls out, don't miss your chance. People stop next to him and look at the books with interest. 2 people are eating shashlik. The boy tells the man that on the way back for his silks, he spent too much money. He replies that he never thought he would see them again, as if easy money had fallen into his hands. They rack their brains trying to understand who brought the Black Dragon to such a state. The boy says they saw a man in a mask there. His friend suggests it could have been a young master hero. The interlocutor agrees with him. He says that the boy has already punished various scoundrels, and this time took on the Black Dragon. They decide that it's time to simply call him Master Hero. The boy tells the chief instructor of the martial arts school, Kanchkal, the latest news. He says that the Black Dragon was destroyed by the very man who had previously challenged him, and the old man replies that he hasn't seen such fierce fighters for a long time. The elderly man is sure that the heavens sent him to punish evil, and his interlocutor says that he previously did not know why everyone considered him so good. Now he understands where this fame comes from. Namgun asks Soin, how do you like the food? The girl replies that during her travels she has been to many places, but this tavern is the best. The boy says that every time he is in Jinan, he definitely comes here. He thinks that it is noisy here today. A few days ago some fighters caused a fuss, and now this place is being repaired. If the girl is bothered by this, he can ask them to be quieter, but his companion is fine with everything, so he advises her to try the pork. Dako Musin brings them the ordered dishes. He looks intently at the young people, and he concludes Namgun has fallen in love. He decides that he no longer has any reason to fight that guy. The young man, with sincere hope in his heart, hopes that everything will be fine between them. The tavern owner asks with interest why he is laughing. The man orders him to say why he is so cheerful and does not want to hear any excuses. The young man abruptly changes the subject and asks how the preparation of the second establishment is going. Mak Chu-san says that since the guy got money for repairs, they are ready to open the business. They start actively discussing the damage done to the tavern and plan its repair. Dako Musin says that now the scoundrels are biting their elbows and regretting their actions. The owner replies that maybe that is why they gave them money for the repairs. The man did not expect that the young man would go and ask them for money. He replies that he was just lucky. Golden statuettes stand on the floor of the room. Dako Musin sits and gazes at the figurines. He thinks he took them to find their owners, but no one appeared. Chijel Chan Yu, in his estate, curiously asks his interlocutor what he thinks about it. He carefully examines the scroll, and the man is convinced. The truth is in this document, of course. It is about P. Enkheim. His interlocutor asks where the uncle got those papers, but Chijel Chan Yu puts a finger to his lips and asks him to be silent. He says that he will entrust him with the translation of this ancient document. The man warns that no one must find out about this. Making duplicates is forbidden. He orders to do it secretly and tell no one. Lady So-en walks down the corridor. She again recalls that recent conversation. The young man informs the girl of the news he heard a few days ago from other family members. So-en can hardly believe that her father suddenly wanted to send her to the Murim League. In Hebei, she wonders if he might be the one spreading rumors. The girl enters her father's room. He is a little surprised by her appearance and asks what her purpose is in coming. The girl says that lately she has had so many thoughts. Therefore, she did not visit him at all and did not greet him. So-en apologizes. The man says that she probably did not come here just to say hello and asks, what does she want to tell him? She is worried, is it true that he wants to poison her in the League of Murama? The father says that everything is correct. So-en is outraged that he did not even warn her. The father denies that he told her. He called her several times, but she never came, so he left a letter in her chambers. The girl looks at him puzzled and recalls recent events. The maid hands the girl a letter and says she found it under the door, and So-en is surprised. Nothing is written on the envelope. Her interlocutor could not stand it and asked, could this be a love letter, the same as those she received before? So-en hands her the unopened letter and quietly asks to burn it along with the others. She says that admirers should know, addressing her like that is outright rudeness, and then a bunch of different rumors about her will spread. She recalls that even after that day, letters were repeatedly slipped under her door, and it turned out that they were written by her father. Stunned by the realization of her mistake, she stands with her head down and does not know what to say. The man asks why is the daughter so surprised, hasn't she ever opened them? So-en answers simply, she forgot their content. Chijel Chan Yu asks, what is she saying? The girl decides to pretend as if nothing happened just not to upset her father. She says that she has a lot of thoughts, and he is interested what is she thinking about, and asks didn't he write to her in a letter that she needs to send something to her sisters in the Murim League. The girl can only bow her head. The man says that he asked her to prepare soon, he will send her there with a mission. He asks is this the first time she is hearing about it. The girl says that she remembers everything. The father sighs with relief. He says that she is one of the pillars on which their family stands. The girl, agreeing with him and promising to remember this, bows in a slight bow. So-en asks what kind of thing she needs to bring, and the father replies that it is a secret and he would never trust it to anyone except family members. The girl thinks that she has no idea what it is at all, but firmly believes it is necessary to restore the reputation of their family. He informs that on the way she will be accompanied by people from the security agency, Golden Dragon. They are almost here. He asks her to prepare in advance. Calmed down, the girl leaves the room. The father watches her leave. Without looking back, he says that So-en has left, and it is safe to go out. A person in a cloak appears behind him. Man Tancha lit up with joy. Everything worked exactly as planned. Chijel Chan Yu agrees with him and says that the man predicted everything correctly. He gratefully bows his head and thanks for the praise. They are talking about the girl who is moving further away from the room where they are. The father still cannot believe that So-en gave up so quickly, and his interlocutor replies that everyone wants to be good children in the eyes of their parents. The girl thinks, I need to stop by the Tavern Oval tomorrow. Chijel Chan Yu hopes that the daughter does not feel too guilty. Man Tancha says that they need to deal with this risk to achieve the goal. He was certain, as soon as the girl steps into the Murama League, half of the plan will already be completed. Chijel Chan Yu says goodbye to the guest, counting on you. He adds that the translation of the document will take about 7 days, or maybe more. Man Tancha is surprised to see that the Chegel family has already taken up his papers. The master of the house replied energetically, I cannot be lazy when I am working so diligently. On the steps of the security bureau Golden Dragon stands a man. In his mind, there is only anxiety for the owner's health. He sincerely hopes that he will recover soon. He sees a servant rushing towards him, running as fast as he can. The man addresses the person who is breathing heavily after running and asks anxiously, what happened? He impatiently urges the servant, demanding an answer. He cannot start speaking coherently. As soon as he utters something, a commotion arises around. Dako Musin skillfully deflects the arrows, flying towards him with his sword. Hosi Hua continuously attacks him. The young master swiftly swung his blade. Hick Undu attacks him from behind. He barely manages to dodge the powerful sword strike. The young man tensely prepares for a new attack. Cannonballs begin to rain down on him from above. But the boy only grips the hilt of the blade tighter, thinking he needs to focus his chi in the sword a little more. He intently gazes at his weapon. But there is no time to be distracted. The enemy lunges at him again. Dako Musen sits on the ground and desperately thinks that it is very difficult to maintain the sword's chi while moving. Last time he succeeded, the situation was extremely dangerous, and he did it subconsciously. Namgun skillfully maintains his chi in the heat of battle. He is confident that Murim is full of people like this young master. He painfully realizes that with his current skills, he will not be able to protect Lady So-en. The young man wants to become so strong as to protect her from all troubles. He does not give up the thought of becoming the best blade Sun Sujal. So-en, sitting at the table, thanks Namgun for escorting her and says she needs to step away for a bit. The boy replies that he also wants to take a walk, but reminds the girl about safety. She agrees with him and smiles in response. Namgun tells the girl that it seems she lost an earring, and if she lost it, he is ready to give her a new one. So-en says she sent it with a letter to her parents so they know she is fine. In a few days, the guards will pick it up. The young man asks her not to refuse and to accept the second earring as a gift from him. So-en tells Dako Musen that by her father's order, she needs to go to the Murim League to the sisters. The boys question when will she return. The girl answers, maybe in a month or even 2. She asks why he needs to know this. The boy says she is a regular guest at their establishment, and if she stops coming, sales will drop. And then he adds that it will become less cozy here, and her place will have to be given to someone else. The girl abruptly interrupts his babble. She whispered, "I understood what you are worried about." He replies that he doesn't even understand himself. So-en sincerely tells him that her father entrusted her with this task, so she wants to perform it diligently. She says she doesn't want to upset him. Dako Musen's heart clenched with sadness because of that news. The owner calls the boy and asks him to come downstairs. The young man thoughtfully thinks about the League of Murim. The tavern owner complains aloud that during the riot, the pot for the signature broth was damaged, and this is a special dish that is kept in this special vessel for years. Dako Musen wonders if they can find the same broth in the League of Murim. The man says that it was there that a master taught him how to cook this broth. Mak Chusan tells the boy, "Go there and bring me the broth." The young man objects that people from the security agency would handle this task better. The owner replies to him that he is not a cook, so he doesn't understand anything about it. He explains to the boy that, in Murim language, it is the same as receiving from his master an item that enhances chi. Mak Chusan is confident many will want to obtain such a treasure, so he cannot entrust this task to anyone else. The young man cannot get rid of the thought, will he be able to see Lady So-en there? The man reminds him, "You wanted to open your own tavern." He promises him, on the day he brings him the broth, he will give him the second establishment that is about to open. Mak Chu-san approaches the boy and asks with interest, does he like such a business opportunity? The boy responds with another question, when is it better for him to return? The riders gallop along the forest road. At the head rides a man in a flowing cloak. He urges his companions, insistently saying that they need to reach Jinan as soon as possible. The men are ready for anything just to carry out the order. Ichuan Changsu, chief of the Golden Dragon Bureau, looks at the earring lying in his palm and rejoices that the lady is alive. He sincerely thinks that the master will be happy. He is also pleased that thanks to the Chegel family, they will be able to save on expenses during the trip. Sol Yukwa, looking at Dako Musen's tracksuit, says that she thought so he looks simply wonderful in it. He even somehow reminds her of her husband. The woman whispered to the young man to take care of himself on the road, and Dako Musen asked her to look after his house while he is away. Yukwa's son asks, is he going far? The boy is afraid that the guy will not return. Dako Musen replies that as soon as he completes the task, he will return immediately. The little boy asks to bring him a gift. The older brother angrily scolds Horan for bothering the boy. The young man silently watches the quarrel of the boys. He tells the boys that while he is gone, they must behave well, and they nod in agreement. Sol Yukwa and the children say goodbye to the boy and wish him a safe journey. The young man sets off to carry out the master's assignment. Dako Musen enters the tavern and asks the young servant if he can eat. He greeted the boy, smiling warmly, and immediately asked, is he alone or does he have companions? The guest asks for a room and places an order. Dako Musen waits tensely while being shown the way. The boy calls his mother and says they have a guest. He says the young man ordered dumplings and noodles. The boy nostalgically recalls his work at Mak Chu-san's tavern. He thinks he started working in a shop bar at about the same age. Dako Musen says he prefers to eat in the room and asks to be shown there. The boy meditates, holding the blade firmly in his hands. He thinks that he needs to focus in one place. The young man stands in the middle of the room, holding a glowing sword in his hands. He makes a couple of swings with it. He begins training and performs the technique, Wings of the White Raven. His hand firmly grips the sword hilt. He performs the landing of the White Raven and does not stop practicing. Dako Musen swings the blade again. His plan succeeds. He wonders how he somehow managed to do it exactly when he was calm and focused. Unfortunately, for now 2 techniques in motion are his limit, and the young man decides that enough for today. He unfolds the map and carefully looks at where he is now. Dako Musen decided why not train Chi while he is on the road. He closely examines the map. The tavern owner told him that the fastest way there is through the north. It got dark. Chi Jel Chen Yu walks through the manor yard. He appears at the doorway of the room and asks the person there, "How is the translation going?" The young man fell asleep at the table. The man thinks that the boy is too diligent. Chi Jel Chen Yu notices that he has already translated about 5 parts of the document. Who could have imagined that the Devil's Sword, which disappeared from Murim immediately after breaking all the groups, would leave something behind? And it does not matter whether it falls into good hands or bad. Murim will never be the same again. The servant sees off Dako Musen, not hiding his surprise he is leaving so early. The young man sees a broom in his hands. He recalls his first training sessions when the same tool served him instead of a sword. He advises, when you wave a broom, do it where there is no sailing. Looking at the map, the young man with trembling in his chest realizes that today he faces a long road. He decides he needs to move faster. His path leads through the forest. Dako Musen walks along the road. Tall trees grow around, and above spreads a clear blue sky. Suddenly strangers emerge before him and block the road. One of them demands money, and the other threatens with a knife. The boy effortlessly lays the men on the ground. He weighs the loot in his hand, a pouch of coins. The young man continues on his way. Suddenly he sees a boy sitting on the ground. He is barely holding back tears. Dako Musen asks himself what happened to him. The young man fearfully tells that robbers attacked him. Then Dako Musen gives him money and says he dealt with those who offended him. The boy thanks him and invites him to continue the journey in his cart. The boy settles comfortably, and they move forward toward the goal. In the evening, sitting by the fire, they have dinner together. And in the morning, the boys say goodbye here, their paths diverge. The young man watches the new acquaintance with his eyes, and then studies the map. Dako Musen decides that here he is at the place. The young man finally reached the Soreksen mountain ridge. The mountains here are not high, but mostly rocky, so people prefer other routes for traveling. But this is the fastest way to Hubei. Dako Musen believes that the rough ground will help him train. Touching a small stone with his foot, he thinks he can get used to Chi. He starts training. The boy decides that he needs to focus not only on the sword's Chi, but also to look around. Dako Musen tightly grips the sword's hilt. It seems to him that now he can maintain the sword Chi much longer than before. When he just started, he managed to hold it no longer than a quarter of an hour, but now at least half an hour. Dako Musen is quite exhausted and decides to rest and continue training tomorrow. He sets out to look for firewood and a place to camp. The young man was surprised by an unexpectedly strong gust of wind. He feels that it might rain soon, so he decides to find a cave. On the road between the rocks, a mounted squad is galloping. Their commander says that a downpour will come soon. He orders to prepare the camp. The man thinks that they need to reach Jinan as soon as possible. The lady is waiting for them. In his thoughts, he asks her to wait a little longer. Soin sits by the window and watches the rain. The person who entered says that she might catch a cold. The girl thinks Chief Hwang is late. She is worried and hopes that nothing unexpected has happened. Dako Musen hurriedly hides from the rain. He does find a cave after all, but water seeps in there too, and he decides to go deeper. He notices some inscriptions on the rock. Chijel Chanyu, holding a glass in his hand, asks the guest, does he like the house? He beamed with joy at the arrival of Man Tansha. His interlocutor likes the estate. He would stay here longer, but he cannot. The master of the house unexpectedly offered the man, take the entire residence if you want. Man Tansha replies that he appreciates the offer, but for now, he cannot say anything. He is too used to traveling. He asks why did Chijel Chanyu call him, and whether any problems have arisen with the plan. The head of the Chegel family answers, so far everything is going well, and he called him because he wants to hand over these documents. The man hands him a package of papers. In Sareksen, a downpour is pouring. Behind the wall of rain, the entrance to the cave is barely visible. Dako Musen is examining the letters on the wall. The darkness in the cave does not allow him to read the inscription. He has to resort to new knowledge. His vision becomes incredibly sharp. The darkness is no longer an obstacle for him. An inscription is carved on the wall. Even a sword has its limit. He understands he was not mistaken. The young man ponders, what could this mean? He shouts deep into the cave, is there anyone here? And then he decides to go a little further. He walks through the dark passage. The young man moves further and further, but nothing else strange happens on his way. Suddenly ahead, he sees a greenish glow. He enters the expanded part of the cave, and on its ceiling shines a green hemisphere. The surprised young man looks intently at it. Then his gaze slides over the walls and things around. He is stunned by what he sees and tries to understand who could have done this in the cave at all. Is it even possible to smooth stone so easily? But what then opened before his eyes shocks the boy. The head of the Chegel house, with a serious expression, tells Tancha that the translation is only half ready. But he admires the work done and says that even he himself would not have managed this in half a year. He reviews the documents and says that almost everything is here. From the translation, it turns out that the secret cave of the Devil's Sword is near Shandong, but the exact location is unknown. The second part of the document is encrypted, so Tancha decides that if the cave is really close, they can take their time with their plan regarding So-en. Chijel Chanyu throws the guest a question: does he intend to leave as soon as the translation is finished? The guest asks him to calm down. He replies that he will leave only when he finishes everything he was entrusted with. The head of the Chegel house sincerely thanks him. Tancha believes that without that document, no one will find the secret cave where the Devil's Sword left its belongings. Before Dako Musen stands a skeleton in half-rotted clothes. Next to it silently stands a small box. The young man looks at it intently. He understands that this is the shelter of Kai, in a refuge for those who seek and find without harming others. But he knows there are also those who are ready to do anything to get what they want. They are called Go-In. Most of them have long since perished at the hands of the Murim League. Often Kai-In, who have left mortal life, end it in secret shelters. And they also leave all their knowledge to the one who will one day find this place. The young man realizes he has managed to find a treasure. He carefully touches the small box. Dako Musen carefully examines the chest that ended up in his hands. He removed the lid. He takes out a manuscript from there. He begins to read. The stranger writes that among the hundreds of names by which people called him, he likes only one. That name is Devil's Sword. The young man is stunned and amazed. He has never heard of such a person. He continues to read intently. He clearly understands that the owner of the manuscript was a great master. The person writes that he took up studying the art of the sword, not for any special reason. All he wanted was to win the heart of the woman he loved. Dako Musen thinks that they are just like him. He quietly remembers Lady So-en. But then he returns to reading again, and he learns the story of the one who now sits before him, a silent skeleton. Insak is a young man who works in the field. He hears people around him urging him on, complaining that he is taking too long. The man watching him says he has weeded too little and threatens to leave him without dinner. The girls passing by smile. The young man does not take his eyes off them, and immediately receives a blow to the head from the man who forbids him to stare around. He is powerless against the opponent, who surpasses him both in height and strength. One of the girls slyly glances in his direction. People are working in the field. The girls continue walking along the road. Finally, they sit down to rest under a tree and talk about one girl's dream to marry a good swordsman. But the trouble is that there is no one in the area who practices martial arts. Insak, passing by, suddenly heard their conversation. One of the girls loudly shouts to the boy that her friend wants to marry a swordsman. She says if the boy starts training, then maybe they will have a wedding. Her friend only shyly looks at the young man. He, however, just by looking at her, makes the most important decision of his life. The next morning he tries to train, but immediately breaks the hoe, for which he gets a scolding from the man who is interested in what he will work as now. But he does not give up. He makes himself a wooden sword. He puts all his strength into it, but gets tired very quickly. The young man stubbornly continues to train. The man constantly scolds him for it, but then, noticing his diligence and stubbornness, he begins to give hints. He points out what exactly the young man is doing wrong and shows how it should be done. Insak listens to his words with gratitude. Over time, he begins to handle the sword better and better. He transformed into a stately and handsome young man. Insak hears how they call him to help in the field. Returning, he sees the girl he liked. She stands with a bundle in her hands and slyly winks at him. Suddenly, bandits appear, their goal, to rob the village. One of them orders the girl to give everything she has. The scoundrels intend not only to take away all the people's goods, they want to kill everyone. The men approach the girl, who helplessly stands in the middle of the road. Their faces promise nothing good, but the boy bravely rushes to her defense. The scoundrels froze in bewilderment. The training sword ends up in the young man's hands. The frightened girl fixed her gaze on Insak. He promises that he will protect her. One of the bandits is lying on the ground. His friend froze nearby. The young man walks toward the other bandits. They are swearing and asking, does he know who they are? He doesn't care. He is determined to protect the girl. His hand tightly grips the handle. He lunged at the man who was holding a mace in his hand. The scoundrels, enraged by his courage, decide to teach the boy a lesson. He fearlessly dares to stand against the whole gang. One of them swung the mace, and the flail almost hit Insak. The bandit threatens to teach him a lesson and says that if he behaves well, he will die quickly. But the young man easily deflects the blow. He is determined to protect the girl until his last breath. He alone stands against numerous enemies. The girl leads the peasants to help, but the boy has already dealt with those scoundrels. The people froze at his courage. Insak is asked whether he was hurt. The men sincerely thank him for saving the village. Noticing that he is wounded, they decide to call a doctor. The young man is convinced that it was the practice of martial arts that enabled him to protect his beloved girl. He is wildly happy he succeeded, but at the same time, he feels that he must become stronger. Insak offers the young warrior a sparring match, and he is outraged and wants to teach him a lesson. The man swears to give his sword if he defeats him, and he offers to show everything he is capable of. The young man snatches victory. To become stronger, he sets out to the plains. This was his first appearance in Muram. He challenges famous martial arts masters to a fight. He is already recognized. One of the opponents grimly promises to deal with him, and today his luck will run out. They step into battle and cross swords. The opponent is confident that one who does not have control over chi will never be able to block his blade. He promises this will lead his opponent to defeat. But Insoku still wins. Since then, he began to be called the Devil Sword. No one can break his blade, so he continues to travel in search of the strongest. He fights the most famous warriors of Muram and always wins. But along with battles comes disappointment, so he decides to hide, yet even in solitude he yearns to learn. To make the blade invincible, to turn the weapon into a supernatural power, this is the dream of everyone who wields a sword. He has just turned 70, and he has gained everything he desired. Everyone in this world praised and respected him. But he had to face feelings he had long hidden: dissatisfaction, emptiness. Only then did he remember the reason why he decided to become a swordsman. It was then that he finally decided to find her, but she had long since left this world. He no longer had any chance to see her beautiful face. His skills consumed his goals. Without any purpose or meaning, there was no reason to continue. He decided to cut open his own belly. He had nothing left. This was to be his end. It was then that he heard that an interesting person had appeared on the plains. He is the one who knows how to steal with his gaze, son of such Hong Kuei. At first, Insoku thought that Hong Kuei was a vile scoundrel who lived by lust. But in reality, everything turned out quite differently. Son of Such admiringly gazes at the kidnapped girl. He says that he simply likes to look at her. Insoku suddenly became interested in this habit of the man in the red, ugly mask. Soon, the head of the criminal was cut off by a group sent by the Gup family. But the man was surprised by his last words: what is so wrong with a simple desire to possess beauty? It was strange to hear such words from a villain who kidnapped people, but on the other hand, he envied his confidence. He did not pay attention to the opinions of others or to his own reputation. Instead, he simply went towards his goal. Insoku admits that he did not want to leave a legacy, but then realized he still wants something to remain after his death. He leaves his knowledge to whoever finds his manuscript, but do not think that a teacher and student will appear between them. He wants only one thing: that his forced heir never forgets the reason that made him move forward. On the rocky platform, tents are pitched. Despite the downpour, two warriors stand in the middle. The man addresses the chief and reports that he ordered the men to rest. In response, he receives instructions to be vigilant and change the guards every hour, and as soon as the storm subsides, they will move on. The warrior walks, his boss remains standing. He thinks it will not be easy, but he is ready to take the risk. He recalls that many in Y found their final refuge here. He could not find a better place for solitary martial arts practice. The rain does not want to stop. The man, hearing an incomprehensible sound, turns around in bewilderment. In front of the skeleton stands Dako Musen. He started practicing martial arts for the sake of the girl's heart. He took this path to please Mrs. Soen. The young man is confident that nothing has changed. He still wants to protect her from all troubles. He is confident that he will become the blade son of Sujal. Suddenly, the book ignited with a bluish glow. The boy looks at it with surprise. The energy emanating from it transforms the boy, changes his aura, and penetrates his brain. Dako Musen falls prostrate before the elder the Devil's Sword, begging to accept his gratitude. The skeleton looks at him with black, empty eye sockets. The youth does not tire of thanking him for such a generous favor. Cracks appear on the skull. The skeleton crumbles to dust right before the youth's eyes. He stands silently and looks at the remains of the once great warrior. Dako Musen walks toward the cave exit. Having stepped outside, the boy sees the rain is still pouring. But he is ready to move forward. His body is protected by incredibly powerful energy. Dako Musen is confident. If his aura stays at the required level, he will not get wet. He understands that from now on, the whims of nature are not scary to him. He is literally hovering above the ground. The young man moves freely over huge boulders. Realizing the capabilities of his body, he felt that it was time to set off on the road. Dako Musen goes further. The rain is no longer an obstacle for him. Even he himself is amazed by the abilities he gained in the cave. Now he easily runs through the air and does not even understand how he manages it. The young man understands. All this is thanks to the martial arts of the old devil's sword, which poured out of the book. He could now read it all, but does not know at all what to do with this knowledge, and does not intend to pass it on to anyone. Now he understood why the old man did not want a teacher-student relationship. A sudden noise grabs his attention. He stands and asks himself what was that. The boy listens for some time. He hears loud, piercing cries for help. Dako Musin rushed to where the voices were coming from. He sees some people trying to free a man whose leg is trapped under a stone. They push the boulder, trying to free the injured person. Another is carried on a stretcher. They manage to pull the man out from under the rubble. The person on the stretcher is clearly in severe pain. The youth continues to watch intently what is happening. Chief Hwan says that everyone who can should help the wounded. They need to get out of here as soon as possible because it is unknown when the next landslide might occur. The warrior reports that most of the horses died under the rubble, but the man waves it off, saying that people must be helped first and foremost. Someone shouts that there are still people left under the rubble. Chief Hwan tensely raises his eyes upward. He screams, realizing that the irreversible is about to happen. He desperately tries to warn his people about the new landslide. Dako Musin rushes to his aid. He tirelessly practices the Swordmaster technique. His body, radiating unusual energy, hovered high above the ground. Chief Hwan tries to hold back the approaching boulder. Then he realizes with surprise that the stones have stopped. He looks up, trying to understand what happened, and he cannot believe his eyes when he sees what exactly stopped the rockfall. They ask him, is everyone safe? In front of him, Dako Musin, with a sword in hand. He looks questioningly at the man, but he is unable to utter a single word. Then he bows low and says that he, Hwan Changsu, chief of the Golden Dragon Bureau, sincerely thanks the master. Thanks to him, they are saved. The man thinks, although the boy looks young, he is an incredible master. Probably this is Kain, who lives here as a recluse. The young man replies that he will accept his thanks later. The man does not understand what he is talking about. He watches the young man walking away. He calmly walks in the rain, and his clothes remain dry. He heads to the rubble. Seeing the young man's hand enveloped by a powerful stream of energy, the man wondered, is this even a human before him? Obeying the young man's desire, the stones suddenly scattered in all directions. The person freed from under the rubble looks at him with distrust. The second man on the ground was so stunned that he did not utter a single word. Chief Hwan stands behind the boy, no less surprised than his subordinate. Dako Musin thinks he overdid it. It was an emergency situation, and he spent a lot of chi. He understands that it does not matter how much knowledge he received from the Elder of the Devil's Sword, the amount of his chi has not changed. He sighs wearily. Saving people took a lot of his strength. The men rescued from under the rubble sincerely thank him. Dako Musin says to the warriors, help the wounded. The injured people are quickly carried to shelter. Chief Hwan sincerely thanks the boy for his help. He replies that helping people in trouble is quite natural. He thinks he is a very modest boy, although in reality he has incredibly strong combat skills. He strives to establish contact with him. Dako Musin asks what they forgot in such a remote place. Chief Hwan does not want to name the exact reason, but says that they came here because they urgently need to get to Jinan. The young man understands the cause of everything was Soin. They sit by the campfire and continue the conversation. Dako Musin was beaming with joy. His chi had already recovered. Looking out from the cave, he sees that the rain has stopped and decides it's time to set off. He sincerely thanks for the tea and is about to leave. But Chief Hwan stops him. He wants to repay the young man for his kindness. The man believes that with such strength, he can restore the Yellow Dragon Protection Bureau. He wants to befriend that boy. Dako Musin refuses to take payment, but Chief Hwan does not back down. The man offers him 5,000 silver coins. The young man thinks that everything is much more complicated than he imagined. He just wanted to save people and at the same time test the knowledge he had gained. He replies to Chief Hwan, I understand your feelings, but there is no need for this. Looking at the sword lying nearby, he tries to explain why he helped them. He says the reason is the man himself. Chief Hwan awkwardly does not understand what is being talked about, and the young man asks what he did when he saw the stone falling on him. The man replies that he tried to cut it to save the wounded. The young man said he saw that, and he would have had enough skills to deal with the boulder. Dako Musin insists that the man would have survived, but he tried to save others at the cost of his own life. The boy could have chosen not to help them, but the man's actions simply left him no choice. Dako Musin says that in a certain sense, he was the one who saved them. He is even ashamed that he did not immediately rush to help. Chief Hwan feels awkward. He did not understand the actions of that boy. But the young man asks him, don't say that. He warmly thanks for the hospitality and is already about to leave. Dako Musin sighed with relief. He thinks that if he gets involved in this further, he will get himself into trouble. He tries to quietly slip away, but he is called back again. Behind him is Chief Hwan. He asks with keen interest, what is the name of their savior? The boy pauses for a moment in thought. He refuses to give his name because he feels that something might happen afterwards, and he looks for an answer in the knowledge of the elder of the Devil's Sword. The man is curious about what he is thinking about so deeply. He waits tensely for an answer to the question asked. The young man answers, my name is Devil's Sword. He is bored with the conversation, and he quickly leaves the man's company. Chief Hwan understands that the young man simply teleported. He is sure that this is a rejuvenated master. Various dishes stand on the table. Soin sits at the table, biting her lower lip. Namgun kindly smiles at the girl. They sit at the table opposite each other. The servant stands nearby, waiting for orders. The boy asks Soin to eat while it is still warm, and the girl sincerely thanks him. She tries the dish and thinks. She already feels sick from eating the same thing for 5 days in a row. Mak Chu-san grumbles that someone does not like his food. The servant says that a new order for 2 portions of noodles has arrived. Reluctantly chewing, the girl thinks about when the people from the security agency will arrive and worries, thinking that something might have happened to them. Namgun anxiously asks why she no longer wants to eat. Does she not like the dishes? His interlocutor replies that she just feels unwell and wants to go rest. Namgun anxiously asks what happened. He wants to go to the pharmacy and bring medicine. She refuses, saying that it is nothing serious, she just needs to lie down a bit. The girl steps into her room and lies down on the bed. She is convinced all men are the same. She is convinced that Namgun has no virtues, except for one. He is still far from 30, but he has already made a reputation. The girl decides to take advantage of the solitude and get a good sleep. But Namgun, who knocks on the door, prevents her from carrying out her plan. She finds him too annoying. He, in turn, informs her that people from the security agency are looking for her on the first floor. Chef Hwan is standing in the tavern hall. The owner asked Dzik with interest who had come to them, and he replied that it was the head of the security agency, Golden Dragon. Mak Chu-san, casting a keen glance at the important guest, ordered the servant to prepare to earn money. Chef Hwan hears his name being called. Turning around, he sees a girl hurrying towards him. Bowing, he apologizes for being late, but Soin says it's all right, she is glad to see him. The man asks for a room to rest, and they decide to talk later over food. Hungry men pounce on the food. The waiter is asked to bring new dishes and wines. The tavern owner promises the servants a tip and urges them, serve the customers faster. Chef Hwan froze the acquaintance with the spiritual blade stunned him. The girl introduces the men to each other, and with a smile says that Namgun is her savior. Soin asks why they were late. She listens carefully to the story about the journey. The chief of the Golden Dragon Bureau says that if it weren't for that guy who came to their aid, they would have perished. The girl asks the name of their savior. The man replies that his name is Devil's Sword. Namgun listens to the story about the hermit near the mountain, who with one strike split a stone the size of a house, as if it were small pebbles. Chef Hwan keeps repeating that he looked about 20 years old, as if he had truly achieved legendary rejuvenation. If he appears in Murim, most likely he will become the second of the 10 great masters. If he is seen in public, the result will be one. Having reached enlightenment, he will finally leave his hermitage. The man concluded his story. The girl says to herself with surprise that she has never heard of such a master. Chief Hwan, looking intently at Namgun's face, asked anxiously, "What happened and how do you feel?" He replies that everything is fine, he just overeaten and is going to the pharmacy. Soin says that they will wait for him right here. Namgun hurriedly runs out onto the street. The girl asks the man if he saw that. He replies that the young man clearly panicked. She says that it seems Namgun knows about the Devil's Sword. The chief of the Golden Dragon Bureau agrees with her. He cannot believe that such a great warrior lives in obscurity. The girl commands, immediately send pigeons with a letter. She is convinced that they need to lure such a master to their side, and then other influential families will not dare to look down on them. About such scoundrels as her kidnappers, it is not even worth talking, the girl thinks. Hwan is going to send news home, and the girl orders to send a couple of people to follow the trail of the Devil's Sword. The man objects they need more people. She looks at him with surprise. He explains that first of all they need to complete the Chegel family's assignment, but the advance is already in hand, so they can hire more warriors. The girl agrees with him and quietly says that he should carry out the task in whichever way is more convenient for him. She asks him find one more person. The man advises her to turn to information traders, but she wants their people to look for him. The girl says she needs a person, a martial arts master and thief. The tired Dako Musin walks along the road. From the top of the hill, he gazes into the city and realizes he has reached his goal. Before him is the entrance to Hebei province. Standing on the street, he carefully studies the map, and then his gaze stops on a person walking towards him. He asks him, is this really the Qinyun County in Hebei? The man confirms his guess. He says that the boy is probably from another county. And then he points to a luxurious mansion and sternly says, "Don't you dare approach it." Because it belongs to the Yan family from Hebei, the same ones who have borne the name Divine Spear for 100 years, but rumors say that the bandit group River Suraka Yan has targeted them. Dako Musin wonders how the river bandits could have gotten here, and the interlocutor replies that clashes between the light and dark factions are not uncommon. The man grimly says that if he still goes there, nothing good awaits him. He says goodbye and leaves. The young man stands, thoughtfully pondering his words. In the yard of the Yan family estate from Hebei stands an elderly man. Here is the head of the family Yan Chogwan. He has sunk into memories. The man sees himself not yet an old warrior with a spear in his hands. He rushes to attack a man armed with a sword. The enemy thrusts a blade into him. The man's face is twisted with rage. The old man thinks that the sky is completely indifferent to everything. He heads to the door and there stand the guards. They ask Yan Chogvan why he came here so late, and he anxiously asks, "How is K.H. Wayne?" They tell him that the young master does not intend to leave his chambers. The old man says that almost 8 years have passed. Will he not come to his senses, even in the face of the threat of river bandits' attack? Yan Chogvan shouts that the heir of the Yan family behaves unworthily. How can one be so obsessed with an unworthy woman? He is surprised. The son still answers him. The young master says that his wife is a good woman and asks not to insult her. He will not leave the chambers until his father accepts their relationship. The servants anxiously look at Yan Chogvan's rage. His son hears them calling the doctor. The boy regrets that everything happened exactly like this. He mentally addresses his beloved, begging her to survive. He will get the father's approval, and then they will definitely meet. He quietly utters her name, Yukfa. He hears screams. They warn that the enemy is here. The warriors tense up, preparing to repel the attack. A man with a blade in his hand steps into the manor's courtyard. Here is the deputy chief of the river Suraka, Yan Kwa Khan. The servants became horrified. Before them stood a master of martial arts. They shout that dirty river bandits are forbidden entry here. The young warrior whispered, "If you leave now, I will save your life." He only laughs in response and throws offensive words. People fell silent and listened carefully, trying to understand what the sound is. He swings the sword. The enemy's head falls to the ground. The bandit says that he should not have been insulted, like that he must be treated with the utmost respect. The warriors try to cheer themselves with the thought that there is only one enemy, but he laughs and calls them a bunch of weaklings. The deputy chief of the river Suraka, Yan Kwa Khan, said that he is not alone here. Warriors appear beside him. 2 groups stand opposite each other in the yard. He calls for revenge for the destruction of all members of the Yan family. The bandits rush into attack. The warriors with spears meet the enemies armed with swords. The bandits encourage themselves with cries. The time for revenge has come. The men defending the estate want to surround them. The confrontation begins. A man with a spear decisively blocks a sword strike. The opponents fight desperately. No one yields equal in strength and skill. The battle is in full swing. Both sides fight fearlessly, sparing no effort. Yan Kavak Khan orders to find Yan Chogvan and swears to finish him with his own hands. He again recalls their past confrontation and desperately promises himself that this time he will definitely end his life. In the family of Yan from Hebei, the spear god was born. After his death, unfortunately, no warrior worthy to inherit this title was born, and so it lasted for 100 years until a worthy heir appeared. And it turned out to be Yan H. Wayne, the son of the current head of the family. His father never doubted that he would inherit this name. Of course, all the family's attention was focused on him. But because of this, the boy lost his freedom. It became unbearable for him, so he refused the right to be the heir and ran away. And then he met a beautiful girl. Like a lonely flower, she bloomed under the cover of the sun. She looked at him. He was not for her the heir of the Yan family from Hebei province. She saw in him just an ordinary person, not the one who was to inherit the name Spear God. They had a charming baby. They became a family, and he tenderly held his son in his arms. His wife always rushed to help when he could not calm the child. He gained a family that saw in him the real one, a son whom he values more than life, and a beloved woman who is more beautiful to him than all the girls in the world. He vowed to do everything for their happiness. So he took the spear in his hands again and returned to the world of martial arts. Among the masters, you will not find anyone who has not heard of Yanmo, the Lord of the Spear. And because of this name, his father found him. He forced him to return to his hometown and take responsibility for the Yan family. But he was not going to simply obey his father's orders. His family is in Jinan. It is in this city that the place where he must be is located. He breaks the spear, and all desire for martial arts disappears. On a thin sheet of paper, the image of K.H. Vin and Sol Yukwa stood out brightly. The young man looks at the portrait and says that he misses this woman. Noise behind the door grabs his attention. He realizes the invasion has begun. He hears a scream. Bandits have attacked them. A battle rages in the mansion's courtyard. The warriors skillfully parry the blows of the attacking men. Yanhua Khan closely watches the course of the battle. He easily repels the attack of one of the warriors, and with contempt says that the Yan family is no longer worth anything. He shouts, addressing Yan Chagwan to come out, promising to definitely take his head. He mockingly adds if, of course, he is not afraid to fight him. Furiously swinging his sword, he promises to kill all these guys, and mercilessly brings down the blade on a wounded enemy sitting at his feet. Suddenly, he sees a young man easily dealing with his bandits. He is beside himself with rage. Yanhua Khan asks the brave man who he is. He replies, these are his words, not the words of those thieves who broke into foreign lands. Yanhua Khan rushes into attack, but his opponent skillfully wields the weapon. While the fight continues, the opponents manage to insult each other. After delivering a strong blow, the young man introduces himself Yan Hwain, the eldest son of the Yan family. The confrontation between the warriors and bandits does not subside. Dako Musin on the roof of the house watches tensely what is happening. He recalls the words of a passerby who told him that the river bandits targeted the Yan family. The young man thinks that the man, of course, warned him, but he could not have imagined that it would turn out this way. At first, he wanted to challenge the masters of this family to a fight to find out how much stronger he had become. But now he will have to wait a little with that. He decides he needs to find an inn and rest. Suddenly, the events on the battlefield catch his attention. Extraordinary energy swirled around the warrior. The young man tensely tries to understand what this aura is. The warrior with a spear bravely confronts the enemy. Yan Hwain fearlessly stands opposite the bandit. Hearing his name, he rushes into attack. But the enemy is ready. He thrusts the spear forward. He skillfully wields it and leaves the opponent no chance. Yan Han is not going to retreat. He intensifies the pressure. Yan Hwain's spear almost hits the target. Despite the failure, he tries again to strike the enemy. Yan Han barely manages to dodge the lightning-fast blows. None of the opponents intends to give in. The bandits gasped in shock and try to help their leader. He orders them, do not interfere, and sends them to find the old man. The rivals stand face to face, eye to eye, silence like before a storm. Yanhua Khan mockingly said that it seems his opponent has already lost his strength. He laughs, saying that this is entirely in the spirit of the Yan family, and orders the young man to launch an attack. Yan Hwain feels that he has not trained for too long. Suddenly, he notices some movement behind. Accompanied by servants, his father comes out into the courtyard. The boy, despite their differences, cannot abandon him in trouble. He decides to buy time for him. Looking at the old man, he thinks that he needs to run. Yan Hwain casts an unfriendly glance at his enemy. He orders him not to be distracted and to continue fighting. The young man strikes again with his spear. The clash between them is not for life, but to the death. His opponent skillfully parries the sword blows and continues to mock. Yan Hwain is already tired. His strength is leaving him. He decides this is his last chance and suddenly rushes into attack. Marching towards the enemy, he encourages himself with a shout. Yanhua Khan offers him to say goodbye to life. The distance between them rapidly decreases. The bandit suddenly raises his hand up, tightly gripping the sword in it. The opponent's spear is aimed straight at his chest. With a strike of the blade, he cleaves the spear shaft. Waiting for death, the man closes his eyes and asks Yukva for forgiveness. The shaft falls to the ground. In his mind, Yan Hwain had a thought. He would wait for his beloved in the afterlife, only then would his forgiveness reach her. The enemy's sword already hung over his head. The men stand face to face, and the course of the fight seems already decided. Suddenly, Dako Musin emerges between them, stopping the blade hanging over one of their heads with 2 fingers. The young man, having managed to hide his face behind a red mask, turns to Yan Hwain and asks what Yukva's surname is, the one he just mentioned. The bandit cannot believe his eyes and, stunned, asks the young man, "Who are you?" He replies, "My name is Devil Sword." Yan Hwain, listening carefully to the conversation, says he hears this name for the first time. Yanhua Khan asks how he dares to interfere. Does he really want to turn all the river bandits in the world against himself? The man tries to attack the boy, but Dako Musin stops him with a single wave of his hand. He says he was going to wait until one of them won, but he can no longer stand and watch silently. The robber looks at him, not hiding his anger. He insults the boy and raises the sword. Yan Hwain shouts for him to be careful. Dako Musin intently watches the attacking opponent. He utters only one word, "Go away." The bandit delivers an incredibly powerful blow, but his attempt failed. The enemy, moving too fast for the eye to catch, wounded him. Dako Musin hides the sword in the scabbard. He asked the young man with interest what surname Yukva, whom he had mentioned earlier, had by any chance saw. The young man confirmed that it was so. The young man was bursting with joy. His guesses turned out to be correct. Noticing that their leader lost the fight, the robbers hurry to hide. In the mansion of the Yan family from Hebei, a feast is arranged, and people are surprised after all. This is not the habit of the head of the family. The townspeople eagerly share news, and the loudest of them is the defeat of the river bandits. A man addresses the gossipers and asks what they are so eagerly discussing. He suggests chatting over a glass of wine. The host said to let everyone into the feast. Dako Musin in a red mask sits at the table, on which many various dishes are arranged. He leisurely savors the dishes. The young man asks Yan Khwain, who stands before him, why he has come. He addresses him with respect. He recalls the moment of celebration when the robbers left their yard. He sharply asked the boy in the mask who he was and how he knew Yukwa. The young man replied that he was the one who saved his life. Does he need to know anything else? He makes a request to the young master, begging him to say if he knows anything about his wife. The head of the family, Yan Chagwan, approaches them and sincerely thanks the young man. He says that if it were not for his intervention, Yan Hwain would have simply been killed. He asks Dako Musin to become their guest. Yan Hwain begs him to tell him about Yuhui. Dako Musin continues to eat calmly. The young man asks him to answer after all. This will save another life. But the young man refuses to forgive him, because all this time the woman was waiting for her husband, while he lived here in comfort and did not even worry. Yan Hwain says that he has not seen his family for 8 years because of his father. He searched for them everywhere, but all his attempts were in vain. The young man is stunned by his words. He realizes that he did not know something. The young man says that he searched all of Jinan and Shannon, but found neither wife nor child. Dako Musin cannot believe his words. He asks if that man checked the slums of Janani, and he answers, no, unable to believe that Yuwa could have ended up in such a terrible place. The young man begs him to calm down. But the young man cannot pull himself together. He wants to leave. Dako Musin asks what he intends to do. Yan Hwain replies that he urgently needs to take Yukwa. The young man anxiously wonders if his father will allow him to do this. Does he really think that the head of the family will just leave everything as it is and not separate them again? Dako Musin asks, is he not afraid of harming his children? He advises first to convince the father and only then meet with the family. The man was stunned by the word children, since he only knows about one child. He sees in his memory the woman with her son and does not believe it. Could it be that when he left, she was expecting another child? He whispers her name, Yukwa. Dako Musin says that he has a trick. The young master asks with interest what he means by that. But the young man only smiles mysteriously. In the city, outrage arose. People were boiling with anger over the audacity of the bandits, who dared to attack the righteous family. Yan Chagwan is happy they got lucky. He sat on a raised platform in a huge hall, and the men around him kept telling themselves out loud, no one dares even to think that the Yan family's glory is not what it once was. The old man enjoys listening to their conversations. He remembers how their savior said that people should consider the Yan family winners. The young man himself did not want the whole world to know about his existence. Yan Chagwan can only play along a true hero, does not want to reveal his identity. He is confident that in a few years the day will come when their family will again become the best fighters of Hebei. He hears a voice, someone is addressing him. At the door stands a breathless servant. The old man, with anxiety in his voice, asks what happened. Could it be that the river bandits attacked again? But the man answers with a resolute no. He approaches and quietly, so that no one nearby hears, reports to the old man. He says that the young master is training in martial arts. On the training ground, Dako Musin and Yan Hwain stand face to face. The young man tightly grips a spear in his hands. In front of him is an opponent with a sword in his hands. Yan Hwain confidently said, I will start first. The youth agrees with him. Raising the spear, the young lord rushes into attack. He warns this is the spear of the Yan family. But Dako Musin easily dodges the weapon aimed at him. Yan Hwain attacks him again and again. The spear is aimed straight at the youth's head, but he stands still. And only at the last moment does he lean aside. He is thrilled by the opponent's strike. Yet this man is still too slow for him. Yan Hwain tightly grips the shaft and prepares to deflect the opponent's strike. He is stunned by the strength of Dako Musin, and again asks to repeat. The young man raises his sword again. Yan Hwain thinks the feint won't work. He charges into the attack again. The opponent, without moving from his place, waits for him. Dako Musin, looking at him, thinks perhaps he started moving faster. The young man raises his sword, preparing to deflect the attack. The tips of their weapons clash. Yan Hwain is stunned that the boy knew where he would strike and blocked the blow so precisely. Looking at the aura surrounding the boy, he cannot comprehend who stands before him. The young man admits his defeat. Dako Musin is convinced that the bait worked, and there is already enough training. They hear a voice asking them, what is happening here? In front of them stands the head of the family, Yan Chagwan. The old man cannot believe it. The boy who did not want to become a warrior is training again. Dako Musin begs the young gentleman to leave them. He steps away, and the youth enthusiastically praises his skill. He says that the master of the house has a smart and gifted son. The old man is pleasantly impressed. He is confident that Yan Hwain has won the favor of a great person. But the youth continues to say that he is a little disappointed by his unstable condition. Although a spear is in his hand, his thoughts are elsewhere, and with such a mood, he will not be able to reveal his talent in the future. This may even turn into the disease of the devil's heart. The old man is worried that his son has such a terrible illness. Dako Musin says he heard that the young lord's family is located in another region. Probably because of this, his heart longs. Yan Chogvan asks what he should do. The young man replies to cure the disease, one must get rid of its cause. He asks why not have the master of the house officially bring the young lord's family. Along Jinan Street, a carriage rides accompanied by warriors. Soin warmly greets So-en and sincerely wishes her luck on the road to Hebei. In response to the question from the girl of the Chegel family, Soin answers decisively, yes, she is the daughter of the head of the Golden Dragon Security Bureau. Namgun silently attends their conversation. So-en says she heard that the girl disappeared. Meanwhile, the young man thinks there is no need to worry about her. What worries him most is that a descendant of the Devil's Sword has appeared. He still cannot believe this news, but if it is true, a huge commotion will arise. Chief Hwan carefully watches the conversation of the young people. He recalls how the mistress strictly ordered him to watch Namgun because he knew something about the Devil's Sword. The man thinks that if everything succeeds, he will be able to restore the bureau. Soin invites the girl into the carriage and promises to tell her everything. Chief Hwan mounts a horse and decisively gives the command to depart. Namgun follows them. The travelers are heading to the Murim League in Hebei. In the training ground of the Yang family mansion, a young master is training diligently. Dako Musin advises him not to rush and to distribute his strength properly. Yang Hwain promises to improve. The old man watches their training with pleasure. He recalls how he asked the young man in the mask if he would teach his son martial arts. He agreed but immediately said, first of all, he needs his permission. The old man was delighted after all. Such a master will teach Yang Hwain, so he definitely has talent. But the old man doubted, is this method really the only chance for his son? He replied that the proposal from a great man who had shown great kindness to their family was worth attention, and he would think about it. Yan Chogwan is determined to restore the authority of their family. The young people continue to train, while the old man slowly withdraws. Yan Hwain looks askance at him, trying to understand what he is thinking. Dako Musin reproaches him again, and he promises to improve. In the evening, when it had already started to get dark on the streets, father and son meet in the courtyard of the mansion. The young master asks why was he called at such a late hour. The old man replies, does he need a reason to meet with his father? Yan Hwain said, if nothing happens, he will leave. The old man began the conversation by saying that the master of the Devil's Sword praised him, so it was better for him to stay closer to him. The son asks what follows from this. Does he now have to steal his secret techniques? The father complains that the son is already grown, but thinks like a child, to which the son replies that excessive greed is the character of his father. The old man is outraged. The son tries to lecture him, but the young master asks, isn't it enough for him that he appropriated someone else's glory after the recent clash? Yan Chogwan justified himself, saying the hero himself did not want to reveal his identity, so he only fulfilled his request, and it turned out that the glory went to their family. Yan Hwain accuses his father of just standing and watching others fight. He says that the stolen glory is not enough for him. He also wants to appropriate the martial arts techniques. If people find out about this, they will start pointing fingers at their family. The man says that only today he will pretend as if he heard nothing. The old man objects, saying it was the master's proposal. The son is surprised, and Yan Chogwan says that the master himself decided to pass some techniques to him. Yan Hwain is puzzled. Why would the master do that? He recalls their conversation about a certain trick. The father explains that the young man, in return, set one condition for him. He said their priority now is to rid Yan Hwain of the devil's heart disease. He decisively orders his son to go to Jinan and bring his family. The man cannot believe what he has heard. The old man, as if with relief, confirms he allows his son to bring them to the Yan clan. The anxious Yan Hwain barely holds back tears. Dako Musin watches their conversation from the balcony. The young man decides it is time to leave this hospitable house. He heads to the gates of the Yan family mansion. Suddenly he hears someone calling him. Looking back, the young man sees men they have already guessed that he will try to leave without saying goodbye. Dako Musin apologizes. He did not want to disturb them and did not expect to run into them. He says that those who have met must part, and those who have parted will meet again. Looking at the men, the young man beamed he managed to reconcile them. The young master sincerely thanks him. The old man, worried, asks why is he leaving so quickly? Is there something he is dissatisfied with? He says that he will leave for a short time nearby. He has a personal matter. The young man confidently assures the master of the house that his offer is still valid, and on the way back he will visit them. The men understand. Such a great man has so many affairs, so they invite him to visit them again when he is free. The old man extends to him a pouch with money, begging him to accept his humble gift. The young man gratefully takes the offering and warmly says goodbye to them. The men bow to him with deep respect. Yan Hwain sincerely utters words of gratitude. The father reproaches him for not having set off on the road yet and urges him to depart for Jinan to see the family as soon as possible. Dako Musin sets off on the road. Night tents are spread around the campfire. From one of them emerges Soin. She is trembling from the cold. The girl decides that the best way to warm up is by the fire. She goes to the burning bonfire near which, despite the late hour, So-en is sitting. She asks the girl indignantly what she is doing here. So-en meets her appearance with surprise and says that she thought everyone was already asleep. Soin complains that she woke up from the cold. So-en, laughing, replies that she herself was freezing. Soin doubts whether this is really the true reason. So-en says that she simply found herself so far from home for the first time. The interlocutor supports her, saying, "I understand you." So-en admits that she herself was eager to leave. She explains that her father wants her to marry for the prosperity of the family. Soin asks who her fiancé is, but So-en says that she herself does not really know anything. The girl asks if there is someone in her heart, and So-en answers, no. At that moment, she remembers Dako Musin, but he does not even dare to admit his feelings to himself. Soin, looking at her, thinks that there is probably unrequited love here. The girl believes that So-en is still too young, and she herself is also still very young. She says that her interlocutor will easily erase a simple boy from her memory. So-en looks at her inquisitively. She asks what Soin is thinking about now. She says that she is simply jealous of her. To the question why, she says that she does not know herself. So-en is outraged by the strange words of her interlocutor and goes to sleep. She says goodbye to Soin until morning. The girl who remained sitting by the campfire realizes that she is really envied. She wonders if she will ever be able to return to those days when she smiled so much. She decides that it doesn't matter now. She must at any cost lure to their bureau's side a master named Devil's Sword. A large clawed paw steps on the grass. A huge maw grins with sharp fangs. The alert boy peers intently into the darkness. A huge tiger comes out to meet him. This happened somewhat earlier. Looking at his hand, he suddenly wondered how strange this is. He was sure, having gained the wisdom of the elder, he truly raised his level, but perhaps because he came to this with someone's help, it seemed to him as if it was not entirely his own achievement. Moreover, now he could no longer use the elder's combat skills at will. The cup that needed to be filled with combat skills had indeed grown, but his strength remained unchanged. Of course, sighing, one could assume that the elder was indeed a trickster if he intended to pass on his skills, but why then did he not leave a whole bunch of miraculous potions? But suddenly, the hero felt someone's presence in the forest. Suddenly, quite unexpectedly, this man jumped out of the bushes. He is holding his hand, and it is immediately noticeable he is not feeling very well. After a long conversation with that stranger, the hero noticed that a battle was already unfolding nearby. Suddenly, he grabbed his body, and with anxiety in his voice said, "We must immediately flee this place." He said that a beast that made those terrifying sounds was constantly hunting him. Behind the sound, the beast is still somewhere far away, but the time has come to flee immediately. After that, they instantly fled in the opposite direction. This roar spoke for itself. There must have been some unusual beast from the mountains before them. Then the stranger said that this beast was a divine creature. 42 warriors of the Muram League were sent to capture it, but the beast killed them all, and only he survived. Suddenly, they found themselves in a dead end. He himself, without hesitation, suggested to the hero to run away and assured that he would hold off the beast. He explained where to go to find the Muram League, and added, "Tell them that the punitive squad sent to detain the great Millennium Tiger was completely destroyed." He made it clear that fulfilling his request would be extremely difficult. And suddenly, behind their backs, a majestic roar burst out. The giant tiger looked down on them like a king, surveying his subjects. "How is this possible?" the stranger whispered, trembling with admiration. Fear weakened his legs, and he could no longer stand. The insatiable maw of the divine beast greedily snatched its prey. The unknown creature once again reached for the sword, begged its owner to flee, and firmly promised to hold back the enemy, even if it cost her life. The beast was not going to wait long. It instantly lunged at the youths. Musin did not waste time and rushed forward, covering the unfamiliar girl and placing his weapon before those sharp, blade-like tiger claws. The stranger realized one strike from a millennial tiger could break a sword. But Musin seemed to believe so passionately in his strength that he held it as if he was sure it would never be defeated. It was precisely because of this that he managed to push the tiger back. The trouble was that although Musin wrapped his sword in a special way, he still could not wound this tiger. No one could have imagined that the tiger would turn out to be so powerful. However, at that moment, Musin felt his sword flare even brighter and take on a deeper blue hue. They stood face to face with the tiger and fearlessly looked each other in the eyes. Then Musin put even more effort into it. The answer to the question, what to do next, exploded with clarity. It was necessary to attack with even greater power. He was also lucky the tiger decided to launch an attack on its own. The tiger made a fatal mistake with one powerful strike. Musin inflicted a serious wound on him. This wound is a verdict. Survival is impossible. The tiger, having gained speed, heavily crashes to the ground. The unknown stands in shock and does not notice what is happening around. Musin turned to him with a request for help. He reminded him of the words he himself had said earlier and added that this beast is a divine creature. Therefore, some inner alchemy lurks in his essence. Some time passed, and both riders dashed forward at a gallop. The stranger asked if this was really his first time on a horse. Only a few hours had passed since he was taught to sit in the saddle, and he already looked like an experienced rider. Musin simply said that it was thanks to his wonderful mentor. When he observed him, he only wondered from which school is this rider. They whispered that he might be from the Southern School. This assumption arose because the master's stranger also belonged to the Southern School, so he sent his successor to take over leadership. No matter how much we guessed, it is still too early to draw final conclusions. He only knew one thing for sure: this boy would grow into an outstanding man. Therefore, he realized, it is better to make friends with him in advance. Meanwhile, two children were playing, throwing stones into the water. They argued so fiercely, who among them would wash the dishes all day. Miso froze, his heart tightened. He heard someone approaching. A man in a straw hat was walking ahead, followed by several warriors with spears. The boys stood puzzled. They saw these warriors for the first time and could not understand who they were. Yan instantly jumped up and hugged Miso tightly. At that moment, a girl appeared and began to beg them to stop. She already suspected that Miso and Yan Horan had done something. After a pause, her movement froze. She barely whispered, "Darling," and tears appeared in her eyes. He took off his hat and sincerely apologized for his lateness. Finding no words, she suddenly dropped to her knees. Before her stood her father, the one who had long been absent from her life. Misei and Yan were his sons. The father gently stroked Misei's head, noticing that he had already grown up and would probably soon be ready to marry. He clearly felt Horan saw him for the first time and most likely did not recognize him. At that very moment, he confessed, "I am their father." Earlier, he confidently claimed that Bistro would definitely return, but due to serious circumstances, he could not keep the promise. His wife was eager to find out what had really happened to him. With tears in her eyes, she confessed that she even imagined he would never return. He carefully wiped a tear from her face and sincerely apologized. "You endured so many trials in my absence and suffered because of my mistakes. Now, I am ready to turn the world upside down to make you happy." After these touching words, he asked her for only one thing: that they never part again. Sitting on this cold ground, they with warm hearts hugged tightly. Soon Musin finally reached his destination. He stood right in front of the gate of the Murim leg. He glanced at the sign. There was the word, "Nightly." The stranger asked again if Musin really said he needed to go to the leg, and noted that in that case it was better to say goodbye to him. He sincerely thanked Musin for spending time with him and said goodbye. He is deeply grateful to Musin for saving him. Both sincerely thanked each other for the kindness radiating from each of them. And now the next step belongs to Musin. This move will bring him closer to the goal, leading him inside. And in an instant, he found himself in front of the dining hall door. When he entered, an empty hall spread out before him. Suddenly, a young man rushed towards him. Musin approached it to eat, but at the same time wanted to find out if the elder Sok Yan Shin was here. The master chef pointed with his finger at the black-haired one, who was now standing in the kitchen. She desperately wanted to understand why this stranger had come. Later, he admitted that he arrived on a mission from Shandong province and asked to deliver something to the master chef. In a moment, the boy was already standing by the cook's door and reported that someone had come to see him. Everything happened exactly as Musin predicted. The Murim League dining hall is not an ordinary place. It is always crowded here, so food is prepared in huge quantities. The master chef was fully immersed in cooking dishes, but as soon as he heard the word guest, he instantly looked around. At that moment, a voice burst out from the hall. "Ouch, that hurts. Do you consider it normal to treat your only student like that?" In response came, "Ah, Timoshenik, who said I took you as a student? I warned you, don't distract me while cooking." Then the dark-haired one appears with a bump on his head. But still he appeared next to the head chef. The dark-haired boy turned out to be the self-proclaimed apprentice of Chef Pen. Then Musin sincerely said that it was a great honor for him to meet this person, and introduced himself. Zok instantly exclaimed that San had told him nonsense. He could not believe that San really sent someone so far from Shandong province for an ordinary small pot for broth. Musin realized that many people wanted to try this broth, so that was exactly why he came. Then Sok advised Pen, put it in a leather bag and write the address where to send it. Having explained everything, the old man asked Musin to take a walk around since the wait would be quite long. It was surprising why such silence had fallen here. When he opened his eyes, it seemed as if everything around had evaporated, only one hand was reaching out to him. He had lived in this world for a long time and immediately sensed the slowing ability had been activated. Looking at Sok, it was immediately clear. For him, the war was over. Musin immediately understood his life could be in danger. The boy with eyes full of tears only shouted to the master chef, "What have you done?" He begged him to look at that huge bump on his head and despairingly asked how he could now appear among people. The boy shouted and Musin recoiled from the old man's hand. Immediately after that, I asked him, "Who are you?" Pen also stood confused and asked the master what had happened and how one could get so angry at a guest who had just come from afar, but Sok ordered the young man to stay aside. Suddenly Sok turned to Musin with a strange, embarrassed question. Why does he not answer? At that very moment, Musin simply did not want the mustachioed man to come closer. After a harsh laugh, the bald man tensed sharply and a powerful aura spread around him. Again and again he asked Musin the same question. Who is he really? You say I am insolent, but your words frankly hurt. Weren't you the first to try to harm me? However, after that question, Sok stopped a little surprised. How could this young man even notice that he was about to direct a ranged attack at him? He instantly realized his mistake. He tried to secretly activate his power to find out who this young man really was, but did not want to harm him at all. His mind was filled with surprise. How did this young man notice his intentions even before he managed to realize them? Then Sok asked him, how long has he been practicing martial arts? Musin still could not understand why he was interested in that question. Even more enraged, Sok reproached him for the lack of even a drop of politeness in Kanho. It was customary to answer the questions of elders. After that, Musin feels a sharp pain engulfing his entire body. He tightens the clothing around his neck, and with each breath it becomes harder for him to breathe. Sok knew well that San had sent the letter almost a month ago. The journey from there to here took a month, and now he was eager to find out what exactly took nearly 2 months. But Musin was not going to answer any of his questions. He simply kept ignoring them. And grandfather sternly warned, his senseless stubbornness could ignite a blood feud. My answer remains unchanged, Musin emphasized once again. However, even after these words, the energy of the juice did not weaken, it remained just as powerful. It became so difficult here that Musin was forced to drop to one knee. And as soon as everything finally calmed down, Sok asked if Musin really worked as a waiter at Chu San's establishment. At that time, the boy hid under the table, and Sok addressed him. He sharply ordered the boy to pick up the unconscious person and take him to the back room, while he himself began preparing dinner. At the same time, Musin writhed in unbearable pain all over his body, but he was saved by an unusual spiritual power. The boy firmly decided to fulfill everything the elder had commanded him. Already unconscious, Musin was dragged to the back room. There, as if afraid to wake him, he carefully laid the young man on a soft, comfortable bed. Closing his eyes, Musin quietly sank into sleep. But something pushed him to open his eyes. The thought that beyond the heavens, there are always more heavens made him feel like a fool. He stared at the ceiling and could not believe he had been defeated, stunned so much that he could not even move a finger. When the elder of the Devil's Sword gave him knowledge, pride overwhelmed him so much that he began to think he had already mastered everything. At that moment, he decided it was time to return to his original goal. In a moment, he would come himself and open the door. He entered the room and loudly said, "Hey, fraud, you look great." Musin could not calm himself. He desperately wanted to find out what exactly that one had planned to do with him yesterday. However, Sok did not hurry to answer this question. Musin coldly promised, "I will answer only when the first answers my question." After that, the cook winked and explained that he was just trying to awaken remote abilities in him. He also admitted he did not intend to harm him. Musin admitted that he understood Sok's question simply by feeling his technique, he said, was a threat. He could not explain where this feeling came from, but it was because of it that he did not answer yesterday. This further fueled curiosity. Who really is he, this mysterious cook? He noted with surprise he cannot believe how Musin himself reached such a high level. Musin admitted that all this time he had been self-taught in martial arts, but now it seemed he had hit a wall. He has no master like others who could show the way, and frankly, he does not know where to start next. Sok had seen many fighters, but it was rare for someone to reach such a level of mastery on their own. He knew perfectly well that letting him go was throwing away his incredible talent in martial arts. Spring passed under the sign of intensive training, and now winter has come. Musin's muscular body, excellently trained and prepared. Once again he swung the sword and decided that for today it was quite enough. He ran his hand through his hair and felt that it had noticeably grown. With a stick, he hooked the clothes that were lying on the ground. They were incredibly cold, but a solution was found. Musin knew how to warm up quickly. I always believed that after training, fire warms best. Peck approached and asked if he had finished today's training early, and Musin answered affirmatively, feeling that even if he kept hitting the ball, nothing would change. Brother, what you just said sounded very arrogant, you know. After that, Musin repeated the words of Sokka several times, persistently emphasizing that the main thing is to have patience. In fact, the guy came to call him to lunch, and on the way enthusiastically told that he had been taking care of this place for many years, but Sokka never taught him any technique, and now he even claims that he will become a martial arts teacher for someone he just met. He complains that the elder makes him run back and forth, completely forgets to teach fist fighting, and even forbids him to call him his teacher. But nothing can be done after all. He acquired basic martial arts skills at the Shaolin Temple, Musin replied. After all, if the servant's part weighs the true treasure that Shaolin is so proud of. Because of this, Musin gently explained to the little boy that he should obey next to the elder. He won't have time to master any new technique. By the way, can you imagine? The elder turned out to be a true Shaolin martial arts master, one of the 18 disciples of Buddha, who was called the king of fist fighting. The boy was firmly convinced Penam in Hebei was not threatened by any trouble as long as they were with Shaolin. When the conversation ended, the mocking interlocutor advised him not to stop and to keep dreaming. Musin could not understand. Why shouldn't he master knife fighting, the skill his family was so proud of, instead of wasting time here? Penn decisively stated that a man should fight only with fists. In the tavern, he greeted an acquaintance with the words, "How long has it been since your last visit here?" But the man smiled and replied that there was nothing strange about it. A Murim League warrior eats in a military tavern. Ta-Sok, pointing at him with his finger, was sure, if it really was him, everything would change radically. Haha, elder, you haven't changed at all. Your stubbornness is the same, no matter how many years have passed. You behaved the same during that great war, and I still sometimes see in my memory how you provoked the Indians to start the fight first, said the warrior. And at the head of the Murim League stood the majestic holy swordsman Yan Ch Han from the Jin family. They truly knew each other well. After all, they had gone through the war together. Yan arrived here with the intention of founding a dojo at the Murim League and asked his servant to help him with this. Sok replied briefly, simply asking to leave that topic alone. He said about himself, just an old man who had already retired from active affairs and now only prepared food. But Yan would never ask for help from a feeble old man who only cooked food. He asked for help from the king of fist fighting. He addressed him and with hope in his eyes, asked to pass a part of his strength to this young man. Soon Peck, Musin, and Sok gathered together. Musin instantly felt that the old man was hiding something. The man handed him a green item, as if begging him to take it. It was a ring. Musin could not understand at all why the old man was offering him that item. To the joking, "Are you going to propose to me?" I only politely dodged the answer. Sok pondered for a long time, watching how Musin settled in, and decided, first it was worth finding out the reason for this proposal, because he wanted to understand why this ring was needed before making a decision about accepting it. An hour ago, I explained why it was necessary to create a dojo. Your hot group is becoming more and more dangerous every day, so we need to strengthen our forces to balance the situation. After the explanations, he agreed. It is important that educational institutions direct youth on the right path. And after that, he decided to pass his power to Yan. But despite everything, he set one single condition. Now Musin learned that Sok was going to make him his student. One of my closest younger brothers conceived an extremely dangerous plan. I sincerely want to help him, but because of my age, they do not take me into the dojo. Musin finally understood what it was about and wondered why this ring was so important. He heard that it was like a recommendation. You just need to show it to the dojo manager, and you will be accepted without any exams. Musin immediately wondered, what about the entrance fee? As soon as Musin spoke about this, the old man instantly got irritated and sharply stated that the Murim League was not for money, everything would be free. By the way, the dojo is named Knight's Justice. Soon near the security bureau, Golden Dragon, the sisters finally reached Hebei. They got off the carriage and took their first steps on the journey path. They took a deep breath of fresh air after a long carriage ride, which left a feeling of movement in their bodies, as if the road was still rocking them. One of them decided to rest today. She postponed the journey until tomorrow. They were greeted by a young man who, excitedly, asked if they were feeling well. Lady Ken instantly blossomed with a smile as soon as she saw him. Who could have imagined that the snow would melt so quickly and the river would overflow its banks? It was a true natural disaster. Suddenly, Father So appears here. He missed his daughter terribly. At that moment, he rushed to hug her tightly. He asked if those annoying tormentors had caused her much trouble, and she smiled and assured him that everything was fine, and she was incredibly happy to see him again. When all the boys returned from the journey and gathered together, he smiled and suggested having a drink. They had done a great job, and thanks to that his day was successful. Smiles shone. Everyone raised their glasses and drank them to the bottom. They raised their glasses one after another, and it continued until everyone fell asleep. Soon he was talking to someone about how 100 years ago Payan Kim was the most outstanding martial arts master in the world, and the highest level masters then called his name a name that was divided into two parts. By the father stood his daughter, listening carefully to every word of this story. And the thing was that the family's son returned home with his girlfriend, and the father already guessed they were together. The boy walked forward slowly, carefully examining the ring that lay in his hands. The young man hesitated for a long time, whether to dare to join the dojo operating under the aegis of the Murim League. But suddenly he noticed a young man nearby. He was clearly bored. He told the young man that the elder had already been looking for him to feed him. However, the young man decisively assured he was not hungry at all. Musin was eager to find out what had happened, because usually it was enough just to mention food, and he would instantly rush to the table. However, the teenager became upset, realizing that his brother Musin was most likely already rejoicing in his happiness, and he himself also wanted to become part of the Order of Knights of Justice. The cook shared this news with him, and now he knew the older brother would soon set out on the journey. The hero suggested that he take part in the trial, but the boy believed that with his current abilities, it would definitely end in defeat. Musin was well aware that the most gifted individuals from various provinces would come to the trial. So he pondered what decisions should be made now. And yet why was he entrusted with this ring? He was told that the ring was like a recommendation. Show it to the leadership, and you will be accepted without exams. So he decided to give the ring to his younger brother. Soon he set out to take the entrance exams. The first task to scratch the stone. Each applicant could step forward without obstacles as soon as they felt ready. Many laughed and considered this task too simple. Finally, a fighter stepped onto the arena, firmly holding his sword in his hands. He just laughed, recalling that the trials in the distant province were even more difficult, and suggested to the steward to look for a stronger stone. Immediately after that, the arrogant warrior confidently began to spin his weapon. The warrior spun the weapon, and aimed to destroy the stone statue with one powerful strike. Surprisingly, the weapon only broke in half. The judge immediately announced the failure, and dryly added that the participant could go home. Only at that moment did the impudent one realize that this stone was not ordinary at all, and rushed to beg for another chance. The observer realized the warrior was already quite lucky the sword could have pierced the heart and taken a life. After that, the examiner coldly told the other participants that the league was not responsible for possible injuries sustained during the exams. Those who did not believe in their strength could simply refuse right now. Indeed, many people began to retreat, overwhelmed by fear that injuries could cripple them. In the end, not a single volunteer remained who dared to leave the ranks. The man spoke with relief. For all who remained, the trial was successfully completed. The first task was meant to test the determination of the candidates. Now they all proceed to the second stage of the trials. At the next stage, even the smallest mistake could prove fatal for them. Soon the master was brought bitter news. Out of 150 candidates, only 7 made it to the final. The master instantly and warmly thanked the swordsman for his support. However, he was simply doing his job, and noted that very little was known about the activities of the Ilban group. They clearly felt that these people were by no means idle. The belief that the elders were plotting something was unwavering, and the master understood this, so he instructed his assistant to closely monitor them. He could not contain his curiosity whether the person with the identifying mark had registered, and it turned out that they had already been accepted into the circle of masters. Although the young man was still very young, the king of fist fighting still recognized him. It seemed the reasons were substantial, so he had no doubt about him. This young man could even inherit the name of the king of fist fighting and become a key figure in the realization of the planned schemes in the future. Soon the registration of finalists began. The inspectors called the finalists one by one, handed them special passes, and issued a certificate of admission, which they had to deliver to the managers. On a separate sheet, it was necessary to clearly write down one's life goal. As soon as they leave, the entrance exams will continue until the very end of the month. At this time, everything is allowed for them in the league. They are already respected students of the Knights of Justice. All knights who passed the trial gained freedom. But Musin stood rooted to the spot and did not take a single step toward the exit. The overseer immediately suspected that the boy had started to experience some difficulties. But the boy was still tormented by one challenge: how to embody his life goal on the wall. Later, he realized that his true goal in life, the one he formulated back in the first martial arts classes, had been clear for a long time. Soon the moment came when he had to return to his room. He was struck by how well and tastefully her room was arranged. The man sincerely congratulated Musin on the opportunity to live in the luxurious apartments of the great man. All of this seemed too much to the newcomer for someone who was only a student, like him. The escort explained, "This is for the one who will someday become the leader of the leg, so she must be treated with due respect." And the young man still could not understand why they suddenly came to such conclusions about him. He even began to worry that the warrior Zhang had used his authority. When Musin mentioned him, the warrior even sneezed. And now he cannot get rid of the thought, did the master like the quarters that he had prepared for him with such diligence? The young man shone with joy thanks to an old friend. He got the opportunity to live in a spacious room. He looked out the window and saw those who passed the entrance exams today. In addition, he constantly racked his brains about what to do while the entrance exams were ongoing. He decided the best thing is to help the elder Soku with his affairs. Just before that, another unfamiliar girl appeared at the gates of the Murim League. Behind the gates, her friends immediately met her, joyfully greeting their dear little sister. Anxiety did not give them peace. She was supposed to arrive a few days ago. The older sister gently took the younger one by the cheeks and emotionally noted how much she had grown up since they last saw each other. But dissatisfaction flared up in her when the girl indignantly said that the older one was treating her like a child. She decided to teach her a lesson and came up with a small punishment to show how important it is to respect elders. At that moment, another girl sighed with relief, seeing that her sister was okay. The eldest daughter froze for a moment, so much time had passed since she last saw her sister. She looked at her sister and suddenly realized she hadn't changed at all, still the same charming girl she had been before. After that, they decided to go together to a cozy place to eat deliciously. After all, the younger one was probably quite hungry from the journey. The middle sister asked the younger one with curiosity if she still often visited that establishment. The sister sincerely said that it was the only place where she could enjoy tasty food. However, another sister doubted and asked how the young man who liked her was doing. It turned out that the younger sister visited that place every day to see the waiter who worked there, and each time nervously tried to remember his name. He was a good young man, and his whole face was covered with soot. The younger sister swiftly covered the older one's mouth, whispering that it was their shared secret and no one else should know about it. Finally, the older sister couldn't hold back and laughed, admitting that she had told this secret to their eldest sister. And imagine, this happened quite a long time ago. Turning around, she noticed the older sister was also enjoying this moment. At last, the girls reached the military canteen, where a hearty meal awaited them. The second sister did not notice the young man she usually saw at this job. The man said that the young man had set off in search of his destiny and perhaps had already found his path. The girls suddenly realized this young man exceeded all their expectations regarding skill. After that, bowing, they sincerely thanked the elder for the hospitality. After that, the older sisters whispered to the younger one that this man, Elder Sick, was considered the most outstanding cook in the entire region. Because of his bald head, people often think he is a former Shaolin student. The old man was trembling with indignation upon hearing the girls discuss him. He could not restrain himself and cursed their rude and ill-mannered behavior. The older sisters were also tormented by one question: why did the younger sister appear at this very time? Soon the two older sisters will become knights of justice, so they will no longer be able to give the younger sister as much of their attention. However, the girl admitted she was not even aware of this. The sisters said that only flawless fighters and the most gifted newcomers from the school on Mount Hua were admitted to the league, and the teachers there were the most distinguished masters from all over the world. Studying at such an institution promises rapid development of student skills and abilities, and the sisters sincerely dream that their younger sister will also join them in their studies. The girl realized, after awakening the energy, she did not study martial arts. She was at a completely different level of development and had no intention of mastering them. She asked the sisters to study diligently because she believed that someday, if she found herself in danger, they would be able to protect her, and the sisters only smiled, pleased that the younger one trusted them so much. At that very moment, the girl suddenly remembered she needed to deliver a letter to the older sister. The older sister also gently suggested to the younger one to come inside and bring the cups. Unfolding the letter, the eldest sister began to read it. In the letter, the father announced an unexpected addition. A powerful man had joined their circle. Now they have a son-in-law. But he reassured, even if the letter is delivered through the younger daughter, the older one should not worry. She was only supposed to pretend as if she knew nothing. Father quietly assured her he personally handles all matters. The older sister could not understand why father placed such a heavy responsibility on her. As soon as the girls left, Musin appeared, but the elder got angry because he was approached only with the same topic. The young man could not understand what he had done wrong when he came to the refectory to eat, while the old man suddenly decided to treat him. After sincere thanks for the treat, the boy ate heartily and was already about to set off on the road. The old man was surprised. The boy said goodbye as if he was setting off not just around the nearest corner, but on a long journey, because they would not meet for a long time. Musin noticed that the little one was absent and could not hide his surprise. It seemed he had indeed passed the entrance exams, despite being expelled at the admission stage. But his success in the entrance exams was guaranteed. Musin kept silent about the fact that behind it stood the elder's ring. Musin dreamed with hope in his heart that Elder Sick would reward the young man for his persistence and teach him at least one combat technique. But when the elder refused, Musin laughed and bowed, sincerely thanking him for so much kindness. However, he only quietly but firmly emphasized to the boy what he must never forget. Musin only nodded in response, and the elder boiled with indignation at such tactlessness, yet still let the boy go. Some time passed, and finally all the knights of justice gathered together. Everyone whispered with excitement, and joy the training was finally underway. Among the assembly were also renowned warriors. Among the mentors were famous martial arts masters, so the students would have a great opportunity to master many new skills. However, suddenly a man shouted loudly, trying to bring silence. Then standing on the rooftop, he jumped down as if those 3 meters of height meant nothing to him at all. He called himself a brilliant swordsman who would lead everything in the coming year. From today, not a step outside. Students are strictly forbidden to leave the premises of this institution. But only some will be able to go out, those who received his personal permission due to serious circumstances, as well as those who decided to quit training and leave the institution. And finally, the last ones allowed to leave these walls are those who have already left this world. These words frightened many, but some just laughed them off as a joke. The head immediately noticed several truly valuable people. Then he entrusted the boys to fully focus on training. After all, they were to become the future of their organization. Then he unleashed his inner energy. Its dazzling radiance stunned everyone. At that moment, Musin realized what the true power of an experienced martial arts master really is. However, this did not surprise them. They found themselves in the Muram League, whose fame demanded confirmation. Musin was glad he dared to join. And finally, all participants were divided into classes. The hero ended up in the ranks of the 33rd squad. But when he approached, there was no one at the entrance. He thought everyone had already gathered inside. Upon entering, he immediately noticed they were already expecting him. A young man and a girl were standing there. The young man immediately suggested, let everyone assigned to the same squad say their names. His name was Henchjin from the Chungsan faction, and he fervently urged everyone to discard official formalities. Next in line was Tang So, a girl from the influential Tang family of Sachun Fortress. Finally, Musin felt that his turn had come. He only stated his name, emphasized that he did not belong to any of the factions, and immediately after that everyone began asking if he had ever been a student of the Muram League. But when they found out that he had no connection with the League and had mastered martial arts on his own, the newcomers were stunned. At first, the young man thought he was lucky to have met the Tan family, but quickly realized that it was just a cleverly planned trap. Perhaps precisely to balance the forces in their team, Musin was placed here. Besides the independent guys, there was also an experienced master's student, a representative of one of the 5 great families. Unlike them, he was just a novice. He came from a distant province. But the girl was more passionately tormented by one question: how this young man managed to flawlessly pass the entrance exams and become part of this place. So the boy at least has a medium level of chi control, so she asked him to be cautious and not get under their feet. The young man just smiled and reassured them he would have no temptation to interfere with them. Of course, she was outraged. She had no intention of helping the boy, even if he asked. Instead, the other young man was ready to support him. Finally, someone appeared to check if everyone from the 33rd squad was gathered. He made a few notes and appointed the boy in blue robes as the commander of the 33rd squad. Then he gave them the first task. After breakfast, everyone had to gather in the training hall. If they were late, punishment awaited everyone. It was clear that the mentor wanted to teach them to act as a coordinated team. The boy begged the girl from the Tan family to stay close. He did not want them all to be punished because of the delay. Musin, although no one directly asked him, still decided to stay close to the leader. The girl from the Tan family was blazing with anger, but the boy quietly tried to calm her down. He suggested to her, let's sit at the table and calmly discuss everything instead of aimlessly wandering the corridors. Soon the leader became interested in what martial arts and weapons the participants used, and admitted that he preferred to use a sword, constantly honing the fencing skills of his faction. She was surprised that he so openly asked his interlocutor about his preferences in battles. The boy explained that their teacher would judge them as a collective, so it was necessary to know what techniques and weapons each person used. When she ran out of arguments, the girl, as if surrendering, admitted she used a silver wire, and her techniques were a legacy from previous generations of their family. Because she was from a side branch of the family, she was never taught to use poisons, and it was even strictly forbidden to apply them. The moment came to ask Musin about his skills. He replied that he mastered the art of sword fighting. He possessed a technique called White Crow Sword, which no one had even heard of. She even assumed that he had at least somewhat acquired encyclopedic knowledge, or something like that. However, he considered this treasury of knowledge to be just an ordinary martial arts book, the kind you can find at the market. He tirelessly honed his skills, and finally mastered them, all thanks to a book of breathing exercises he bought along with the White Crow Sword. At that moment, both allies felt that something was off with the boy, and couldn't decide whether to rejoice or grieve that Musin had joined their team. But at least the leader knew that very strange people had already appeared in other groups. Moreover, they learned that someone had expressed a desire to become the sword of Sinsuj, and they were filled with lively curiosity. Who was this person who made such a choice? But the hero, without hesitation, admitted such a decision was his true dream. At that moment, the other two blushed intensely. It was a real shame, and they found themselves in serious trouble. Soon they met their mentor. He introduced himself and said he would lead their group. He could simply be called a coach. However, soon the leader realized. Before him stood the very same legendary swordsman. He played a key role in the bloody Thousand Hills theory, but considered those stories exaggerated, saying he was merely piously fulfilling his duty. But meeting him and learning from him was a true honor. Everyone greeted the teacher, and only Musin did not greet. At that moment, his gaze, full of curiosity, did not leave the bird circling nearby. The teacher immediately felt something was wrong with the 33rd squad. He could not believe it that one had really seriously written his life goal. He also understood that it would not be easy for the rest of the squad with someone like him. When the students began to object, the teacher decisively said, "Support each other, especially those who are lagging behind, because the mentors evaluate the work of the entire team. When one of the teammates fails, its shadow falls on all of us." But Musin could not get rid of the thought, who really is this teacher? He felt a powerful energy coming from the teacher, but could not comprehend what it really meant. Then the teacher finally realized, explaining to Musin was a futile task. At the same time, the team leader apologized to the teacher for his actions. But the mentor understood. Worrying was pointless after the entrance exams. They would hardly see this young man again. He firmly decided to lead them to the first trial. But at that very moment, the hero is distracted. He notices a stone under his feet and throws it at the flying bird that persistently watches them. As soon as the stone hit the target, the bird suddenly staggered and lost its balance, so the mage who had possessed its body was forced to leave it. The mage immediately apologized to the master for the attack that caused him to lose the trail. The master trembled, thinking they had been exposed, but in reality, it all happened because one of the students simply threw a stone at the bird for fun. But despite everything, they still managed to find out that this outstanding swordsman now served in the ranks of the Knights of Justice. The commander sharply ordered to prepare a report for the higher authorities on all the information received, and then send a new observer. The mage, who was preparing for the ritual, tried to object after all. He had already lost an eye during the performance of the ritual. The leader, pressing him firmly, spoke quietly but firmly that their faith was much more important than his lost eye. The wizard trembled with fear and at that moment obeyed the command. The head sharply emphasized, "Always be vigilant and never take your eyes off the leader of Murim." Finally, all three from the team arrived at the place of the mission. They did not even suspect that martial arts could create such a vivid, almost real illusion. If it were not for the teacher's warning, Musin would not have doubted for a moment that they had ended up in a real cave. The first trial was to use their combat skills to find a way out of the illusory labyrinth. Moreover, the leader warned, no one knows when ephemeral creatures will appear to destroy them. So they had to remain calm. Musin kept marveling at how boundless the world of martial arts turned out to be. He could not even imagine that among combat techniques there would be such unusual ones. Suddenly an unexpected sound rang out, and he became quite worried. He warned the chief about movement ahead, but the latter only laughed. His senses detected nothing, so he took it as a clumsy joke. He was convinced that nothing would be found here, and laughing was clearly inappropriate. But at that moment the phantom was so close that its face almost touched his. Musin managed to come to his leader's aid, rushing into battle, which greatly eased the situation. He was sincerely impressed by how majestic the opponents created by the illusion looked. Meanwhile, one of the observers shouted that the squad moving the fastest was indeed the first. There were no deaths among the test subjects, but several people were wounded. They were taken to the doctor. The head felt a certain disappointment, but knew that educating children requires a lot of time. Waiting for an immediate achievement of the goal would be unreasonable and overconfident. However, he decided to figure out what was going on with the boy, whom the head of the league had entrusted him to watch. Finding nothing suspicious, the deputy decided to meet with him personally. But at that very moment, something unusual happened. Unlike the 35th and 39th squads, the 33rd had already passed most of the trial. Then the observer quickly counted all the squad members and noted another boy of unknown origin named Musin. The deputy was convinced that they were divided into groups precisely by skill level and suspected that someone among the participants deliberately concealed their true abilities. He decided that it was probably either the team leader or the girl from the Tan family, so he ordered to closely monitor their actions. Meanwhile, the struggle between the squad leader and the illusions did not cease for a moment. Obviously, the girl did not stay aside, rushed into the fight and began throwing needles. On her way, she had already defeated several illusory opponents. Soon the team leader showed incredible agility. With one powerful strike, he took down all the attackers. Although the air was scarce, he realized how to deal with the illusions and rejoiced he finally found his way to tame them. The girl also decided not to lag behind and to keep pace with her leader. She resolutely said that she wanted to meet even more enemies. The current load was no different from the previous training. However, it was easiest for the hero to overcome obstacles he skillfully dealt with numerous illusory opponents. But over time, he got tired of constantly doing the same combat moves. The team was gnawed by curiosity, who Musin really was, and they suspected that he was hiding his true abilities. But as soon as they both realized they thought alike, a dispute quickly arose between them. Musin's opponent seemed too weak to them. Perhaps because it was only the first task, the fragility of the illusions became obvious. Musin handled them without the slightest effort. Although the leader praised Musin for his diligence, he still asked him to stay nearby in case stronger illusions appeared. The boy did not protest, he only quietly nodded in agreement. The girl and the leader were convinced. Musin had encountered the weakest illusions, so he looked completely unwearied. The leader decided to move forward so that both team members could follow him. It was then that the hero heard the ringing chimes of chains. This illusion was completely different, unlike any of the previous ones. He warned the team something unknown is rapidly approaching. An unknown creature swiftly wrapped the leader's leg and, without hesitation, began pulling him into the depths of the cave. But Musin rushed to his defense, instantly performing the technique, Wings of the White Crow in flight. With one sweep, he cut the chain that held the team leader. Finally, a ghost appeared, and it was clearly displeased. Barely noticing this phantom, Musin instantly felt before him was the main illusion of all those gathered here. This did not surprise anyone. It stood out in size and looked the most threatening. On the path of the main hero stood a giant man, covered in ropes and chains, with a bright blue aura pulsating around him. The man wasted no time and immediately plunged into a lightning-fast dance with his chains. The man rushed to attack our hero, but he, without waiting for the attack, still parried the blow with his sword. However, the opponent did not retreat and continuously rained blows on the young man. Skillfully controlling the chains, the man behaved as if they were part of his body. The chains flew straight at the young man. He skillfully dodged and parried them, but there were too many. Despite everything, fear was completely uncharacteristic of the young man. On the contrary, he bravely faced his opponent. The young man relentlessly parried the enemy's attacks, but they did not cease. Suddenly, the chain caught on the stalactites. Stalactites fell from the cave's ceiling and rapidly flew down right at our hero. A moment more and the huge stalactites would inevitably have crushed the young man, but he managed to dodge at the last moment. But the danger had not yet passed. The young man felt that the threat still lurked behind his comrade's back. In a moment, the chain was already hanging right in front of Musin himself, and there was very little time left to dodge. It seems our hero did not manage to avoid that lightning-fast attack. Could it be that he was really cut in half? In an instant, a powerful explosion thundered. No one could understand what happened to Musin. Friends could not find a place for themselves, terribly worrying about the boy's fate and sincerely hoping that everything would turn out well. Suddenly, a mysterious phenomenon appeared before Thema, object emitting bright blue light. Friends froze, baffled. They could not understand what mysterious object stood before them. Suddenly, they heard a familiar voice, and it turned out their friend was alive. He had hidden himself, clinging to the ceiling. Musin did not even imagine that his opponent could cause such chaos with chains alone. For an ordinary warrior, this battle would have been lost even before the first encounter with the enemy. Meanwhile, the enemy does not waste time. Attacks again, swinging chains. At that very moment, Musin pushed off the cave floor and rushed headlong at his enemy. In a moment, the young man found himself right in front of the enemy. He did not even expect such a lightning-fast attack. Musin instantly launched an attack on the opponent, but he did not even try to dodge or defend. All this happened because of the thick chains that bound his body. It became clear, even such a powerful blow could not break them. In such a situation, the young man rushed to deliver a series of blows to test how strong these chains would prove to be. Finally, the opponent began to block the strikes, but the young man was not going to stop the attacks. It seems this burly man did not even expect the young man to be so stubborn. In response, the burly man again swung his chains he was hitting and defending himself with them at the same time. It seems he aimed his next attack directly at our hero's comrades, who were completely unprepared for it. The girl was extremely embarrassed. She did not expect the blow to hit them, so she could only cover herself with her hands. The young man standing nearby immediately rushed to her defense. Confidently, with a sword in hand, he began to block the enemy's attacks. With the Chanson faction's sword in hand, he held back the enemy's assaults because he was standing to protect the people. But the enemy was not going to retreat, only intensifying the attacks. And then, taking advantage of the moment when the enemy was busy fighting his friends, our hero quietly stood behind his back. The hero clearly understood that he had only one chance for a successful attack. And then, finally realizing what was happening, Musin sprang into action. Seeing him, the enemy tried to defend himself with the chains. Meanwhile, the young man was rapidly approaching the man, gripping his sword and preparing to attack. With each new step, the young man was getting closer to the enemy. And finally, his strike pierced the opponent. Immediately after the strike, the opponent, like a ghost, vanished into the air. And suddenly, when the opponent finally disappeared, something mysterious appeared before the young man. It resembled a bright red crystal, that's what it reminded him of. The friends were buried under a pile of stones and debris from the cliff. The boy was deflecting every stone with his sword, protecting the girl who stood behind him. The trial drained all his strength, and the boy was gasping from exhaustion. Despite the fatigue, Hyunjin still saved the girl. She was infinitely grateful to him. The friends realized, if they get rid of Musin now, his life will be in danger. There is still time to help him before something terrible happens. When the dust settled a little, before their eyes stood our hero alive and unharmed. Friends immediately rushed to him, eyes full of anxiety, to find out what happened and where this giant illusion had gone. The main character is confused, hesitating, to tell the truth or to lie. This illusion was clearly beyond the power of any ordinary student. Musin did not want to admit that he had defeated this illusion, so he lied, saying it simply dissipated on its own. Such an answer greatly impressed the friends, and apparently sowed some doubts in them. The young man instantly realized his deception did not convince them, so he had to come up with a new strategy. He thought that the illusion dissipated as soon as they fulfilled that condition stood against it for a certain time. Musin firmly insists that the conditions had to be set in advance. The young man is worried, uncertain if even his friends will fall for such a fabrication. But in a moment, the friends believed these stories. They are sure that the Murem League would never try to kill them. The girl could not believe her eyes. Such a powerful illusion appeared, and this is only the first test. But it turned out to be only part of the trial. Suddenly, an enemy appeared before them again. Fortunately, our heroes finally found a way out of this place. A lot of time has passed since they set out on the mission, and they are still not back. The man began to worry. And suddenly, voices reached him, voices he knew well. And then, barely a moment passed, the same trio appeared again in the yard, and their faces shone with joy from the return. The man sincerely rejoiced, learning that everything went well with the 33rd group, and immediately congratulated them on passing the exam. After that, he addressed the group leader and asked him to step forward. In a moment, he handed him an object that resembled a shiny crystal. The teacher smiled and said that in knightly art, this symbol serves as a grade, so from now on they would receive such marks on exams. There were several options. A red mark meant red, blue, blue, white, white, yellow, yellow. Each indicated its own level of distribution. Blue marks indicate 3 participants with the highest combined results. White marks denote squads that passed the exam on the first try, and yellow those who succeeded only after several attempts. Red marks were a rare trophy. They were given only to squads that successfully completed the secret task hidden in the exam. Hyunjin could not contain his curiosity. Where could all the collected marks be applied? The coach with a steel gaze emphasized that their presence here is for mastering martial arts and improving skills. They are awaiting martial arts training tailored to the level determined by their assessment, so the volume of classes changes depending on the mark they receive. The coach said he cannot precisely indicate which training to expect after exchanging the white mark. This is a matter for another specialist, so he advises consulting that person. Today the students really managed to work well, so the coach advises them to return to their rooms and rest. The next exam is scheduled for next week. The friends were shining with excitement, and our hero suddenly became thoughtful. In a moment, he handed the coach some object and asked, a little embarrassed, how to use it. Turned out that the boy handed the coach a red crystal, and the coach sighed heavily, thinking that the young man had not listened carefully to his instructions at all. Only noticing the red mark, the man froze in surprise. Meanwhile, the friends were also quite stunned when they saw the red mark. The coach stood stunned. Where did the boy get this mark from? The main character explained. He simply found it on the floor. 2 days have already passed. The friends gathered for lunch, but no one could understand how our hero managed to sleep through all these days. Seeing his friends, Musin immediately suggested they join him for lunch. Hyunjin enthusiastically praises the boy for his excellent appetite and calls him with a smile to join their table. The boy noticed with surprise that even during lunch there was not a soul here. Perhaps others were diligently training somewhere, preparing for an exam that not everyone managed to pass on the first try. The coach said they were incredibly lucky. It had never happened before that an illusion simply disappeared, as it did with them. No matter what a great relief it is that they are all right and can meet so casually. Hyunjin stood up to get some oatmeal, and the girl gently asked him to bring some for her as well. Hyunjin hesitated, wouldn't it be better to train separately, but the girl insisted to go to the gym and join the group session. The boy disagreed with the girl and insisted that first they needed to focus on honing their own skills. The girl, however, is convinced that is exactly why they should gather together for training. The girl is convinced that joint training can improve their individual abilities, and that is why arguments constantly flare up between them. Finally, our hero finished the meal and asked his friends to stop arguing, because from the outside it might seem as if they were already married. Musin believes that all his friends' decisions are well thought out, but if they keep delaying, none of the decisions will be implemented before dark. So he suggests, let's go and see what martial arts are shown in the Murim League. Without wasting a minute after this conversation, our heroes quickly set off to the secret storage. The main hero was eager to enter to find out as soon as possible what was hidden inside. At the entrance to the storage stands a guard and asks, "Who are you?" The squad leader steps forward and declares that they represent the dojo of the Knights of Justice. After that, everyone shows their seals and thus proves who they are. Then Musin pulls out his red evaluation tag and shows it to the guard. The guard nodded in agreement, and the three were granted access inside. Inside the room was the head of the secret storage high on wall. The guard approaches the leader and anxiously says that 3 Knights of Justice have arrived here. His soul always blossomed when youth visited here. The guard reported that the students brought the red tag, and the manager was stunned with surprise. The man can hardly believe students with red marks have already appeared. It seems these people possess impressive abilities, so he places great hopes on them. Looking closely around, the main character notices all the shelves are empty. The manager sincerely welcomes them to the hidden storage and gently promises to lead them inside. The students follow him, carefully examining everything around. Meanwhile, the girl is overcome with shivering from the cold, and she cannot understand why it gets even colder with each step. The cold came from the book storage. There are 10,000 books collected there, and a year-round system operates to protect them from damage. Books are like testimonies of past generations, left for descendants. Time is invincible, but these books are more precious than the whole world. Filled with curiosity, the students freeze and listen intently to the stories told by the manager. The young man suddenly notices that there are also people around him, immersed in their book affairs. It turned out that these are students who came out with white permits. They were not allowed to take books out of the library, so they stayed here and, holding their breath, read excerpts about martial arts. Whoever entered behind the white marks has a week to leave the shelter, and whoever used the yellow ones must exit within the day. The leader noticed this immediately. The blue and red marks were clearly different. Whoever has a blue mark can borrow a book for a whole week and take it with them to their training hall. The red mark gave the owner the right to take the book from the shelter for themselves. But the rules allowed taking only one book and nothing more. If they break the rule, they will die, and this was said not by some administrator, but by Musin himself. The chief was even fascinated, observing the outstanding intuition of this young man. Musin said that the rules from the very beginning were not for blind obedience, and these words stunned the chief. The rules existed only for one purpose: to punish those who break them. If someone slips up, there will be no need to call others to order. Suddenly, the main character feels a slight tingling all over his body and thinks, if he now rushes into battle against all of them, can he win? The leader is simply delighted with the boy's ingenuity thanks to his cleverness. They will not have to explain everything in detail. Surely, our hero did attract the attention of this man. He sincerely hopes that the young man will not be forced to experience this firsthand. These terrifying words ran like a chill down the friend's skin. After that, Hyunwal gave them the go-ahead. They finally began searching for the book they wanted to take. It was time for him to return to his affairs, so he wished them success in their further search. The group froze in thought to continue together, or better, to split up. Musin suggested splitting up after all. We have no idea what kind of books are hidden in this storage. The girl fully agrees with Musin. She believes that such an approach will be more effective. They needed to find the books each of them required after all. They agreed to meet tomorrow at noon. After that, the girl sets off to search for the book, and Hyunjin, without wasting a minute, also plans to go searching. Last time, our hero absorbed the internal alchemy of the millennial tiger. Its powerful chi filled him, but he still does not know how to skillfully control it. The main character is confident. It is here the valuable book he needs. Right now, he desperately needs the book about the art of chi management. Musin hurriedly rushed between the shelves, looking for the book he needed. He grabbed every book. The pages rustled under his hands, but what he was looking for was nowhere to be found. The boy quickly glanced through the entire first section, but found nothing useful. And so the main character decided to move forward. Musin suspected that the rare books might be exactly where those mysterious strangers were settled. In a moment, the young man began to awaken his power. It turned out the young man wanted to find out how many unknown persons were here. Fortunately, it was simpler. There were only 2 strangers here. Musin tensed, staring and listening to find where the rest of the people were gathered. The young man set out to search for this place, and the strangers did not take their eyes off his every step. Noticing the young man's approach, the man in the mask instantly informed his leader about it. But the leader advised not to touch this young man. He was still a student of that dojo where they teach knightly justice, so it was better just to ignore him. After all, the students do not know exactly where the observers are, so they have nothing to worry about. Musin is convinced, if he goes deeper, he will find even better books, and even the observers have no idea which works the secret repository hides. The man thinks that the young man is wasting his strength in vain, and the girl who just arrived is doing the same. Musin steps into the section where there are far more books than in all the other parts. At that moment, our hero awakened energy within himself again. He completely immersed himself in his search. The book in which the energy is imprisoned is not at all like ordinary volumes, and it is this one that her boyfriend must find. And suddenly he feels bright yellow rays falling on him. It was like a sign. The young man finally found the very book he was so passionately searching for. Bright yellow light poured from around the corner. The book was undoubtedly right there. When he finally reached the place, he saw that someone had already beaten him to it. A girl was standing in front of him, and the source of energy turned out to be that very book. He emerged from around the corner, instantly attracting the girl's attention, and she immediately asked who he was. Her voice awakened familiar memories. It seemed the girl was a little nervous due to the appearance of this unexpected guest. And suddenly Musin realized that the woman before him was Lady Can. The young man quietly said his name to calm the girl. After that, Lady Can said her name and inquisitively asked if the young man was also a student of the art of knightly valor. Yes, it was true for the young man. Meeting the daughter of the head of the Protective Bureau, Golden Dragon, was a great honor. The girl could not explain why, but the young man's voice seemed to give her peace. The hostess asked with interest what had brought the young man here and if she could help him with anything. The girl immediately noticed that the young man also seemed to be fascinated by sacred Buddhist texts. The main character is firmly convinced that this very book is the source of the energy wave. Musin, inflamed with curiosity, eagerly looks inside, and the girl gladly places the book in his hands. The lady loves this book very much, but believes that those who have the blue mark, like her, should not miss their chance. They should take such a book for a certain time. If the lady has a blue mark, it is a sign that she is a true master of martial arts. Ms. Ken cannot contain her curiosity whether they had met before, because his voice sounds too familiar to her. Musin denies, insisting that he is meeting this girl for the first time. In any case, he can take this book, but she only asks to return it to its place after reading. Our hero sincerely rejoices, imagining that the lady has safely reached home. The young man was convinced that this book awakened special feelings in him. He could not understand how such powerful energy could emanate from the text. Suddenly, the young man heard his friends calling him with their voices. Could it be that they had already found their books and were now urging him to hurry? At first he hesitates, but finally decides to respond. It turned out that the friends came looking for him. They had not seen him for 2 days. Musin was stunned. So much time had passed, and he had not even felt it. Night fell, and the main character was peacefully dozing in his bed when suddenly strange things began to happen around him. Morning had already come. The boy left his hideout and felt a strong hunger with surprise, although he could not explain why it happened. It seems that after parting with his friends, our hero sat in the hideout for 2 whole days. The friend's curiosity flared up. What kind of book must it be if the boy was so immersed in the search that he did not even notice the time? Despite everything, it was lunchtime, so first it was necessary to have a snack. The girl instantly felt that the book the boy had chosen was a Buddhist sacred text. The boy suspected, for ordinary citizens, this book just looks like a regular sacred text. But suddenly the boy realized that the energy that once prevailed in the secret storage simply disappeared. The boy froze in thought. Should he return and make an exchange? But everything changed. He decided not to return. Returning home, the boy began to study the book intently. No matter how much time Musin spent reading, the content of the book did not reveal itself to him. The main character, exhausted to the bone, finally decided to rest and went to sleep. He strained to recall exactly what kind of energy he had felt in the storage, but no matter how many times he reread the book, he found no mention of this mysterious power anywhere. The boy wondered, what if in reality it was just an ordinary book before him? The boy had just gone to rest, and suddenly a marvelous light shone from the book. A bright yellow spherical object suddenly emerged from the book. The bright object suddenly flew swiftly towards the boy and dissolved in his head. And as if from the air behind our hero appeared Buddha himself. Finally, morning came, but it could not be called good. The boy felt bad. The whole body was gripped by unbearable pain, and Musin writhed on the bed, clutching the sheets from suffering. As if he had been brutally beaten last night, the whole body throbbed with pain. Pain and fatigue burst out with every step, but the boy realized he must keep going. Now the young man had to stretch his body, even if for this he had to overcome his own fatigue. When our hero approached the table, he was filled with surprise. The book he left before sleep suddenly disappeared. He suspects that someone quietly sneaked into his room and set a cunning trap to steal the book. Suddenly he felt a piercing pain penetrate his whole body. He barely managed to realize how his body was instantly filled with a huge amount of chi energy. But this energy turned out to be too powerful. If it is not released outside, the vessels simply will not withstand and will burst. Musin can barely hold back that crazy flow of energy. His vessels are too weak right now. If he does nothing, it could cost him his life. He is to blame for this. Today he will have to pay a high price for neglecting energy control training all these days. Our hero will not let the flow subside. At any cost, he will break through to the lower abdomen. After that, the young man began to fight desperately for his survival. As he assured, he persistently searched for the path to the lower abdomen. It seems the boy has reached his goal, and in a moment, exhausted, he collapsed to the floor. Meanwhile, all the spies were on alert, and the invasion groups concentrated near the Murim League, waiting for the command. There should be no problems with the religious ceremony. Intelligence says, tomorrow is the perfect moment to send the teams on the infiltration mission. To hide their energy, they decided to recruit only those youths whose devilish chi has not yet awakened. Although young, these warriors are the true elite of the academy, so they will handle the task without any doubt. If the students are quietly replaced, infiltrating the leg will be extremely simple. The man is confident their fighters will conquer the dojo of knightly justice overnight. Only by eliminating the strongest students will they be able to easily bring their plan to life. He is absolutely sure that the Academy of the Heavenly Sun under Alona's leadership will soon dominate the entire continent. Hyunjin entered the cafeteria with his girlfriend, looked around and surprised their hero, who is usually always here, was not present. They did not have to wait long. Within a few seconds, a boy appeared on the horizon. The hero apologized for being late and explained that he had become so absorbed in studying chi forms that he did not even notice how quickly time passed. Musin stood at the threshold of the next trial, was ready but had to wait a few more days. The main hero suggested, let's go to the training hall together and have a joint training session. Suddenly the girl had an idea. She decided to suggest that everyone go for a walk together. The boys looked at each other in surprise. The proposal caught them off guard, but they gladly agreed and set off together to enjoy the walk. Every passerby on the street they were walking down was a student of the noble knightly craft. The girl knew all the students had successfully passed the first exam. The teacher, to mark this event, gave them a special permission. Our hero did not want to go for a walk at all, but the girl insisted. They had to share every moment of life together. So the friends persuaded him so much that he decided to join the walk. Because the girl did not know when they would have another chance to be so carefree together and just have fun. This idea simply captivated Hyunjinu after all. It was a wonderful opportunity to make their friendship even stronger. And so, after some time, their path finally led to the Yuyang Tower. The boys could not understand why Tang chose this place. Were they really going to go inside? She reassured them there was no need to worry. She did not intend to charge them money. Lady Tang could cover her expenses on her own. So the young men decided to indulge in delicious food and enjoy drinks to their heart's content. Meanwhile, Lady Kang quietly poured drinks for her elder sisters. Among the girls, such a warm and friendly atmosphere prevailed that they looked like real sisters. Lady Kang cherished every moment, sincerely enjoying this company. The girl was certain that the dojo of knightly justice chose them completely by chance. She was convinced that this was a true sign of fate. Moreover, they were the only team composed solely of women. If she had foreseen such a development of events, she would have called Soyeon, but a moment later she changed her mind. Soyeon was still too young to drink. It is almost unbelievable. The entire way to the city, she maintained calmness and nobility. The girl explained that in reality, it was just a mask and the worst trait of their younger sister. It turned out that Soyeon was deliberately restraining herself so as not to spoil the good impression of herself. These two, unlike the others, had long ago left their home. If everything had turned out differently, they simply would have had no reason to turn to the leg. So these two are real fugitives. Having eaten and drunk their fill, our heroes were now sound asleep. However, the hero had already come to his senses. He stretched to relax his tense muscles. After that, the boy went outside. Night had already fallen, and for the first time in his life, he was simply drinking alcohol with someone. From a young age, he only arranged dishes for visitors and never drank with anyone. But today, thanks to the support of friends, he felt it firsthand. Suddenly, the main character stumbles upon a terrible scene. Strangers in masks cold-bloodedly killed a man. Musin froze, stunned by the surprise, unable to comprehend what was happening. Seeing a witness, the bandits decided to get rid of him. Witnesses must not be left alive. Fortunately, the main character was brilliantly skilled in martial arts and was ready to fight back to protect himself. Suddenly, real bandits appeared before our hero, those who killed two young men. There was no chance to escape. The bandits noticed the witness. The bandits, exchanging thoughts, decided one would jump from above and the other would look for a weak spot. It seems they are preparing to attack. These scoundrels are unlikely to leave witnesses alive. The main character burned with determination to defend his own life. This was the perfect opportunity to find out how much his strength had grown. There was no need to wait long. In a moment, the thieves already pounced on the boy. Musin concentrated all his powerful energy within himself. Obviously, the enemies did not expect such a turn of events at all. But that did not stop them. One of the enemies rushed into an attack from above. The enemy struck the young man in the neck, but in vain. His shield protected him. Then the hero delivered a blow with such force that his opponent was thrown backward. Now the strangers felt that they needed to be more careful. Clearly, before them was not an ordinary mortal. If the young man had known that enemies awaited him in this place, he would definitely have taken a sword with him. But the young man showed remarkable ingenuity and found an alternative solution. The young man grabbed an ordinary stick and desperately prepared to fight with it. Musin seemed to radiate confidence in his abilities. While he was closely watching the opponents, one of the strangers silently crept up like a shadow from an unnoticed side, completely out of his field of vision. At the very moment the stranger lunged at the boy with an attack, he unexpectedly grabbed him by the throat, as if he had sensed his presence in advance. Musin eagerly wanted to find out why these strangers appeared here and what they were doing. But it was clear they were not going to reveal the secret of their mission for anything. At one moment, our hero firmly grabbed the stranger he was holding by the neck, and literally in an instant, he stopped breathing. If these scoundrels came here with the intention to kill, they must be ready to die themselves. This infuriated them wildly. At that moment, they rushed at the boy to strike, but our hero was already on guard, ready to face the opponents. The young man, like a living mirror, skillfully reflected and neutralized every blow of the opponents, holding only an ordinary stick in his hands. He so confidently parried even sword strikes with an ordinary stick. Now the time has come, the main hero will strike back. At one moment, the young man suddenly disappeared from their sight. Tension hung in the air. The men could not understand where their opponent suddenly vanished, and he was already standing behind them. He accurately killed the opponent, cruelly maimed him with the stick. And finally, only one attacker remained, and the young man fervently hoped that at least this one would say why they ended up here. It seemed the man had completely different intentions. He instantly pulled out a pouch of poison that he had with him. After that, he threw it directly into the body of his fallen comrade. The moment the bottle fell, the poison spilled and began insidiously eating away at the body of the fallen soldier. It was a treacherous trick devised to throw our hero off the trail, but he anticipated the enemy's intentions. The stranger did not even suspect that among the students was a true master. The enemy could not understand how the spy managed to lose such important data and did not report it. Meanwhile, the young man caught up with the foreigner and delivered a powerful kick to his head. A powerful blow threw the man into the air, and he flew back several meters. The pain choked him so much it seemed unbearable, and the man could not get back on his feet. Musin could not understand how those hired killers could have been so reckless at all. If he does not say right now why they came, the boy is ready to use force to extract the truth from him. The stranger stubbornly remains silent, so the young man grabs him by the collar, determined to find out the truth. It seems the opponent is starting to suffocate, probably a consequence of the same poison he tried to use earlier. And at that very moment the man dies, and unfortunately, our hero never managed to find out who they were. Suddenly human voices buzzed in the air. Someone was coming here, and the boy felt he had to run away immediately. As soon as the people approached, a terrible scene appeared before their eyes, countless bodies, and it was necessary to report to the left immediately. Our hero was suddenly attacked. The attackers knew that he was a student of the dojo of knightly justice, and there were 3 of them, exactly as many as are usually counted in each training squad. The only clue that fell into his hands turned out to be a wooden tag lying in the grass. The next day, the bodies of 2 dead students were found. The warriors had already gone around and questioned all the students and locals who had been here yesterday, but no witnesses were found. There are no traces of a struggle. It seems they were treacherously lured into a trap and killed. It is assumed that there could have been 3 or even more attackers. There is only one thing that cannot be doubted. The death of these students was the beginning of the battle. Under the tree was a poison that destroys bodies. Apparently, someone witnessed the crime, so the killers decided to get rid of him. They say that only these 2 students were harmed. All the others, even the locals, remained unharmed. It is assumed that a high-class warrior appeared, accidentally stumbled upon the villains, and they, in order to leave no traces, went for self-destruction. The Muramu League could not have missed this. If a high-level warrior had stepped into these lands, they would have noticed immediately. They whisper that this event concerns the descendants of those who choose the dark path. The villains disappeared without any traces, and the only clue, a witness, was unfortunately killed. Lizzie Muramu urgently needs to prepare the leader, insists on increasing the number of guards. He actually foresaw this, but never imagined that everything would happen so quickly. He has no idea what conditions these scoundrels might impose on them this time. Meanwhile, at the very top of the mountain, a mysterious man in a hat walks solemnly. It is impossible to believe that the old man sneaked into this cave, only to meet his end there. A real disappointment, this man found nothing despite all his efforts and attempts. Suddenly, the man with a mustache notices voices are coming from somewhere. He notices that nearby a group of people is taking a different path. Maybe it's just an old tire from the Kebun department. The man could barely imagine that the head of the department himself had set out on a search mission. He was not one to easily believe words, even when they said that the treasure of the Volsky sword was just a myth. Now he urgently needed to go to avoid being exposed. It turned out that they all headed to Hubei because Gimson Kebun had asked for help. Their leader was truly an impressive personality, it was hard to believe that he agreed to the appointment from the head of the leg. But for the elder, this opened up an incredible opportunity. Meanwhile, Musin was tense trying to figure out what this wooden mark was. It looked like an ID, but it was completely blank without any inscription. Tan anxiously asks where Hyunjin disappeared to, and the boy replies that he went to the league to see his uncle. She thought the young man went to find out why those students who were in the city yesterday were suddenly called away from there and asked to gather here. Suddenly, the door bursts open sharply, and Hyunjin rushes into the room carrying alarming news. 2 students who visited the city yesterday were brutally killed. Moreover, they were killed right near the very tower they went to yesterday. It seems these rumors spread through the city like lightning. Our hero firmly believed that these killers were true martial arts masters with exceptional skills, and their intentions were quite cunning. At that very moment, their mentor entered the room. The man anxiously looked around the classroom to make sure none of the students who had been in the city the day before were missing. It was announced students are forbidden to go outside for a month until the criminal is caught. It seems the students truly enjoyed every moment of this short break. The coach also announced that the break between exams would be shortened from a week to 3 days. So they are already ready to immediately rush to test their strength in the next exam. Now it is time to answer the coach. Are they ready to take the exam now, or do they still need a little more time to prepare? Of course, their squad was fully ready to take on the next exam here and now. After that, they went outside, quiet and lost in thoughts about what the next exam would be like. Everyone is convinced that this time the exam will be completely different from all the previous ones. The coach sharply ordered them to hurry because they are already heading to the next exam. Behind them stood a mysterious stranger, and a creepy smile played on his face. Soon, a whole crowd of students gathered near the entrance who came to take the exam. Suddenly, a boy approached our group and spoke to us. Musin thinks that this matter should be completed as soon as possible. This young man is named Pen Mukso. He is a good friend of our protagonist. The young man solemnly bowed, greeted the girl, and stated his name. The protagonist, without averting his gaze, asked, "From which group is this young man?" The young man proudly replied that he belongs to the 19th squad. In his squad, students from elite factions gathered. Only a few days ago, he competed with them in the training hall, so now he can confidently assert that their combat skills are impressive. Pen sadly noted that his combat skills actually fall far short of Musin's mastery. The young man did not understand at all why he was assigned to the 19th squad, since the distribution was based on combat qualities. After all, fairly, among such skilled warriors, the young man will definitely master new skills. Soon, one of the staff loudly announced that the exam would begin very soon. After this, the boy returned to his team. Finally, the moment came the exam started. Our heroes were full of determination and ready to win. In front of them stretched a spacious, yet completely empty yard. So far, our hero had not seen even a hint of anything strange or special. Suddenly, behind them, a mysterious blue glow flashed. The man before the exam said only one thing. In this trial, 3 teams will simultaneously find themselves in a single illusion, and that was all the information. And now the other groups also caught this illusion. All the teams had already gathered. It seemed the time had come to learn all the details of the exam. Suddenly, the main hero noticed a sand hourglass slowly rolling on the ground. As soon as he took the sand hourglass in his hands, suddenly, a voice spoke, and the students heard it begin to explain the essence of the upcoming exam. The task was to defend the estate. The students had to hold out for 2 hours under enemy pressure. If the estate was destroyed, it would mean defeat. After the explanations, there was still 1 hour left before the attack, so they had time to prepare for the battle. It seems clashes are now unavoidable. The estate had 3 entrances, and the young man suggested that each group split up, take control of one entrance, and set traps at each. Now it remained to find masters who could weave intricate traps. To start, the youth chose one of the apprentices, the one who raised his hand. He ordered the others to move beyond the estate and find something useful. Meanwhile, Lady Tan anxiously thought that the young man hadn't even consulted her about setting the traps. Some time passed, and the traps were already set. The boy suspects that our hero is secretly hiding something, but doesn't have time to find out the truth. A girl suddenly joins them. She says the traps are ready. Whoever falls into them will remain in place for some time. Then the participants split into groups and quickly agreed on who would watch which entrance. Hyunjin involuntarily assumes this time they might be attacked not by one enemy, but by a whole gang. The girl feels it to her bones. Not everything is as easy as it seems. The girl with pain in her chest was especially worried about our hero and firmly said, in case of danger, he must immediately call them for help. Suddenly, everyone heard a growing hum and heavy footsteps. It seemed the enemies were already approaching. Not far from the estate, an unfamiliar figure emerged, as if this very silhouette was their enemy. But he was not alone. In front of him stood a whole army of frozen corpses. When the friends saw how rapidly the army of the living dead was approaching them, they were seized by wild terror. The girl noticed how the friends froze in horror, and decisively urged them to immediately pull themselves together. The girl gently reminded them that it was only an illusion, so there was no need to be so scared. In a moment, she rushed into attack and threw her weapon in their direction. But nothing worked. Although the blow hit right in the head, the enemies remained relentless. Hyunjin believes if you cut off these creatures' heads, their movement will definitely stop. So the main hero decides to verify this on his own. Without wasting a minute, the young man with mad zeal throws himself straight at his opponents. Sharp and perfectly calculated movements, and he instantly leaves several opponents headless. Musin immediately realized this is completely different from the usual killing of a person. This was not yet the end. Before them stood a whole army of the dead. Hyunjin, without hesitation, decided to support his friend. In the end, they dealt with the enemies, but the feeling that something was wrong did not leave everything happen too easily. Meanwhile, the girl searched the mansion. Fortunately, no monster had visited there. The boy was confident that the other squads had also successfully completed this task. Hyunjin understood this test was simply a way to give the participants a little rest. But the main character was filled with doubts about this. He was not going to just sit and rest. The young man felt that there was no time to rest after all. Everything was just beginning. In a moment, another army of the undead appeared before them. It seemed as if they were about to attack at any moment, rolling in wave after wave. However, the friends hope that the attacks will subside as soon as the sun sets. Our hero did not waste a moment. He immediately rushed headlong at the scoundrels. The sword danced in his hands, and he instantly cut off the enemies' heads. Time passed, the sun had already hidden behind the horizon, and our heroes felt very tired. Having defeated about 100 enemies, Hyunjin was barely breathing and utterly exhausted. Musin realized, given today's aggressiveness, tomorrow could be even worse. At that moment, a friend joined them, having just returned from inspecting the estate. A student from the 7th squad was wounded, and the girl had to help him. Although the wound was not too serious, now every movement was very difficult for him. The lady suggests, first, let's gather everyone near the estate and deal with this situation. Shortly after that, the students had already lit a fire near the estate. Meanwhile, the wounded student remained in the estate at night. It would probably be cold. Meanwhile, the other students rushed to the warehouse and took some provisions with them. Everyone desperately needed to rest and replenish themselves with food. Meanwhile, Musin could not understand why these students always appeared in such impeccably clean clothes. At that moment, Lady Tan approached him and sternly asked him to take off his clothes. In fact, she was just going to sew up the holes in the clothes. Moreover, the claws of the dead are covered with poison, so it is necessary to carefully make sure that the boy has no wounds. Musin sighed with great relief. After all, he had been holding a protective chi all this time. And so, when the young man was about to throw a cloak over his shoulders, suddenly something fell out of his pocket. In front of him was the same wooden tag that he had picked up during the battle on the field. As soon as one of the students returned it to the boy, it immediately became clear something was wrong with him. The boy instantly understood what this identification tag was and advised Musin to handle it extremely carefully, because what if everyone finds out about his involvement in the secret group? Musin could not understand at all what this young man was talking about. What tag? Turned out that this student also belonged to that mysterious group. He did not reveal its name, so he was the one who knew about that tag. The boy whispered to Musin that their group was going to carry out a mission that night because he considered the brunette his ally, and he also said that he had support among the members of the 20th squad. Is it true that the entire 20th squad actually sided with the villains? So it turns out that the real students who came to dojo were not at all who they claimed to be. Musin decided to support the boy, skillfully pretending to be his ally. The brown-haired boy reported that he and his allies would gather here at 1 o'clock to carry out the mission, and he firmly warned the boy not to be late. After saying farewell, So turned to Musin and directly asked why he was acting so strangely. At first, she thought it was because of a quarrel between him and the boy he had just spoken to. He gently explained that it was just fatigue so she wouldn't worry, asked her to leave his clothes on the bed when she finished fixing them, and meanwhile, he went inside to take a short nap. Musin, with a thoughtful heart, stepped over the threshold of the mansion and plunged into deep reflection. He did not even suspect who was hiding behind these villains and who they really were, but it was as clear as day. Their goal was to harm the students of the dojo of knightly justice. If nothing changes, they could get rid of the others. Musin had to stop them. Night approached, all the students fell asleep, and only the secret group that had secretly gathered in the yard stayed awake. However, Musin was delayed much longer than everyone expected. The other participants were openly irritated. Musin took the importance of their mission too lightly. The young man glanced at the crowd gathered in the yard and realized all these people obeyed one person. Musin tried to explain the delay. Supposedly, a girl from his squad fell asleep late, so he could not sneak out unnoticed. The squad leader skeptically remarked that her attempts to heal the wounded comrade were futile. Their fate was already decided. They were all doomed to die. Then he suggested, let's check each other's marks. One by one, they took wooden tablets out of their pockets. The young men found a way to activate the tablets. The word moon flashed on them, and they themselves glowed with a red light. The leader sharply ordered Musin to hurry up and take his sign. The boy was a little nervous, smiling, and reached out his hand to it. He was tormented by uncertainty, exactly how to activate it correctly. He decided to charge the board with his chi energy, but to his surprise, it suddenly ignited with blue flames instead of the expected red. All the students instantly recoiled to the side from the brunette. After this incident, they realized Musin was not their ally. So easily, the young man found himself trapped in a web of lies. The department head immediately pressed the barrel to him and sternly demanded that he say where he got that plaque. Musin almost indifferently recalled how he stumbled upon a group of masked people causing chaos. He had to teach them a lesson, and only then did he notice the plaque had fallen to the ground. The leader persistently tried to figure out who this stranger was and why he wanted to join their group, but to all questions, Musin only responded with ironic jokes. When asked his name, Musin answered and coldly added that tonight he could only be addressed as the Grim Reaper. The chief wanted to finish the matter quietly, but Musin seemed to be preparing to unleash a great battle. At that moment, enemies surrounded him in a tight ring. The leader suggested to Musin not to resist and to voluntarily offer his neck to avoid a painful death in battle, promising instead a quick and painless execution. However, Musin rejected this offer, was completely confident in his strength. Then the commander shouted grimly for the squad to attack immediately, and they at once rushed headlong from above at the boy. Musin concentrated all his strength with one powerful kick to the pavement tile. He made the ground beneath him tremble. The shockwave instantly swept away the opponents, giving them no chance to approach him. Why did this squad suddenly rush at the students? For whom was this necessary? After the strike, Musin noticed that the opponents wore masks made of human skin, which were revealed and began to fall off. After that, hiding the truth became pointless. The youths removed the masks that concealed their faces. The enraged leader roared at Musin, demanding that he reveal which sect he belonged to, because he was eager to find out who this extraordinarily powerful stranger really was. Suddenly, he confessed he had no connection to any sect at all, which stunned his opponents even more. But the confident boy gave them no time to think. Now it was time for Musin's attack. Meanwhile, an extremely dissatisfied master was walking down the dojo corridor. Why was he disturbed in the middle of the night? The man in the dark hood called Mr. Chang-il to discuss important news together. In the squad subordinate to the trainer and immersed in illusion, strange bursts of energy suddenly emerged, although the fights were supposed to be over. This was clearly not in the test program, so everything happened because of a clash between the students. The coach impatiently asked if it was at least somehow possible to look inside the illusion, but heard in response that it was impossible. In such cases, having received permission from the head coach, they can take the necessary measures. That is why they turned to Chang-il. The man advised, in this situation, wait a little. He is sure that this situation will help the students hone their combat skills. He relied on his students, and therefore intended to intervene only when it was really necessary. Musin swiftly launched an attack. With one powerful strike, he cut off the opponent's arm. To finish the attack, Musin pierced his enemy with a sword, taking away his last strength and soul. Suddenly, two more enemies jumped out from behind him and attacked him. But their treacherous plan fell apart. Musin reacted instantly, and with one strong kick threw the enemies away. The last opponent swung a powerful sword strike at the boy's back, but the blade only flew past him, causing no harm. Musin easily flipped the boy, and at the same moment caught him on the tip of his sharp sword. Musin explained to them, if you want to kill someone, always be on guard, because they might kill you too. They got even angrier and warned the boy not to behave so boldly. Two enemies stood up and attacked the brunette again, but he managed to repel their attack. None of the subsequent attempts to harm him succeeded. Suddenly, Musin decided to act more cunningly and arranged a regrouping. Confidently, he took a position opposite one of the enemies. He swiftly prepared the scabbard, and at the very moment when the opponent rushed to strike, skillfully caught the blow of the enemy's sword by placing the scabbard. The enemy's blade instantly cut into the scabbard. He was left without a weapon. Musin, not missing the chance, deftly pushed another enemy straight towards the ground. So only the leader remained to be defeated, and Musin acted without any delay. Musin rushed forward and inflicted a deep cut in the enemy's chest. The leader, pressing his hand to the wound, hoarsely asked why Musin, who could kill him with one blow, had not done so yet. He acted in such a way as to extract valuable information from the leader. He stood firm. He would not reveal a single detail to the enemy, even if it cost him his life. Suddenly, he sharply reached for his breast pocket. Musin instantly drew his sword, and with one blow cut off the opponent's hand that was reaching for the breast pocket. Musin could not allow the boy to simply die. He was already reaching into his pocket for a weapon, ready to do it on his own before Musin could intervene. The brunette passionately wanted to find out who was behind this attack, and only then promised to put an end to the suffering of the dark-haired man. Suddenly, Henchjin appeared in the yard. He froze, stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened in the yard. Ignoring his partner's words, Henschin categorically ordered Musin to stay in place, forbidding him to move. He decided that all the troubles had happened because of Musin, and now feared that the dark-haired man might be their enemy. Henschin sharply demanded that his comrade immediately explain to him what was going on. He began to explain, but he was interrupted by the leader of the enemy gang, who loudly accused Musin of hostile actions and a sudden attack on their group. This young man was cunning until the very last moment. Henschin had no reason not to trust this young man. What he saw completely matched the words of the wounded man. A sly smile played on the leader's face, how easily the victim believed his deception. The boy decided to take advantage of the moment and quickly destroy all evidence while Musin and Henschin were busy fighting. As a result, no one would be able to expose their plan and stop their group. Both comrades sharply drew their swords, preparing for a clash. Not long ago, Henschin was peacefully dozing in his bed. However, suddenly he heard a strange noise from the street. What unfolded before his eyes shook him. When Henschin first met Musin, he thought he was a simple man. However, every time he watched his fights, some strange feeling awakened in him. It seemed that the brunette was holding himself back all the time and was fighting only with half his strength. The noise woke Henschin from sleep, and he immediately noticed Musin's bed was empty, but there was still some time before the night watch. At that very moment, the young man heard a piercing metallic ring. At first, he thought that a cold had attacked them again. He instantly ran outside, confused and not understanding why that time the guard did not wake them up. But as soon as he stepped over the threshold, his blood seemed to freeze in his veins. He witnessed a scene where Musin was fighting with swords against another squad. It was not an ordinary skirmish at all, he was mercilessly dealing with them. Standing face to face with Musin and preparing for battle, he could not understand why the dark-haired opponent was silent. It cannot be, Musin is a traitor. Did he really attack this detachment? The man whom Henschin still considered his friend suddenly began to frighten him to the depths of his soul. Henschin persistently demanded Musin to explain why he acted that way. Musin silently stretched out his hands forward, and Henschin warned, if he suddenly decides to do anything, he will consider the words of the guy from the other squad to be true. After that, Musin simply threw his weapon on the ground as if telling everyone around that he was no longer a threat. Henschin raised his eyebrows in surprise, but a moment later also hid the weapon behind his back. The leader of the group closely monitored the development of events. He understood Musin decided to show that he was peaceful and did not want a fight. The opponent did not miss the chance, instantly took advantage of the youth's vulnerability, and immediately grabbed the sword. Even when the injury would make the mission impossible, he still wanted to pass on his knowledge to at least one student. Seeing the youth point a weapon at his comrade, Henschin instantly launched an attack and took the weapon away. At that moment, Henschin suddenly realized the mistake he made by ignoring his friend's advice from the very beginning. Usually, Henschin repeated to himself that the sword of the sage was made to protect people, but this time he almost turned it against the one he was supposed to protect. And so the boy decided to regain his honor. Musin was a little offended. It hurt him that Henschin could imagine that he was capable of harming people without any reason. The youth tried to prove that it was not quite so, but Musin no longer believed in him. Now the leader's plan was completely ruined. He could not even imagine that such boundless trust existed between these boys. But today, he really had no other choice. Meanwhile, Musin told his friend that these people wore masks made of human skin to sneak into the dojo unnoticed. He suggested that this group had most likely already gotten rid of the students whose faces they were masking. But Musin never got the chance to find out who was behind this and what their plans were. So they decided once again to interrogate their enemy. But he had already taken his own life, wanted to keep his honor unblemished, and not reveal the secrets of his clan. It was a big blow to the Geisty, could no longer get any information, at least for now. Suddenly, Musin approached the body of the deceased and examined it closely. Henschin asked what his purpose was. The boy noticed that everyone had identification tags-tiny wooden plaques, and whoever was behind this, these tags might help find some answers. And also they needed to find all the evidence and gather the bodies of the dead together in one place. So they did. The bodies of the dead were gathered in one place, and everything found on the opponents was neatly laid out in another area. Henschin studied the group's tags with interest. Musin explained that these were not just plaques, but special marks that only worked in the presence of group members. If someone else tried to use this plaque, it would immediately flare up with blue flames, explode, and disappear. And on the plaques of other youths suddenly appeared the inscription, 1 month. Henschin suspected that this might be related to the events in the Yuyang Tower. It turned out that someone planned to threaten the dojo and the Murim League. Henschin insisted, as soon as we get out, we must immediately inform the Murim League about the situation and ask for help. He also sincerely regretted how he had treated Musin. And alongside that, he sincerely thanked the youth for his support and courage, which saved everyone. It was the first time Henshin thanked Musin, so he immediately joked about it to embarrass his comrade even more. The night passed quietly, without any surprises, and morning came. Zoe got out of bed earlier than her friends, and with surprise, saw a pile of bodies before her. She was bursting with curiosity about the comrades' story of the night's events. The full four turned out to be imposters. They were just pretending to be students. It is unlikely that other members of the 7th Squad were involved in this. They are just ordinary students. If others had switched to the enemy's side, they would have also come to the night meeting and would now be among the pile with the others. If Musin had not intervened, it would have been they who suffered these innocent students. The next morning, Musin did not calm down. He teased Henshin. After every thank you or compliment, he joked that their friend was actually just his double, not the same scatterbrained comrade. So almost believed this joke, so Henshin swore that he would never say thank you to them again. After that, the young man told Tanya about the identification marks. He said that the marks were empty, but only the enemy squad could check them. They had their own method. Then So asked with interest how Musin got this mark. Henshin could not figure it out on his own, so with sincere curiosity, they decided to ask their teammate directly about this question. He explained that he just accidentally came across it on the street. Although the friends found this a bit strange, they still decided to trust him. Soon the man from the 7th team opened his eyes. Henshin retold the whole story of that night once again, and explained in detail to the boy what exactly was happening. It was hard to realize that all these nightmares were really unfolding in dojo. Henshin understood that because of what had happened, guarding all 3 entrances to the mansion would be extremely difficult, especially after losing several people. They decided the smartest thing is to focus attention on defending the heart of the estate. Only 3 of them remained who could fight, so his strikes did not affect the undead, and one of them was wounded. Suddenly, a wounded member of the 7th Squad appeared from the estate, and barely standing on his feet, announced that he would join the battle with them. Despite a severe leg injury, he could not just stand aside and watch indifferently. So promised to help him. Her abilities hardly helped against the undead, but for the wounded one, she could become a real support. Although the trial became harder, they no longer had a choice. If Musin again only partially uses his powers, as yesterday, the others might not survive the battle. This time he must show all his skill. At first, he will definitely try to hide them as long as possible, but if things get worse, he will certainly put them into action. In such a situation, they will have to give their all to do everything possible. Even if there are fewer people, they must cope with this task. They have come a long way to this moment, and now simply cannot afford to give up. They need to hold out and prepare for a new trial. Suddenly, a sound reached them like a verdict. The enemies had already begun the attack. The gates shook, and the air was stirred by a loud rumble. The boy from the 7th Squad decisively declared that he would do everything to draw the attention of the dead on himself. He asked the boys take on the task to neutralize the dead on the other side. Suddenly, the zombies broke through the gates and rushed into the mansion's yard. Musin immediately understood. These monsters were not at all like those they had encountered before. So instantly realized, before them stood lost souls, and these were not ordinary living dead. These creatures had mastered martial arts. The boys immediately became alert. Barely had they managed to look around when the enemies rushed at them headlong. So was right, these enemies were much stronger than those they had faced the day before. These undead creatures not only fought skillfully, they also possessed magic that made their attacks much more powerful. One of the dead lunged at the boy so swiftly that he barely managed to fend off the barrage of attacks. Behind him, the rest of the zombies also rushed into the attack, not staying aside. The boy from the 7th group put all his strength into holding back the onslaught, but several zombies still broke through his magical shield. Musin and Henshin tensed, ready to burst into battle. They skillfully swung their swords, and each of their swings shone with brilliant mastery. With one sweep of the sword, they cut down every dead man who dared to attack them. So froze in amazement usually, destroying lost souls required colossal power, but her teammates did it extremely easily. They rushed forward, full of determination, and together they defeated every enemy that crossed their path. Although by rating the 7th Squad was supposed to surpass them, the boy quickly realized he could not reach the mastery of Musin and Henshin. Strangely, these young men were in a squad with a rating lower than his own. Other entrances to the mansion also suffered damage, and the crowd of the dead, like a giant wave, surged inside. But the boys did not pay attention to obstacles. Their swords sliced through the air with a whistle, and one by one they felled the enemies. Sometimes Musin destroyed several undead with a single strike. Over time, their numbers grew, and anxiety in Henshin increased with each day. Under such conditions, they would not last long, so it was time for Henshin to reveal his true potential. Long ago, he tirelessly honed his swordsmanship, striving to master this art to perfection. Every morning he rose with the dawn, seizing every minute to have as much time as possible for training. Beside him was a teacher who taught him and helped him become better in this art. One morning, the teacher woke very early and decided to go see how his student was training. Henshin always doubted his skill, so during training, he gave even more effort than his teacher expected. The mentor, full of curiosity, asked Henshin about the Sword of the Sage, and Henshin confidently replied that it was a weapon created to protect people. Henshin felt that his spirit was not yet tempered. He acknowledged the weakness of his left hand, and day by day diligently trained it to become a true protector. The teacher noticed that his efforts were twice as great as those of others. If Henshin believed one hand was not enough, let him use both, and not train only the second. Henshin intently looked at his palms and thought, this way he could protect people twice as effectively. Meanwhile, in the mansion, the clash was unfolding, gaining more and more strength. So together with the wounded apprentice, squeezed out their last strength, trying to help in this trial despite all obstacles. Suddenly Henshin turned to Musin and said that it was not necessary to destroy all the unclean spirits, it was enough just to sow chaos in their ranks. Musin turned around and suddenly saw his comrade take a sword in each hand. The young man spoke again, like a mantra, the Sword of the Sage is a weapon that protects people. And rushing into battle with full confidence, the young man, endowed with incredible strength, easily defeated monsters one after another. With incredible skill, he wielded 2 swords simultaneously, and enemies fell before him one by one. The spell Pure Wind filled him with lightness in battle, turning the swords into invisible blades. Thanks to the spell Sword of the Absolute Flying Strike, he swiftly and effectively destroyed several undead at once. His strength quickly ran out, and exhausted he fell to the ground. However, his contribution to the battle was significant. It was precisely thanks to his efforts that the team was able to overcome the main onslaught of the undead. Without taking his eyes off the battle, Musin exclaimed to his friend in admiration that this was a true miracle, emphasizing that it was a special technique of the Jiangxian martial art. The technique worked, but Henshin still needed to perfect it. The boy asked his friends to keep it a secret that he possessed this technique, and they, of course, agreed. How could one refuse their savior? Suddenly Henshin turned to Musin and said, regardless of the motives, I fully trust you. Henshin's intervention momentarily held back the monster's onslaught, and Musin instantly took advantage of the pause to warn his friends that he would be away briefly, as there was still some free time before the next stage. Wandering alone through the spacious halls of the mansion, Musin felt the weight of his thoughts. If he continued to act recklessly, his friends could suffer. It was time to end this disguise. Musin, with incredible grace, cleared the height of the fence in a single leap, and he soared above the trees, surrounding the mansion into the unknown distance. In the forest, he unexpectedly encountered the undead, moving toward the mansion. To protect his comrades from another clash, he ventured alone into the forest and destroyed the undead so quietly that no one noticed. The last day of the second trial came to an end. The trainer of the 20th Squad, who was among those accused of betrayal, trembled with tension. All the anxiety arose after last night's energy surge, which brought bad news. The trainer of the 33rd Squad, to which Musin belonged, was distinguished by sincere trust in his trainees and calmly tried to soothe the agitated Hyun Chan. Hyun Chan could not calm down. There had been a fight that should not have happened. Meanwhile, Chan Il believed the students had just had a minor argument among themselves. Both came to the estate together with another instructor, the trainer of Squad 7. Their goal was to check the exam results. Henshin was exhausted to the bone and barely stood on his feet. The other students were also worn out. Seeing them, the trainer became even more convinced that the difficulties of the trial were not that serious. The trainer of the 7th group immediately rushed to his injured student to quickly assess how serious his injury was. Chan Il smiled and gently addressed his students. He joyfully greeted the students. They had successfully passed the second trial. After that, he asked the students to join the 7th Squad at the school to help the injured. While this was happening, Hyun Jiang gradually lost patience. He was gnawed by the fact that none of his students had appeared yet. Something stirred in the estate, and the teachers immediately realized the rest of the students would soon come outside. Suddenly, lifeless bodies fell to the ground with a crash before them. They turned out to be former traitor students. Musin approached the instructors, holding the last lifeless body in his arms. Overcome with anxiety, Chan Il asked Musin what had happened. Tensing up, he said that it would take quite some time to explain. The shock of his students' deaths was so strong that Hyung Chan did not want to hear any explanations, and overcome with rage, he rushed at Musin with a sword, believing him to be responsible for everything. Musin did not even have time to move when his teacher instantly appeared between him and the enraged coach, ready to protect his student. Hyung Chan sternly ordered him to step back so he could deal with the young man himself. Musin begged the coach to keep a cool head and not get involved in reckless fights. Chan Il looked the young man in the eyes and tensely asked him to honestly confess whether he was truly involved in the murder of these people. Musin firmly and without hesitation declared that he was the one who killed these people. At the same time, these guys were responsible for the deaths of Hyung Chan's real students. Hyung Chan did not quite understand what the young man meant, but still decided to give him his word. Musin sharply tore the mask off the body he was holding and coldly said that these people had sneaked into the dojo pretending to be real students. None of the mentors could even imagine such an incredible turn of events. Yang Chan, overcome with despair, fell to his knees. His body trembled. The loss of his students hit him too hard. Chan Il asked him to compose himself and not panic while tending to the bodies, and he himself would inform the director about everything that happened. He even ordered Musen to go with him. The young man asked if he could rest a little first after the difficult ordeal, and the instructor, full of sympathy, agreed. He bravely went to Director Doge to tell him everything in detail. The director felt something like this could have happened. He asked his assistant if there was any new information on the case, but the assistant quietly replied that no one had ever seen or heard of the use of masks made from human skin in such a strange way before. But their skill was so flawless that it was easy to assume. Behind this stood the four emperors, a group of mercenary killers who served the devil. The director, not hiding his anxiety, inquired whether the students from Kebon had already arrived. He replied that according to the latest information from the administration, the students had just crossed the border of Hebei province but had not arrived yet. The director summoned trainer Chan Il and his team to discuss all the known details of this situation. At first, they questioned Musen how he came to know who they were. Musen showed the man a wooden plaque and explained that it was thanks to it that he obtained this information. The director asked with tension to explain in more detail what exactly did that man mean. The boy said that the villains called it an identification mark, although there was no inscription on it. The boy noted that it was like a mark for recognition. Its feature is that it reacts only to the energy of members of their group. But for now, they are powerless. They cannot do anything to find out for sure. The director felt that this problem could not be solved here and immediately. After that, he announced to the students that they could return to their lessons. The coach and the students bowed deeply and went their separate ways. The director felt the elders would not allow this issue to remain outside their attention. Who could have caused such a mess? It remains only to wait until the news spreads like a forest fire and reaches the ears of Lady Murama. The elders did not leave Jin Yangchan alone, urging him with all their might to open the dojo. Some passionately sought to show their strength. Some passionately sought to achieve their goals and fulfill their desires. And the third simply sought to remain neutral. Once their organization was alive with the spirit of truth and honesty, now it has long been gone. Once those who dedicated themselves to a noble and just cause have now disappeared. The next morning, the 30th squad gathered in the dining hall to have breakfast together. They anxiously wondered if the director would call them again, but understood that they would learn no more about these circumstances. They hoped that this would bring at least a brief respite. They also learned that the leaders of the 7th and 20th squads were dismissed. These trainers failed to protect the students and let outsiders into the dojo. So felt that this was somewhat unfair. Cunning thieves had tricked them, but someone had to take responsibility for what happened. Otherwise, it would hardly have been possible to see this matter through to the end. Now they hoped that, with a clear conscience, they could leave this event behind and gather strength for new challenges. The boys found it strange to see the dining hall almost empty, but they decided that everyone was simply resting in their rooms after the exam. At one point, So suddenly remembered the grade mark, and Musen reported that he had already received them. And he handed the grades to his friends. This time, all participants of the trial were given blue marks, regardless of how many points they scored. This time, the trial turned out to be incredibly harsh, and many students barely escaped mortal danger. That is why many students still suffered from nightmares and exhausting fatigue. Listening to the voices in the dining hall, Musen realized that the trial was harsh not only for their squad, but also for many others. The illusory evil that stood in his way turned out to be much more interesting and complex than Musen could have imagined. I wonder what other trials await them ahead. There were rumors that new students might be admitted as early as next week. At that very moment, in the main palace of the Muram League, one of the elders quickly entered the office of the league head and insistently proposed to postpone the entrance exam. He said it was not worth risking today because spies might be hiding among the newcomers. Moreover, it was necessary to temporarily stop the internal competitions of the Muram League. They had no idea what might happen next. Everything was going awry, not at all as they had wanted. This scene suddenly overwhelmed the main character, with memories of how the clan leader granted them his power, but on the condition that they take under their care the apprentice he would propose. Suddenly, Shadow called them to himself. Suddenly he appeared and instantly, with deep respect, bowed to his master. Meanwhile, alarming news reached the enemy group. One of their squads was exposed in the Muram League. Rosdal became angry and openly expressed his outrage. He entrusted one of his subordinates to do everything to ensure the mission's success, but that subordinate failed to complete the assigned task. The man sincerely begged the Lord for forgiveness. However, the Lord's anger over the failure exceeded all limits. The assistant confidently promised to take control of the Muram League in one night, but failed. Kneeling before his lord, he said he was ready to accept any punishment for his failures. The king executed the subordinate without hesitation, whom he considered unworthy to live. He forced the subordinates to closely look at the body of the one who failed to please him, and coldly warned, those who do not fulfill their duties face only death. After that, he addressed the one who by rank was next after the deceased. He reported that 2 squads were sent to the dojo. The first was exposed, but reports from the second arrived daily. The guide ordered to raise a smoke signal to find out what had happened. These clumsy students will not manage to defeat their experienced fighters. He said decisively, during the main ceremony, not a single failure. All present humbly bowed before their master, and filled with devotion, diligently began to carry out the task. Meanwhile, a rumor spread in the dojo. It was said that Pen Mux was going to visit the Pavilion of Heroes to meet his old friend. Although the Pen family from Hebei does not belong to the 5 great clans, their connections are impressive. Meanwhile, Shadow, the assistant to the league leader, had already stealthily sneaked onto the dojo grounds. Easily maneuvering, he avoided encounters with people, quietly creeping into the dark corners of the main courtyard. The cult leader entrusted Shadow to watch over the student sent by the king of fistfights. Master Sick did not hide. He truly had outstanding abilities, so the head planned to assign him an important mission and wanted Shadow to meet him personally and secretly. So Shadow headed to the Pavilion of Heroes, where Mux was at that very moment. Shadow hid behind the tree trunk and closely observed the young man. The young man threw his leg over the step of the pavilion and chatted relaxedly with Musin about various things. Muxo asked if he had anything to eat. Musin almost offered him spoiled meat, completely unaware of how inappropriate it was. Carefully observing them, Shadow noticed something interesting. Mux masterfully hides his chest, as if it were a sophisticated trick. Even such an experienced warrior as Tin does not feel any manifestation of this power in the opponent's body. Without a doubt, the king of fistfights chose him. During a conversation with his friend Musin, suddenly felt that something was wrong here. He looked at the tree and suddenly felt someone's presence behind his back. At first, his imagination painted a hidden mountain animal. While they argued about trifles, he bent down and picked up a small stone from the ground. He focused intently, and his gaze fixed sharply on the tree. He sharply threw the stone so that it would fall very close to the tree. Strange, when the stone just touched the ground, the shadow of the tree suddenly dispersed around it. At that moment, Musin suddenly realized a man was hiding behind the tree. The energy of this man was unusual, completely unlike anyone he had met before. Maybe the director planted someone to watch him. To finally find out the truth, Musin addressed the figure hiding behind the tree and called him to come out into the open, but the young man had already noticed him. The shadow could not understand. How did an ordinary student manage to guess about his presence at all? Seeing that the process was dragging on, Musin warned sternly, if the spy does not appear on his own, he will have to be pulled out by force. And finally, the shadow appeared before everyone. He asked the boy anxiously, "How did you find out where I am?" The boy explained that at first he took him for an animal, but when he threw a stone at him, he suddenly realized that there was a person in front of him. Then he asked in response, throwing a challenge, "Why is the spy here? Maybe the director sent him." The shadow inquired whether Musin, the hawk, is a just and outstanding swordsman. Musin answered affirmatively and asked to convey that the director should not worry, he does not intend to tell about this incident. The shadow suddenly realized Musin was mistaken. He did not come for him, but to meet Pen Mux. This really impressed the boy. At first, the mysterious friend asked the boy to introduce himself. Musin, without hesitation, named his name and added that he is from the 33rd Squad. Shadow understood. Musin belongs to the squad involved in the incident, but the squad itself has no relation to this situation. Shadow then said that he wanted to share something with Pen Muxo, and that it was not a problem at all if Musin also found out about it. The young man heard shocking news from him. Someone had broken into the Muram League. Terrible tragedy erupted in the dojo. 2 students died in the battle for the Yugen Tower, and at least 4 more fell during the last trial. Muxo had heard many rumors about the Yugen Tower, but he could not imagine that someone could really break into the league. Musin asked if the head of the Muram League really sent Shadow. A confirmation was heard in response to his question. But one question still spun in the boy's mind. Why did the leader of the Muram League arrange a meeting with Pen Muxo? He was sure that the young man had nothing to do with it. Shadow coldly stated that the reason was that among the students, there might still be aliens disguised as humans. The leader of the Muram League gave Pen Muxo an important task to identify the aliens. Musin could not hide his surprise. The head entrusted this task specifically to Muxo, although there were so many talented people in the league who could handle it. Shadow decided to explain to them what was happening. Pen Muxo is a person recommended by the outstanding Muram master. This news thoroughly stunned both Pina and Musin. Musin remembered how the fist-fighting master, handing him the ring, said it was like a recommendation. Show it to the dojo manager, and you will be accepted immediately, without any trials. Only now did Musin finally understand what that ring meant. The league leadership unjustly decided that Muxo was a warrior from the previous generation. Why then did Elder Sick not even bother to explain to Musin in detail what was happening? But in the dojo, where everything was turned upside down due to Pina's irresponsibility, only Musin was found guilty. He will never allow Mukso to run into those masked scoundrels. Unexpectedly, Musin declared that in such a case, he also would not stand aside. How can one calmly fall asleep when traitors live nearby? He sincerely wanted to support Mukso in carrying out this task. That evening during training, Musin sincerely told Pina the whole story, why Mukso was considered a warrior of the previous generation. Finally, he understood why Master Chef Sick gave Musin that ring. In fact, this figure was meant specifically for the meeting with Musin. Mukso, worried, asked if it was difficult for Musin to fight these traitors alone, because he very much wanted to somehow support his friend. Musin rushed to protect the young man from this danger, but the youth turned out to be incredibly persistent. Musin coldly explained that Mux was not their caliber, even those whom the brunette had encountered before at least belonged to the elite level. Because of this matter, the boy risks running into serious trouble. And what is even more frightening, this situation could turn fatal, even lead to death. Musin quietly advised the boy not to interfere, but instead to carefully watch if there were any suspicious people nearby, and asked him not to act alone, but to wait for his arrival. Fortunately, the boy agreed. Musin did not hesitate. He devoted every free minute to training, because the next opponents could turn out to be even more powerful than the previous ones. Mukso could not calm down, although his friend was strong. He could not cope alone against a crowd. But suddenly Musin sharply objected. Pen is wrong, he is by no means an elite-level warrior, as the younger one thought. Musin slyly smiled in response. Then, drawing his sword, he showed it a gentle blue glow enveloped the blade, and a tangible energy flashed through it. Pen shuddered deep in his soul from the impression. The boy joyfully rushed to his friend, and sincerely congratulated him on achieving great heights. The next morning, intense training in swordsmanship began. A slender woman glided among the rows of students, carefully correcting each of their inaccuracies. It was the legend herself, Heian Saith. The dissatisfied students did not understand why they were constantly forced to practice the art of swordsmanship, since, as they claimed, they aspired to be something greater than mere swordsmen. But the woman sternly ordered, "Remain calm and continue your training devotedly." Unlike the rest of the students, Musin rejoiced at this opportunity finally. He could train with the sword to his heart's content. He would enthusiastically swing the sword all day long. Some classmates were amused by the seriousness with which the young man approached the ordinary sword exercises. But Heian Saith, on the contrary, sincerely rejoiced at his efforts. She had no idea that among the students in the dojo, there was someone who could concentrate so deeply. Her thoughts kept circling around his great potential and future achievements. Suddenly, she admitted directly, he was incredible to her. She asked which faction he belonged to. Musin replied that he did not belong to any, because he had no teacher. She assumed that he was a graduate of the dojo school, but the young man noted that he had mastered the art of the sword on his own. This surprised her even more, and she eagerly wanted to find out his name. The boy obediently pronounced his name. The woman smiled and assured him that she would definitely remember his name. She expressed hope that he would continue to devote himself to the art of swordsmanship. The young man bowed gratefully, his soul rejoicing at the approving words. And again she turned into the strict mentor that the students were used to seeing, and ordered them to resume training. In the dining hall, everyone was buzzing about how Heen supposedly made them waste time on pointless training from their point of view, although in reality, they simply did not understand how important those sessions were. Henshin had just entered the dining hall to have lunch and, noticing Musin, immediately decided to join him. He looked intently and, smiling, remarked, Musin was the only student Heen had praised. Henshin felt for the first time that she was praising someone, and this was a nun from the Ami faction, famous for her uniqueness. Henshin finally got a chance to meet her on Mount Muden groups, led by Gup Ilban sometimes, gathered there to discuss swordsmanship techniques. In fact, they gathered to test their skills in competitions with each other, and to check whose training method was truly the most effective, so they arranged joint matches and duels. Musin considered it child's play, when all they did was figure out who was stronger in fencing. Henshin also shared this opinion but insisted, in martial arts, one should focus only on oneself. Yet even under such conditions, Musin agreed, sometimes it is worth getting external confirmation of the mastery of one's skills. As soon as Musin finished eating, he said he would wait for his friend outside and left the dining hall. Some time passed and they started talking again. Henshin resumed his story. Although the tradition of duels sounded peaceful, a completely different, unfriendly atmosphere prevailed at the event. They fought with real weapons, and senior warriors closely monitored the battlefield to maintain order and control. Henshin already had combat experience. He had fought with several guys who now trained alongside him. He raised his hand and pointed to two guys on the opposite side of the yard. These youths were the right and left hands of the Hwasan sect, known as the two hands of the blooming plum. It's very simple. The older brother, O Dusik, was left-handed, and the younger, O Kaipan, was right-handed, so they were called the right and left hands. Now they are the first squad of dojo, everyone knows them for their unwavering dedication to knightly justice. They had incredible strength, and their skills were almost on the same level. Although the opponents were incredibly powerful, the eldest among them never once knew defeat. Later, during another sword training session, Heian announced that real duels would be arranged among the students. The winner would be the one who had enough strength to continue, and the fight would end when one of the participants could no longer fight or surrendered. Opponents are chosen randomly. All participants must approach the teacher and draw one stick from her glass. The students took turns approaching the teacher and nervously drawing their number from the glass. For the first competition, the teacher called 2 students who drew the number 4. It was engraved right on the very tip of the stick. The first to enter the duel was Wang Il from the 49th squad. Nervousness overwhelmed him, and he could not calm down. Success had never been on his side, and this time luck completely turned away. Who would have thought his opponent turned out to be the left hand of the blooming plum? The crowd screamed wildly, mocking Van Il and persistently advising him to surrender as soon as possible. Instead, Dusuk's supporters fervently encouraged him, eagerly waiting for him to reveal his fencing skills. Dusuk himself bowed respectfully to his opponent, not even thinking about pride. After that, Van Il from the city of Sachun appeared, and Dusuk was surprised that some Van family from Sachun could be related to the Muram clan. Van Il shared that he had studied martial arts at a local dojo. But Dusuk insisted the true voice of a swordsman is his sword, so he asked him to speak no more. As soon as Master O drew his sword and took it in his left hand, the opponent instantly understood why he was nicknamed Left Hand. But Il Van must pull himself together. Il Van's determination suddenly impressed Dusuk. He was sure that everyone around was miserable scoundrels, so he could not understand why Il Van chose to fight when he could simply surrender voluntarily. However, somewhat respecting the unbreakable spirit of his opponent, Dusuk decided to have some fun to engage in battle with him. Henshin and Musen, like all the other students, pressed against the wall and watched the duel from afar with interested eyes. Henshin thought that this young man should not get involved with Dusuk. He is left-handed and not easy to stop. Suddenly, Musen asked, "Is it permissible to use lethal chi against each other during a training fight?" A friend firmly assured that lethal chi during a friendly fight is unacceptable. However, the energy emanating from Dusuk did not give the young man peace. As soon as both opponents took their places, Heian loudly announced the start of the first match. Dusuk instantly rushed into attack. He dashed like lightning. The opponent did not even have time to react to his maneuvers. Yet at the last moment, Wang Il dodged the attack. Dusuk thought since the opponent passed the preliminary tests, his skills are clearly solid. He decided to humiliate the young man so deeply that he would never touch a sword again in his life. So without hesitation, he surged into attack on the young man with renewed zeal. His hand rained dozens of strikes in an instant, and Wang Il barely managed to block them. The crowd joyfully cheered that lightning-fast hand, which was called the left hand of the blooming plum. He watched the duel and noted with slight doubt, Dusuk surprises with speed, but his technique clearly lets him down. The enemy's blades crossed again. A sharp, metallic clang rang out. Dusuk felt uneasy. He had not resorted to any technique from the Hwasan arsenal, and his opponent had already parried all attacks 20 times in a row. Realizing what was happening, Dusuk immediately decisively put an end to the conflict with that guy. Musen, observing the events, felt if Dusuk continued to behave the same way, he could escalate everything to a serious conflict. And it turned out even the coach did not notice this. For greater safety, Musen firmly kept his hand on the hilt of his sword. Meanwhile, the battle flared up more and more intensely. Van Il's strength was melting before his eyes, and in a few minutes he could barely move. He even seriously considered whether to finally surrender. However, he did not have time to surrender before realizing, with every second, Dusuk was becoming more dangerous, and his energy aura was filling with ominous power. The coach realized that the prolonged fight angered Dusuk, and because of this, he did not notice how the opponent lost his fighting spirit. He raised his sword, concentrating all his power into it, and was preparing to deliver a devastating blow to the boy. But he did not manage to complete the strike. Musen, like lightning, suddenly ran up and stood between Dusuk and the unfortunate student, interrupting the attack. Musen told his name to the young man, who finally came to his senses and froze in place. The coach held her breath at the courage of the boy who unexpectedly intervened. She was going to stop the fight herself, but now she carefully watched what was happening. Dusuk was insanely irritated. Someone brazenly interfered in his fight. Musen initially only wanted to observe, but he could not stand it when the left hand of the blooming plum crossed all boundaries. Dusuk never understood what that boy meant. Musen decisively ordered the young man to stop mocking the exhausted student and immediately challenged him to a duel. To numerous questions about himself and his affairs, Musen always answered the same. He was from the 33rd Squad. Dusuk was eager to find out which faction Musen came from, and every contemptuous answer from Musen only fueled his rage. At that moment, the coach intervened and said directly that Dusik had gone too far during the duel. She was deeply disappointed when she found out that a disciple from the Hwasan sect tried to harm a rival during a friendly fight. After this remark, the boy became even more upset because the woman touched his community. But the woman did not believe it was just a mistake. She felt that someone deliberately wanted to harm someone. Suddenly, Musin remembered the prestigious fencing school in the Hwasan sect, but seeing Dusik, doubts crept into his mind about its flawlessness. At this point, Dusik finally lost his patience. Musin continued to mock him. That is why the left hand got angry. How dare someone insult the great Hwasan sect? So Musin, imitating Dusik, copied his manner of dodging responsibility for his own actions. And then unexpectedly, Dusik agreed to accept the young man's challenge to a duel. They boldly asked the coach to allow them to hold a duel. Finally, she allowed them to go out for the duel. Dusik smiled with satisfaction. Watching Musin's confidence, he considered himself the most skilled swordsman among all present. Before the duel began, Henshin approached Musin and asked if he was confident in his skill. He warned that Dusik was known even in his own sect for his unbearable character, so one should be especially careful with him. Henshin cautioned his friend to be more attentive, but Musin smiled and assured him there was nothing to worry about. Henshin smiled encouragingly and said that, despite what others thought of Musin, he was always ready to support his friend. Dusik was terribly irritated by the fact that Musin even brazenly mocked his comrade right before the duel. Suddenly, Heian drew the student's attention, loudly announcing the start of the second duel. Dusik instantly launched into a fierce attack, burning with determination to defeat his opponent. Musin was angered by how calmly his opponent mentioned murder right during a friendly duel. Skillfully deflecting the young man's first attack, he stunned those present with his mastery. The sword again whizzed by the second time, whistling right above Musin's very head. Dusik tried to confuse Musin with a kick, but his attempt failed again. Despite Dusik's numerous swift attacks, all his efforts proved futile. The opponent turned out to be no less fast and strong. The crowd was no longer so supportive of Dusik. They could not understand why the famous swordsman could not stand against a completely unknown boy. The noise of the crowd further intensified the boy's emotional and physical imbalance. And then he decided, enough holding back time to show everyone what he was really capable of. Suddenly, Musin smelled the fragrance of flowers. Finally, the swordsman demonstrated one of the martial arts of the Hwasan sect, which they had been waiting for from him for so long. Both Dusik and the crowd were sure Musin would not withstand the legendary scent of lilies. The student O boldly rushed at his opponent. And finally, everything around seemed to slow down. Every clash of swords sounded like a melody. Dusik rushed so insanely fast that the eye could not catch him. So it was because of this that Van Il was suddenly gripped by panic. It seems that the scent of flowers and the pink glow of energy can paralyze both sight and hearing. Look how impressive fencing looks in an elite school. Musin decided that this was quite enough to grasp the essence of the Hwasan clan's martial arts. Just wait for the right moment, and Musin had a chance to turn the fight in his favor. The teacher also noticed everything that was happening, and, as Heen predicted, understood, there was clearly something wrong with Dusik. Feeling the deadly aura, she coldly realized, even for her, intervening was already too late, but Musin, listening to the situation, was the first to notice the danger and reacted instantly. Moreover, Musin's movement seemed incredibly captivating to her. Although he moved a little slower than the Hwasan sect student, his sword was always in the right place at the right time to block the attack. All this time, he skillfully hid his true abilities, and Heen finally understood this. Suddenly, the teacher felt something completely unusual. When the teacher looked back, she suddenly noticed Shadow on the pavilion roof. He gestured for her to remain calm.